Chapter 391. The novel will be updated faster. After returning to Bai Shui Alley, Gu Jiao found a vase and put the crabapple flower on her windowsill. The crabapple flower didn't have any special smell, but she smelled it with the lingering charm of his fingertips. When Xiao Lulang came to the door of the east room, he saw Gu Jiao leaning on the windowsill to admire the crabapple flower that was not as stunning as her. She held her chin with both hands and looked at it very seriously as if she was looking at a rare treasure that she had never seen before. It's just a crabapple flower. Why do you like it so much? There was also a crabapple tree at home, but the flowering period had passed. Xiao Liulong's soft heart seemed to be poked again. He knocked on the door with his fingertips and his voice was a little hoarse. I'm going to the son-in-law's house. Gu Jiao turned around. The girl's face was soaked in the warm twilight. She smiled at him slightly. Okay, I'll call you when it's time. Okay, Xiao Lulang answered vaguely and quickly turned around as if there was something chasing behind him. Gu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. She took out a small notebook and wrote seriously, "It's the first time my husband sent flowers." After a pause, she wrote, "You even said hello to her when you went next door. My husband is so clingy." After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Lulang was also embarrassed. The two families were already connected. Going next door was almost the same as going to the study room. Why did he have to tell her when he went to the study room? She didn't even tell him. Xiao Lulang went to the old chancellor's house to help him mark the directorate's exam papers. While the two were working hard, Gu Jiao came over and knocked on the door. "Jiao Jiao is here?" The old chancellor smiled happily. "Son-in-law." Gu Jiao greeted them and glanced at Xiao Lulang. She said to the old chancellor, "I'll take little Jing Kong to the orchard." "Ah, go ahead." The old chancellor was bewildered. He didn't have to specially come over to say this kind of thing. He didn't mention it in the past. Gu Jiao looked at a certain someone with a smile. With her hands behind her back, she walked away proudly. The old chancellor turned his gaze to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang seriously marked the paper. "Why are you looking at me?" Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the two youngsters. The old chancellor came back to his senses. The little lass wasn't explaining to him, but to Xiao Lulang. Did their relationship suddenly become so good? Don't tell me no. The chastity mark on her face was still there. They hadn't consummated their marriage. In fact, the elders had discussed this matter in private. The daughters of rich families usually got married at the age of 16 or 17 and started to get pregnant at the age of 18 or 19. At that time, the risk of childbirth would be greatly reduced. Jiao Jiao was still young. It was better to consummate their marriage later. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Lulang meaningfully. "You little brat," Xiao Lulang seriously said. "No, I won't. I can bear it." The old chancellor. "Oh, a man's mouth is a liar." The next day, after sending Xiao Lulang to the Hanlin Academy, Gu Jiao went to the palace. Gu Jiao went to see her grandaunt. Recently, the military situation at the border was urgent. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor were discussing the war with the military ministers in the side chamber of the Golden Imperial Hall. They hadn't returned to the Renshou Palace yet. "Miss Gu, it's sunny today. Don't stay outside. Go to the Empress Dowager's bedroom and have a rest," Fei Chui said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao liked this clever little palace made very much. She nodded to her and said, "Okay." Gu Jiao went to her grandaunt's bedroom. Fei Chui served her favorite fruits and snacks. Gu Jiao casually ate a mouthful of cantaloupe, but she accidentally spilled the juice on herself. It was sticky and uncomfortable. "Oh, it's dirty. Let me help you find a set of clothes to change." "No need. I've brought my clothes." Originally, she was going to the underground martial arts field today. Her small basket contained her mask and men's clothes. She changed into the men's clothes. Her hair was scattered and tied into a high bun. Fei Chui took her clothes to wash and dry. Gu Jiao had nothing to do in the bedroom, so she admired the treasures in the treasure pavilion. Everything in the Renshou Palace was an antique. Gu Jiao didn't understand antiques, but it didn't prevent her from appreciating the taste of money. Among the pile of treasures, she was unexpectedly attracted by a square brocade box. It was probably because it was the least antique among all the treasures. Gu Jiao curiously looked at it. She didn't have the habit of looking through other people's things. But, She didn't expect that the box would open so easily. The thing in the box quickly attracted her attention. It was a pair of brand new tiger head shoes. It was very delicate and beautiful. At first glance, she could tell that no one had worn it before. But the fabric and pattern didn't seem to be fashionable this year. So strange. Is it for the baby in Yao Shi's belly? Miss Gu, the clothes have been dried. They will be dry in the afternoon. Fei Chui walked in and saw Gu Jiao staring at the box in the treasure pavilion. She stopped and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Gu Jiao noticed her strangeness. Nothing, nothing. She said this, but her eyes involuntarily drifted to the box in front of Gu Jiao. Finally, under Gu Jiao's puzzled gaze, she admitted defeat and said in a low voice, "We usually pay special attention to this box when we clean the treasure pavilion. Eunuch Qin said that we are not allowed to touch it, let alone look at it. However, the Empress Dowager loves Miss Gu. It shouldn't be a problem for Miss Gu to look at it." There was nothing precious in the box. What was precious was the pair of shoes inside. Gu Jiao asked, "Has the box always been here?" It was here when this servant came to Renshou Palace." Fei Chui thought for a moment and added, "This servant entered Renshou Palace 3 years ago. 3 years ago, her grandaunt hadn't come to their home yet. She didn't know Yao Shi and didn't expect Yao Shi to be pregnant with a child. So, this pair of shoes was not prepared for the child in Yao Shi's belly. The military situation at the border was more urgent than she imagined. Even until noon, her grandaunt still hadn't come back. Gu Jiao decided to come again next time. She went to the underground martial arts field. She went to see if Ning Wang came to see her. She was not in a hurry to agree to his proposal, but it didn't prevent her from cutting his leeks. An incense stick worth 50 taels. He was also a shrewd person. Seeing the possibility of this business, he directly marked the price. "Xiong Batian 50 taels, chat with you for an incense stick worth of time." It rhymed quite well. However, her reputation was not big. Moreover, 50 taels was a sky-high price. If she had this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to go to a brothel and find a courtesan? Therefore, aside from Ning Wang, no one would take the bait. However, Gu Jiao was wrong. The capital was a big fish pond, and there were many fat fish. "A young master surnamed Xiao wants to see you." He said. "Did you tell him the price?" Gu Jiao wrote. "Of course, I told him." He frowned as if he felt it was not worth it, but he did not say anything. "The money was paid to me." He said and took out a 50-tael banknote and handed it to Gu Jiao. "Next time, ask him for 60 taels." Gu Jiao put away the banknote and continued to write, "10 taels is yours." She could not let He be the middleman for free. He's eyes shone with a green light. He nodded like he was pounding garlic. Okay. Gu Jiao had already fought 5 matches and had not lost a single one. If she won another 5 matches, she would be promoted to a higher level. Today, she still had 3 matches. One of them was against a swordsman who was even more powerful than the Knife Mountain assassin. She only needed to win this last match to be promoted to a higher level. Unfortunately, she met Gu Jiao. However, his martial arts were really good. He forced Gu Jiao to use her weapon, red-tasseled spear. Her red-tasseled spear had been ruined by little Jing Kong. There was a big red flower on the spearhead. The body of the spear was also painted with red flowers. It was especially eye-catching. When such an ugly weapon appeared, everyone's eyes were blinded by the flash. Perhaps the swordsman was also blinded by the flash. He froze on the spot. Then, Gu Jiao poked the spear directly into his waistband. She lifted him up and threw him off the stage. The swordsman sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. What the hell did he get poked by? After the match, Gu Jiao went to see young Master Xiao. He was more powerful than King Ning. There was a screen in the room. He sat behind the screen and talked to Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao recognized his voice as soon as he spoke. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince of the East Palace? She and Xiao Lulang had met the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince when they went to eat at Zhouji restaurant. She did not have a good or bad impression of them. After all, they were not people she cared about. However, he used the surname Xiao today, which reminded Gu Jiao that the Crown Prince's mother, Empress Xiao, was Marquis Xianping's biological sister. In other words, this guy was Xiao Liulong's cousin. Young hero Xiong's martial arts are not bad. You are young and promising. I really admire you. May I know who your master is? The Crown Prince asked indifferently from behind the screen. Although he was praising Xiong Tian, his tone was somewhat arrogant. This Crown Prince was not like this when he was working with the people. He was very careful about his image in front of the people and did not put on airs easily. However, now that he was hiding his identity, he did not have to hide his true nature. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. She took out a charcoal pencil and casually wrote a sentence in a small notebook. Then, she handed it to the Crown Prince's subordinate. The Crown Prince had already heard that Xiong Bat-Ian was a mute. After writing for so long, the Crown Prince thought that he had written a lot of flattering words. Who knew that he only wrote 2 words? Guess. The Crown Prince. After that, the Crown Prince chatted with Gu Jiao for a while. It was a soulless flattery. Gu Jiao's replies were basically yes, it's okay. She did not say more than 2 words. The Crown Prince was confused. How slow is your writing? If this goes on, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense will be gone. Also, her attitude was too perfunctory. Can you not always use 2 words? The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said. Gu Jiao thought for a while and wrote, yes, I can. 2 words. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince reminded himself that it was Lin Lang who asked him to come. He promised Lin Lang that he would not be angry at her and that he would talk to her nicely. It was really depressing to say that he, the Crown Prince, had to lower his voice in front of a Jianghu rascal. Forget it. In order to let Lin Lang go to the Yin Kingdom to meet Old Master Meng, he had to swallow his anger. The Crown Prince calmed himself down and looked at the screen. Back to the topic. I called you here because, bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao closed the notebook in her hand and stood up. She pointed at the incense that she had lit when she came in. Time was up. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. I'll pay more. Gu Jiao waved her hand without turning her head and threw out a note. Make an appointment next time. The Crown Prince was so angry that he vomited blood. Was Gu Jiao deliberately making things difficult for the Crown Prince? Of course she was. She did not forget the Crown Prince's disdainful look towards Xiao Lulang when they ate at Zhouji restaurant. He bullied her husband. Haha. Gu Jiao found old he and wrote in the notebook. The next time this Xiao fellow comes, the starting price is 100 taels. Including your 10 taels, the total is 110 taels. Old he was stunned. Did she think that she was the courtesan of Xianlu House? Such a sky-high price. Why? He asked. Gu Jiao smiled and wrote, the price of family affection. Old he, it was still early and the Hanlin Academy would not end so soon. Gu Jiao went back to Bai Shui Lane to change her clothes. Just as she was about to go out to pick up Xiao Lulang, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin came to see Gu Jiao. He smiled and said, the Empress Dowager only learned that Miss Gu went to Rinshou Palace after coming back from the throne room. Why didn't she send someone to report to the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao said, it's okay. Grand Aunt is busy. It's the same if I see her next time. She was not arrogant because of favor and always had a sense of propriety. This made Eunuch Qin have a whole new level of respect for her. Even noble consort Zhuang and the young masters of the Zhuang family could not do this. Eunuch Qin handed the food boxes in his hands to Gu Jiao. There were 2 in total. This box contains iced fruits, and this box contains snacks from the imperial kitchen. The Empress Dowager asked this servant to send them to Miss Gu. Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao reached out to take the food boxes. Eunuch Qin, have a seat in your room and have a cup of tea before you leave. The weather was very hot, and Eunuch Qin was indeed thirsty. He entered the central room with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao poured him a cup of herbal tea. Thank you, Miss Gu. Eunuch Qin took the cup with both hands and drank it in big gulps. He put down the teacup and said to Gu Jiao with a pleasant expression, this servant will leave now. I still have to report to the Empress Dowager. I'll send you off. No need. Gu Jiao still insisted on sending him to the door. The moment Eunuch Qin turned to get into the carriage, she suddenly called out to him, Eunuch Qin? Eunuch Qin turned around and said, Miss Gu, do you have any other orders? Gu Jiao said, I have something to ask. Eunuch Qin said, Miss Gu, there's no harm in asking. This servant will tell you everything I know. Gu Jiao gestured and said, What's with the tiger head shoes in the square box in the pavilion of many treasures? Eunuch Qin's smile froze. It's nothing. Eunuch Qin, get in the carriage. She was just curious. If he could not say, she would not force him. It's the young master's shoes, Eunuch Qin said in a low voice. Gu Jiao could only think of two young masters, Princess Ning En or His Majesty. Eunuch Qin sighed and said, Neither. It's the Empress Dowager's flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it died at birth. Great-aunt had a child? Gu Jiao had never heard anyone mention this. Eunuch Qin nodded sadly. It's a pity that it was stillborn. It wasn't recorded in the genealogy, and it didn't have a place among the imperial heirs. If the young master had survived, he would be the same age as His Majesty now. The young master and His Majesty's birthdays are only 3 days apart. Gu Jiao fell silent. Eunuch Qin started talking and couldn't stop for a while. Actually, if it weren't for this, His Majesty might not have been raised under concubine Jing's name. At that time, the Empress was favored. The late Emperor actually wanted to wait for His Majesty to be born and let the Empress raise him. Gu Jiao didn't understand. Great-aunt was pregnant at that time, right? Since she already had her own child, why would she raise another one? Eunuch Qin said, The imperial physician took the pulse and said that the child in the palace maid's belly was a prince. The late emperor thought that if the Empress Dowager gave birth to a princess, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give her a prince. She had only heard of people taking the pulse to determine the number, but never the gender. The people in the palace were quite desperate for survival. Then what happened? Gu Jiao asked. Then, Eunuch Qin smiled bitterly. Then the Empress acted up first and gave birth to a stillborn. A stillborn is an ominous sign in the imperial family. Furthermore, there were some vile people who instigated it. His Majesty was furious and took his anger out on the Empress. 3 days later, the palace maid really did give birth to a prince. However, His Majesty didn't send the prince to the palace of earthly tranquility as promised. Instead, he gave the prince to concubine Jing of the 1,000-year palace. Great-aunt must have been looking forward to the birth of that child, right? However, she didn't expect that the child would be separated forever after birth. What Eunuch Qin didn't say was that the Empress was still young at the time. She was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She hadn't lost all hope in the palace. She longed for her first child. When she gave birth to a cold stillborn baby, she broke down. She hugged the baby and cried her heart out. The crying in the palace of earthly tranquility lasted for an entire night. She cried all the tears she had in her life, and also cried her lively heart to death. How could it be so coincidental? Just as Great-aunt gave birth to a stillborn child, the palace maid on the other side gave birth to a prince. It was only 3 days apart. Didn't anyone suspect anything? Miss Gu, do you want to say who plotted against the Empress Dowager? It's hard to say. Eunuch Qin wiped his tears. When the Empress first entered the palace, her mind was very simple. She didn't guard against many things. When she finally understood what to guard against, there were no clues left. Who was born to be so powerful? They were just forced to pick up a sword and kill a bloody path in the harem. Gu Jiao didn't feel good. This complicated emotion didn't need to be understood. It exploded in her heart automatically. That dead child. Could it be the current emperor? After all, it was only 3 days apart. Eunuch Qin shook his head. It was a baby girl. Chapter 392. Baby girl? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning En, but this time she didn't guess if the child was her great-aunt's. After all, Princess Ning En was a few years younger than His Majesty, so the age didn't match. This time, it was Eunuch Qin himself who mentioned Princess Ning. The Empress Dowager dotes on Princess Ning En very much. I'm sure Miss Gu has heard. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei said, Actually, there's a reason. Princess Ning En's birthday coincides with the little master's birthday. The Empress Dowager. Perhaps the Empress Dowager felt that her child had returned and became Ning En. Eunuch Qin smiled embarrassedly. This is only this old servant's guess. This servant doesn't know what the Empress Dowager is thinking. This servant only remembers that the Empress sat in Cunning Palace for a long time on the night Princess Ning An was born. Thinking of something, Eunuch Qin added, "Speaking of which, the Empress and concubine Jing only got close after Princess Ning An was born. Concubine Jing often brought Princess Ning An to visit the Empress, but it was during Princess Ning An's birthday that the Empress truly opened her heart to Princess Ning." She grabbed the Empress's hand. At that moment, Great Aunt couldn't have not been moved, right? The pain in her heart was healed by the 1-year-old princess. It was as if her child had really returned. Gu Jiao didn't ask if it was concubine Jing's scheme, because regardless of whether she asked or not, what happened had already happened. The feelings and sincerity that should have been given couldn't be taken back. The princess treats the Empress Dowager with sincerity. This was what Eunuch Qin rejoiced about. Sometimes, even he felt that people were reincarnated, and the little master had thrown himself into concubine Jing's belly to reunite with the Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. Blood wasn't the only thing that bound people. She had parents who abandoned her like an old shoe, and also met a great-aunt who doted on her. Her great-aunt's experience was too lamentable. If everything that happened back then was concubine Jing's scheme, then this woman deserved to die. At the end of the month, the Hanlin Academy was closed. Xiao Lulang promised to take his family to Ning Ziyuan's house. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Lulang suspiciously. "The two of you went out alone?" She felt that the two of them were going to do bad things behind her family's back. At such a hot-blooded age, she was really worried that this kid wouldn't be able to control himself. Coincidentally, little Jing Kong didn't have any lessons today. Old Chancellor decisively stuffed little Jing Kong into the carriage. The dumbfounded little Jing Kong, "Old Chancellor, the best way to ruin a couple's life is to give them a child." Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong to Ning Ziyuan's house. Ning Ziyuan's house was a bit remote, almost in the outer city. It took an hour to get there by carriage from Clearwater Lane. Ning Ziyuan usually rode a horse for convenience, but it still took him an hour to get there. Ning Ziyuan's house was a small one-story house. It was less than half the size of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's house. There were 2 rooms in total, plus a small study in the middle. Ning Ziyuan's family was poor. It was said that after he got first place in the 3 tripod tests, many squires in his hometown wanted to make friends with him. The only way to make friends with him was to give him gifts or daughters. Ning Ziyuan was poor, but he had a backbone. He didn't accept gifts or take a concubine. Instead, he sent people to bring his wife and children from his hometown. His parents lived with his eldest son in his hometown, so he sent a sum of money home. The salary of the Hanlin Academy alone couldn't support such a big family. Fortunately, there was a reward from the imperial court, 500 taels for the top scorer, 300 taels for the second place and third place respectively. Ning Ziyuan gave 100 taels of silver to his parents and another 50 taels of silver to pay off his family's debt. The rest of the money was used to rent this house, buy a horse, and bring his wife and children to the capital. There was almost nothing left. So he was really poor now. Ning Ziyuan got married early. He was in his early 30s. His eldest son was already 13, his second son was 10, and his daughter was 1 year younger than Jing Kong. Ning Ziyuan's wife's surname was Wan. She was an honest and virtuous wife. She didn't talk much and was a bit shy and introverted. Maybe it was because she wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. Ning Ziyuan's 2 sons were studying in a private school nearby. They didn't come back for lunch. His youngest daughter was only 3 years old. Little Jing Kong wasn't as arrogant as he used to be, probably because the other party was a girl. He was quite well behaved. He didn't make a fuss or run around. He was also quite gentlemanly and always gave in to his little sister. Mrs. Wen praised Jing Kong for being sensible and smart. "You're much better than my 2 boys." Gu Jiao hadn't seen him before, so she couldn't compare him. However, the little guy did make her proud outside. He was so well behaved that he didn't look like a crazy little loudspeaker spirit in the yard. In the inner room, Mrs. Wan was talking to Gu Jiao. "I heard Yuan say that he's the new top scorer. At that time, I thought that he must be older than Yuan if he did better than him. I didn't expect him to be so young and promising." Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. who was talking to Ning Ziyuan in the central room, and nodded, "Yes, I think so too. Mrs. Wan, although I'm telling the truth, aren't you going to be humble?" Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang sat in the central room. Ning Ziyuan was facing the inner room, and Xiao Lulang was sitting opposite him with his back to the inner room. Gu Jiao could only see Xiao Lulang's back. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands. Her husband probably didn't even know that she was looking at him. She could only see his back. Sigh, I heard that the border of the Chun state is restless again. I wonder if there's going to be a war. Before Ning Ziyuan could finish his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly stood up and walked over to Ning Ziyuan. Change seats? Huh, what's wrong? Ning Ziyuan asked. Xiao Lulang looked calm and his eyes didn't change at all. It's cooler here. Ning Ziyuan. No, that seat was the coolest one. It was specially reserved for you. However, he was a guest. If Xiao Lulang wanted to sit in this seat that was scorched by the sun, then so be it. Xiao Lulang sat where the sun shone in. The young man was dressed in white and bathed in the sunlight. His face was like jade, and his expression was cold. Sweat seeped from the back of his fair neck under his black hair. Ning Ziyuan asked strangely, "Is it really cool?" Xiao Lulang drank his tea quietly. His long eyelashes drooped, and he said, "Yes, it's cool." In the afternoon, Ning Ziyuan's two sons came back from the private school. They looked more like Mrs. Wan and were more handsome than Ning Ziyuan, who was their father. In terms of personality, the eldest son was like Ning Ziyuan, who was extravagant. The youngest son was like Mrs. Wan, who was more introverted. Overall, they were very good children. Ning Ziyuan even asked Xiao Lulang to test their homework. Ning Ziyuan came in third in the examination. His knowledge was excellent, and it was more than enough for him to check on his two sons' homework. The reason why he asked Xiao Lulang to test them was more than to encourage them. Gu Jiao could tell that the two youths looked at Xiao Lulang with eyes full of reverence and apprehension. As for Gu Jiao's birthmark and Xiao Yulong's disability, no one cared. Gu Jiao had a very comfortable day. After dinner, the family got up and said goodbye. Ning Ziyuan and his wife walked the three of them to the door. Mrs. Wan had been very nervous. She was worried about her husband's career and that life in Jing City would be difficult. Seeing that her husband had made such good friends, her heart was finally put back into her stomach. Little Jing Kong and Ning Xiaoya played for the whole afternoon. When they parted, Ning Xiaoya was reluctant to leave. She hugged Jing Kong's brother, no, Jing Kong's uncle, and cried loudly. Little Jing Kong gently comforted her. "It's okay. You can come to my house to play next time." Mrs. Wan took her daughter over and smiled as she watched the family of three get on the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat between the two of them. Gu Jiao touched his little buzz cut and was about to say, "So you like little girls? You play so well with little girls." Unexpectedly, in the next second, he lay on Gu Jiao's lap, exhausted. He sighed weakly, "Alas, it's so tiring to take care of children." Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong was probably really tired. After a while, he fell asleep on Gu Jiao's lap, drooling. Gu Jiao was worried that this position would make it difficult for him to breathe, so she turned him over and was about to hold him in her arms. Suddenly, a slender jade-like hand reached over and carried the chubby little fellow over. Xiao Yulong's expression was very indifferent. It was hard to tell whether he liked it or not. He let little Jing Kong lie in his arms and put his strong arms around little Jing Kong to bear the bumpiness of the carriage. His hand seemed to hang down unintentionally and fell on the stool, gently touching Gu Jiao's sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't move. Xiao Lulang suddenly said, "It's not good for a girl to get tanned." Gu Jiao was stunned. "It's very hot on your side," Xiao Lulang said without looking sideways. His tone was very calm, as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Gu Jiao looked at the other side of her. It was true. The rays of the setting sun shone on her body. Although Gu Jiao didn't think that she could get tanned. But what if? Thinking of her husband's words about it not being good for a girl to get tanned, she decisively moved to Xiao Yulong's side. They were sitting in an old carriage, so there wasn't much space. With this move, their shoulders were inevitably close to each other. Chapter 393. Gu Jiao didn't think too much about it. For example, why didn't Xiao Lulang sit on the side with Shishan in the beginning? Or why didn't he switch seats with her? Her thoughts in this regard weren't complicated. Moreover, in her impression, Xiao Lulang wasn't so good at flirting with girls. This year's summer was a bit long. At the end of July, the weather was still incomparably hot. The temperature of the two exchanged their breaths through the thin material of their clothes. Because he was holding a little dumpling in his arms, Xiao Lulang didn't do anything out of line for the time being. Suddenly, the wheels of the carriage rolled over something, and the carriage shook violently. The two of them swayed. Xiao Lulang reached out in time and held her shoulder. "Are you okay?" Lu Quan said, "Aya, are you two okay? I think we hit a rock just now. It's my fault for not seeing the road clearly." "It's okay, Uncle Lu," Gu Jiao replied. Lu Quan relaxed. Xiao Lulang stared at her. His eyes were deep, like a quiet pool under the moonlight. Gu Jiao seemed to have accidentally fallen into it. She knew how to swim, but in this quiet pool of his, she didn't know how to do it. Xiao Yulong's throat moved. He calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at the curtain in front of him. "It's good that you're okay." He paused and asked, "Are you sleepy?" "HM?" Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. She wasn't sleepy. She was very energetic. "I woke up early today. I thought you were sleepy. I wanted to." He stopped mid-sentence. His gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across the two of them leaning against each other's shoulders. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and noticed his broad shoulders. What did he want to do? Lend his shoulder to her to lean on? "I'm suddenly sleepy." She leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. So sleepy, so sleepy. The corners of Xiao Yulong's lips curled up imperceptibly, and he didn't withdraw his hand from her. When the carriage arrived at the alley, both of them leaned on Xiao Lulang and fell asleep. Xiao Lulang originally wanted to shake the little fellow in his arms to wake him up and let him get down himself. Then, Xiao Lulang would carry Gu Jiao down from the carriage. However, little Jing Kong must have used up all his energy to take care of the child. He was so tired that he could not wake up. Gu Jiao, who was at the side, woke up. Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes. "Are we home?" Xiao Lulang could only reply, "Yes, we're here." Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over and jumped off the carriage. Xiao Lulang looked at her back view, and his eyes darkened. Actually, he wanted to say that he could carry him, but she was afraid that it would tire his legs. For the first time, Xiao Lulang felt annoyed with his legs. Why couldn't he walk? Why was he limping? When the two of them entered the courtyard, they realized that there were guests at home. To be exact, they were uninvited guests, Gu Jinyu and a mother and daughter. The mother and daughter were He Shi and Yao Xian, whom Gu Jiao had met at the Yao family's house at the beginning of the year. Xiao Lulang had never seen them before. The two of them were sitting together with Gu Jinyu and Yao Shi, and they seemed to have an unspeakable relationship. Yao Shi looked a little awkward. Ever since she brought Jiao Jiao, Gu Yin and little Jing Kong back to her maiden home at the beginning of the year, she had almost cut off all contact with her maiden home. She didn't expect that they would come here today. She didn't know if they would anger Jiao Jiao and her son-in-law, elder sister, brother-in-law. "I'm sorry. I brought Aunt and Cousin Xian here." Gu Jinyu stood up and said guiltily, He is my niece-in-law." Madam, he was stunned. No one had told her that her niece-in-law was so handsome. Didn't they say that he was a poor boy from the countryside, who had never been seen in public, and was also a little cripple? When Xiao Lulang came in, Madam He had already discovered that he was a cripple, but his face was so handsome that Madam He's brain turned to mush. She didn't connect him with the only crippled son-in-law in the family. Yao Xian's face turned red. It was also her first time seeing such a fairy-like young man. He didn't have the childishness of an ordinary young man. He had the maturity and restraint of an adult man. Gu Jiao didn't call her aunt, nor did she acknowledge Yao Xian as her cousin. Naturally, Xiao Lulang wouldn't acknowledge her as well. This was different from when Gu Jiao didn't call Madame Yao mother. Gu Jiao had accepted Madame Yao in her heart, but that form of address was a little foreign to her. Gu Jiao looked at Madame He and Yao Xian coldly. Xiao Lulang greeted Madame Yao, "Mother, we're back." Madame Yao felt relieved when she heard him call her mother. She smiled and said, It's good that you're back. You must be sick from the heat. Go and change your clothes first. Okay. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao returned to the West Room. Gu Jiao placed little Jing Kong on the bed before returning to her own West Room. Madam, he finally regained her senses. Your son-in-law looks all right, but it's a pity that he's a cripple. Jiao Jiao is the daughter of the Marquis's household. Why did you find her a cripple? Madam Yao didn't welcome Madam He and her daughter. Her face darkened when she heard this. Gu Jinyu quickly smoothed things over. Aunt, brother-in-law is very capable. He's this year's top scorer. Madam He pursed her lips. A cripple can also be the top scorer? Is it so easy to be the top scorer now? Then my family's foe, can also be the top scorer. Yao Fingyi, Madam He and Yao Yuan's son, was 2 years older than Gu Jiao and Gu Yin. Madam Yao didn't have any expectations for her sister-in-law. Madam He was ignorant and self-righteous. If Gu Jinyu hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have let Madam He into her house. Madam He grumbled, and your son-in-law is too arrogant. He doesn't even know how to entertain his wife's relatives. Does he think he's so great after becoming the top scorer that he looks down on Jiao Jiao? That's true. I'm not criticizing you, but Jiao Jiao's face needs to be covered up. It's fine if you're ugly, but you should dress up. Eldest sister-in-law. Madam Yao slammed the teacup on the table. She held back her anger and said calmly, You've drunk the tea and spoken. If there's nothing else, eldest sister-in-law, please go back. We're very busy at home. Younger sister-in-law, what do you mean? I just arrived and you're chasing me away. Didn't I just say a few words of truth? Madam He looked at Gu Jinyu as she spoke. Jinyu, you be the judge. Did your brother-in-law not even greet us? Gu Jinyu said softly, Brother-in-law didn't do it on purpose. He doesn't know you. Madam He scoffed, then he should know you. I don't think he even looked at you properly. Gu Jinyu didn't say anything. Madam He saw that the atmosphere had cooled down and quickly smiled, saying, all right, it's my fault. I don't know how to speak. Yaoer, don't lower yourself to my level. Madam He had come today mainly for 2 matters. The first was the matter of Yao Feng studying. She wanted to use her connections to get him into the directorate. The second matter was Yao Xian's marriage. Yaoer, just agree. Madam He shamelessly said. Madam Yao coldly said, What should I agree to? Is the directorate a place that I can enter just because I want to? Madam He choked. Aren't you the head wife of the manor? I heard that the old Marquis has returned. Have him help think of a way. Madam Yao found it hard to believe. It seems that eldest sister-in-law has set her sights on my father-in-law. Madam He's eyes flashed and said, A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although your father-in-law has been removed from his position and the Gu family army has been lost, he should still have some connections in the capital. Otherwise, how could your manor have been so extravagant for so many years? This was the truth. Marquis Ding and manor did not have any real power, nor did they lack money. The foundation was there, and they were rich. Madam He continued, What's more, Brother Feng is your nephew. If you don't help him, who will you help? Wasn't that lame son-in-law of yours also pushed into the directorate by you? You can push him in, but you can't push Brother Feng in. Madam Yao was furious. It was fortunate that her daughter had taken care of her body during this period of time. Otherwise, the unborn child in her belly would have caused Madam He to be angered to death. I don't care where you heard it from, but I will clearly tell you that my son-in-law entered the directorate on his own. He was the top scorer in Yuzhou. Madam He was shocked by Madam Yao's anger. She had never seen Madam Yao so angry before. Her arrogance unconsciously fell. That is also because you used your connections. It was impossible to reason with someone like Madam He. The mushroom did not know the day and night, and the cricket did not know the seasons. Madam He was a shallow and self-righteous person. She would not believe Xiao Liulong's excellence. She only knew how to make blind guesses, and she felt that her guesses were very reasonable. It's up to you to believe it or not. Madam Yao did not want to waste any more words with Madam He. She stood up and turned to leave. Madam He quickly said, Hey, Yaoer, I haven't finished speaking. Gu Jinyu saw that Madam Yao was really angry. At this moment, she did not care about Madam He and followed after Madam Yao. Madam He also wanted to chase after her, but she was grabbed by the collar by a strong force. It was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao directly pulled her out of the central room. She did not care about the collar and strangled Madame He's neck. Madame He's eyes rolled back. She tried to grab with both hands, but she could not hold on. You? What are you doing? Eldest cousin. Yao Xian's face turned pale as she stood up. Gu Jiao threw Madame He out of the front door of their house. Io. Madame He lost her balance and fell to the ground. She fell flat on her face. Mother. Yao Xian carried the bouquets and crossed the threshold to help Madame He up. Madame He was furious. She climbed up and patted the bouquets. She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. You lass. Halfway through her words, she met Gu Jiao's deathly gaze. Her heart thumped and her scalp suddenly turned numb. Gu Jiao knocked on the door and did not hide the coldness in her eyes. You are not allowed to come here again. Otherwise, I will break your bones. Madame He wanted to say that she dared, but when she met that cold gaze, she could not say a word. Madame He could pester Yao endlessly because she understood that Yao would at most ignore her and would not hurt her. But Madame He strangely felt that this lass could really kill her. Madame He's face was pale as she said, You are not afraid that, if word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. She did not have any confidence in her words. Is that so? Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand. Madame He was so frightened that she ran away. She even forgot about Yao Xian. Yao Xian saw that Gu Jiao only brushed her sleeves. Her own mother had run away. Yao Xian did not have the face to continue staying here. Mother, wait for me. Inside the room, Gu Jinyu was apologizing to Yao Xian. Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that things would turn out like this. Aunt did not tell me. She was just too worried about Mother and was also worried that she did not treat elder sister well last time. So she had to come this time to make up for it. I thought that since it was to make up for elder sister, I made the decision to bring her here. Yao Xian closed her eyes with a headache. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Gu Jinyu replied in a low voice. I understand, Mother. Yao Xian frowned and said, How did they know about Liu Long's matter? Gu Jinyu thought for a moment and said, When Aunt asked about brother-in-law, I only said that brother-in-law and elder sister got married in the countryside and studied at the Imperial College. Now, he is working at the Imperial College. I did not say anything else. Yao Xian looked at Gu Jinyu and said, You didn't say anything about his leg? Gu Jinyu lowered her head. When Aunt asked, I mentioned it, but I did not say that brother-in-law is a cripple. I would not say that about brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is just unable to walk. Gu Jinyu's words were not so crude. She would not keep mentioning the word cripple, but she could not stand against He Xian's unpleasant words. Yao Xian's heart was filled with panic. She did not know if she was angry at He Xian or Gu Jinyu. She only knew that she did not want to see either of them right now. She held her forehead and sighed. You should also go back early. You are about to get married. Don't keep running outside. Yes. Gu Jinyu came out of Yao Xian's room and ran into Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who were feeding Little Chick, Little 8, and Little 9. Gu Jinyu first looked at Gu Jiao. Elder sister. Gu Jiao's attitude was cold. Don't call me that. It's not. Gu Jinyu bit her lip in grievance and looked at Xiao Lulang. Brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang also did not respond. He focused on feeding the birds and chickens and treated Gu Jinyu as heir. Gu Jinyu left Jade Water Alley in grievance. Her carriage had just turned a corner when it was stopped by He Xian, who was waiting on Chong and Main Street. The driver stopped the carriage. Gu Jinyu had thought that He Xian had come to say goodbye to her. Who knew that she had come to criticize her? Jinyu, why didn't you speak up for Aunt just now? Gu Jinyu was completely shocked by He Xian's thick skin. She did not speak up for her just now? She had mediated for her so many times. He Xian snorted. That's your fault. Look at how much Aunt dotes on you. She gives all the good things to you and Yin. Aunt has never been so good to your mother's biological daughter. Gu Jinyu had run into a wall with Yao Xian, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Lulang. She was already gloomy. Now that He Xian had attacked her, she could not help but feel angry. Didn't Aunt say that she only came to apologize to elder sister today? Why haven't I heard Aunt say a word of apology from the start to the end? He Xian's eyes flashed and she said sheepishly, I didn't have time to say it. Aya, that girl grew up in the countryside. She's so uneducated, Gu Jinyu said unhappily. Aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hey, Jinyu. He Xian gripped the window of the carriage and smiled. Can you help with your cousin and cousin's matter? How can I help? Gu Jinyu's expression did not look too good. He Xian said, Don't think that Aunt doesn't know. Aren't you engaged to Royal Princeton? The Zhuang family has more power than the Marquis's household. Go and talk to the future son-in-law and ask him to help your cousin. Gu Jinyu was not so foolish. She had already climbed up this marriage. If she were to get involved with a rogue relative, the Zhuang family would look down on her even more. I can't help, she rejected. He Xian was furious. You, Yao Xian said, Cousin Jinyu, don't be angry. My mother was in the wrong today. My mother didn't have any bad intentions. She was just too worried about my brother and me. It's my fault for being too stupid. If I was half as smart as my cousin, my mother would not have to worry so much. He Xian glared at her daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? You're very smart too. You just don't have the chance to go to that. What girls' school? That's right. Thinking of this, He Xian's thoughts came to life again. She smiled and looked at Gu Jinyu. All right. Let's not talk about your cousin for now. Help your cousin enter a girls' school. Look, you only managed to hook such a good rich husband after entering a girls' school. Your cousin's qualifications are not worse than yours. You're an adopted daughter, but she's the legitimate daughter of the Yao family. Gu Jinyu was so angry that her face turned green. What did it mean to shoot yourself in the foot? This was it. She gripped her handkerchief tightly. Let's go. Once the coachman received the order, he did not care that He Xian was still holding onto the carriage. He waved his whip and the horse felt the pain and started to gallop. Io. He Xian staggered and almost fell to the ground. Mother, are you all right? Yao Xian held on to her. He Xian spat on the ground. Pooh. She's just a village girl who was adopted by mistake. She really thinks she's a piece of cake. Mother, He Xian said, Xian, don't be afraid. Of your two cousins, one is adopted and the other has a scar on her face. If even they can find a good marriage partner, I don't believe that you can't. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a good husband. At the mention of a good husband, Yao Xian's mind suddenly flashed with the young man's exquisite features. His expression was cold, indifferent, and distant, but it had an inexplicable attraction and charm. Yao Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 394. The little incident between Madame He and her daughter didn't cause much of a stir in Jadewater Alley. The whole family quickly threw the two to the back of their minds. Everyone had their own matters to attend to, so they didn't have much time to waste on unrelated people. However, Madame Yao still sent a letter to Yao Yuan in order to avoid future trouble, telling him about Madame He's visit. After that, Madame He and her daughter didn't visit again. It was the 8th month of the month, and the autumn was like a wild tiger. The capital was still as hot as summer, and the emperor almost went to the mountain resort. He didn't go because he was busy with government affairs, and also because he was waiting for Eunuch He's investigation progress. Eunuch He sent people to keep an eye on Duke Eternal Peace Manor, which was Grand Concubine Jing's maternal home, but they didn't find anything out of the ordinary even after a long time. Duke Eternal Peace Manor wasn't exactly clean, but they were all dirty and trivial matters that had nothing to do with Grand Concubine Jing. However, Eunuch He didn't come away empty-handed. He found that Grand Concubine Jing was colluding with Yuan Tang, the hostage of the Chen state. The last time the emperor was assassinated by Yuan Tang, it was Grand Concubine Jing's spies in the palace who leaked the emperor's whereabouts to Yuan Tang. The emperor knew that she didn't have any feelings for her son, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. He clenched his fists. She's not afraid that we will die at Yuan Tang's hands. Eunuch He guessed that Grand Concubine Jing had a backup plan. She wouldn't really let Yuan Tang kill His Majesty. She would release the Shadow Dragon Guards at the critical moment. Her goal at the time was to frame the Empress Dowager and sow discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. However, She didn't expect His Majesty to run into the little miracle doctor and be saved by him. The doctor even caught Yuan Tang, the assassin. Have all those spies been removed? The emperor asked coldly. In reply to Your Majesty, they have all been taken care of. Eunuch, he replied. If this hadn't happened, who would have expected Grand Concubine Jing to have over 10 spies in his Pure Flowers palace? There were even more spies than the Empress Dowager. It was his fault for keeping an eye on the Empress Dowager and not being on guard against Grand Concubine Jing. The emperor slapped his forehead. I'll die of stupidity. Your Majesty, what did you say? Eunuch, he didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. The emperor put down his hand. Just those people. Nothing else? Eunuch, he didn't say anything, and his eyes fell on Eunuch Wei's face. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Eunuch, he said ambiguously. If I remember correctly, Eunuch Wei was chosen by old concubine Jing and sent to His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed drastically. Old he, don't stab me in the back like that. He knelt down and looked at the emperor behind the desk. Your Majesty, this servant is loyal and devoted to you. I will never be disloyal. The emperor glanced at Eunuch he speechlessly, then said to Eunuch Wei, All right, get up. I didn't suspect you. Eunuch Wei wiped his tears and stood up. Thank you, Your Majesty. He glared angrily at Eunuch He. Humph. The two of them loved to fight with each other. The emperor shook his head and continued. What about the other 3 dragon shadow guards? She refused to say. Eunuch He said. He hesitated for a moment, then said, This servant guesses that they are no longer in the capital. After all, they had searched everywhere in the capital. Unless old concubine Jing killed them and buried them, there was no way that they couldn't be found. But old concubine Jing wouldn't kill the dragon shadow guards. She couldn't kill them anyway. Wait. Eunuch he thought of something and murmured, There's still a place that hasn't been investigated. At the Celestial Music House. Ordinary people couldn't enter the Celestial Music House. Of course, one could enter with the Emperor's imperial edict. But Eunuch he didn't think that was the wisest thing to do. He decided to sneak in first. Coincidentally, he ran into Gu Jiao as soon as he arrived at the back door of the Celestial Music House. Gu Jiao and Eunuch he had met once in the county town. It's you. Gu Jiao recognized Eunuch he. This was the eunuch that the emperor had brought with him when he first came to the county town to treat venereal disease. She was wondering why a man had such a feminine temperament. It turned out that he was a eunuch. Eunuch he also recognized Gu Jiao. Back then, there was a bit of unhappiness. It was Eunuch he who was unhappy. After all, he was the one who was treated rudely. Seeing Gu Jiao again, he naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. Why are you here, Dr. Gu? I'm just passing by, Gu Jiao said. Why are you here? Eunuch he said indifferently. I'm here to investigate the Celestial Music House. Gu Jiao looked at his black suit up and down. Are you going to climb in? Eunuch he didn't say anything. He answered her with his actions. He took out a black cloth and covered his face. Gu Jiao said, I think you'll be kicked out. As soon as she said that, Eunuch he, who had used his lightness skill to jump into the Celestial Music House, was kicked out by the expert inside. Gu Jiao looked down at Eunuch he who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. She curved the corners of her mouth and said, 10 taels of silver, and I'll take you in. Eunuch he turned his face away. He didn't accept it. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. After a quarter of an hour, Eunuch he limped to Gu Jiao. With a dark face, he took out 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao didn't take it. She raised her eyebrows and said, 20 taels. Eunuch he was shocked and angry. You just said 10 taels. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Now the price has increased. Eunuch he was speechless. In order to complete the task given by the emperor, Eunuch he finally gave her a 20 taels banknote in humiliation. It was a public expense. He could go back and tell the emperor that he spent 50 taels. In this way, he would earn 30 taels. Gu Jiao came to the Celestial Music House to see patients. Xiao Sanzi's carriage was parked across the street. Gu Jiao went to the carriage to change into men's clothes and put on a mask. She asked Eunuch He to take off his night traveling clothes and put on ordinary clothes. Then she took out the token and brought Eunuch He into the celestial music house. Why do you have the token of the celestial music house? Eunuch He asked suspiciously. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, because I am powerful? Eunuch He was speechless. Eunuch He came in as Gu Jiao's servant. He couldn't leave Gu Jiao alone. He had to let Gu Jiao follow him. I want to go there. He pointed to the room on the east side. There were many people there, and it was easy to hear the news. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Then you have to increase the price. Eunuch He endured the humiliation and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao put away the banknote and led Eunuch He to the east side of the first floor. Gu Jiao was not a regular customer of the celestial music house. However, every time she appeared, she would be Imo Qianxue's guest. Therefore, almost all the girls in the celestial music house remembered her. Along the way, many girls threw flirtatious glances at her. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked frivolous. The girls liked her even more. Eunuch He didn't like her, but he couldn't get rid of her. It was quite frustrating. Eunuch He underestimated the attitude of the guests and girls in the celestial music house. He was a servant and no one was willing to talk to him. He had no choice but to look at Gu Jiao again. Can you help me find out something? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. Asking questions is another business. Eunuch He's mouth twitched. He took out 10 taels. 10 taels is not enough. Eunuch He gritted his teeth and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the banknote. What do you want to ask? Eunuch He took out 2 origami portraits. Ask them if they have seen the person in the portrait. Gu Jiao said. If they bring props, they have to increase the price. Eunuch He was speechless. Eunuch He was forced to pay 100 taels. The remaining 50 taels were IOUs. There were 4 portraits in total. One of them was wearing a mask, and the other 3 were not. Gu Jiao recognized that it was the portrait of the Dragon Shadow Guard at a glance. It was strange. Why did the Emperor want to investigate the Dragon Shadow Guard? Did the Dragon Shadow Guard disappear? And 3 of them disappeared? The masks of the Dragon Shadow Guard were the same. It was uncertain whether the Dragon Shadow Guard showed his real face or wore a mask in the celestial music house. Gu Jiao was not sure whether Eunuch He was sure that the Dragon Shadow Guard had something to do with the celestial music house or just wanted to do a thorough search. She didn't ask. Imo Qianxue didn't come out to see her today. She boldly guessed that Imo Qianxue was not in the celestial music house. She put away the portraits and went up to the second floor. She didn't spend too much effort to find a girl. Someone came to her door. Hey, young master, long time no see. A beauty in a pink embroidered dress walked towards Gu Jiao gracefully with a folding fan covering half of her face. Gu Jiao remembered her, the second sister of the celestial music house who tried to seduce her last time but was slapped by Imo Qianxue. The reason why she called her second sister was that her status in the celestial music house seemed to be very high, second only to Imo Qianxue. What was her name? Hua. Xiao greets young master. She saluted. Gu Jiao's eyes fixed on her for 2 seconds. She seemed to be thinking about some possibility. Then she took out a small notebook and wrote, Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. Hua Xiao straightened up, covered her eyes with a cloth, and smiled charmingly. Young master, are you looking for Sister Qianxue? She said with a regretful look. Unfortunately, Sister Qianxue went out with a guest. I don't know when she will come back. If young master doesn't mind, can Xiao accompany young master to relieve your boredom? Gu Jiao nodded. Good. Hua Xiao was very surprised. The man who slept with Imo Qianxue so easily fell in love with another woman. Wasn't the speed of falling in love with another woman too slapping Imo Qianxue's face? I'm afraid that Sister Qianxue will be angry. Hua Xiao bit her lip and said angrily. Gu Jiao wrote, Don't be afraid. If the sky falls, I will hold it for you. Hua Xiao chuckled. She reached out to pull Gu Jiao's hand, but Gu Jiao inadvertently avoided her. Hua Xiao's eyes moved slightly. What? Sister Qianxue can touch you, but I can't? Gu Jiao, I'm afraid I can't help but beat you. Gu Jiao wrote, It's hot and my hands are sweaty. I don't want to dirty your hands. Eunuch He's mouth twitched. How could a woman be more eloquent than a man? Eunuch he was not qualified to enter the room, so he could only guard outside. He felt that this matter was a bit dangerous. The girl named Xiao was not a good person at first glance. This was her territory. If she was exposed in a while, he would have to save her himself. Just as this thought flashed through his mind. Creak, the door opened. Eunuch he looked at Gu Jiao in shock. She was thrown out? Gu Jiao glared at him. What are you thinking? I'm done. Eunuch he glanced inside inconceivably and saw that all the maids in the room had fainted. Hua Xiao didn't faint. Her state was very strange, as if she had lost her soul. It was rumored that the maids in Xianlu House also knew martial arts and were all masters. How did all the masters in the room fall down? He didn't hear any fighting. Also, she said to ask. How did she ask? Gu Jiao certainly wouldn't tell him that she used anesthetics and hallucinogens, which were the same as the hallucinogens used by the servant who interrogated Tang Ming last time. But she didn't expect that Hua Xiao, who seemed to have some skills, was so weak that she could ask the truth at once. Gu Jiao found an empty corner, took out the portrait, and pointed to the masks on it. 3 people wearing this kind of mask came to Xianlu House. I'm not sure if they are the 3 people in the portrait. They never took off their masks. Eunuch he was almost sure that the 3 people were His Majesty's missing shadow dragon guards. He didn't expect that they were really related to Xianlu House. Where did they go? Eunuch he asked. The frontier. Gu Jiao said. Eunuch he furrowed his eyebrows suspiciously and gasped. Frontier? Isn't that, young master? A woman's voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. The 2 immediately stopped talking. A young woman in green walked toward Gu Jiao. Her face didn't look unfamiliar. Gu Jiao had seen her in Xianlu House, but Gu Jiao didn't talk to her. The green-clothed woman came in front of Gu Jiao and bowed to Gu Jiao. Young master, don't take what Miss Xiao said to you to heart. Big Sister Qianxue didn't go out to receive guests. She did leave Immortal Music House for a period of time, but she didn't do anything to let young master down. She looked around, lowered her voice, and slightly leaned toward Gu Jiao. She whispered, Sister Qianxue went out of the capital to do something for the owner. When did she go? Gu Jiao asked. The woman in green looked at the words on Gu Jiao's small notebook, thought carefully, and shook her head. I don't remember the specific day. In short, it's been a while. I guess Sister Qianxue should be back soon. Imo Qianxue wasn't in the capital, and neither were the Shadow Dragon Guards. They both left not long ago. Could it be a coincidence? If it was too coincidental. If it wasn't, did Imo Qianxue also go to the frontier? Chapter 395. More also, who was the owner of Xianlu House? Old concubine Jing? Gu Jiao didn't tell Eunuch he about Imo Qianxue, and Eunuch he didn't ask about it deliberately. In his opinion, Sister Qianxue, who was mentioned twice, was just a woman in a brothel, and it wasn't strange for her to work for the owner of the brothel. What he was curious about was the whereabouts of the Shadow Guards. When did the Shadow Guards appear in Xianlu House? Why did they go to the frontier? How long have they been there? After leaving Xianlu House, he asked 3 questions in a row. Gu Jiao told him the information she got from Hua Xiao. It happened more than 2 months ago. They only appeared once and never came again. Hua Xiao doesn't know why they went to the frontier. Hua Xiao was the second sister of Xianlu House, so her knowledge was limited. Why did they come to Xianlu House? Eunuch he asked again. Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Hua Xiao only saw them coming in and out of here and found that they had the route to the frontier. Hua Xiao didn't have a chance to talk to them. Eunuch he nodded. It was already beyond his expectation that she could find out this much. He was satisfied. But this girl, he looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. Is it really good for a girl like you to come to this kind of brothel? Gu Jiao gave him a funny look. If I don't come to this kind of brothel, can you go in tonight? Eunuch he was choked to death. After harvesting the chives, Gu Jiao got on the carriage with satisfaction with her banknotes and IOU. Eunuch he went back to the palace to report to the emperor. The emperor was reading memorials in the study. After hearing Eunuch he's words, he closed the memorials and looked at Eunuch he with a frown. What did you say? The shadow guards went to the frontier? Eunuch He, Your Majesty, yes, they have the route to the frontier. They should be going there. The emperor asked, How long has it been? Eunuch He replied, It's been more than 2 months. The emperor was deep in thought. So, it was before I brought her back to the palace. This she was naturally referring to Grand Concubine Jing. Since the Dragon Shadow Guards had been handed over to her, then only her orders could lead the Dragon Shadow Guards to the frontier fortress. The emperor's gaze turned cold, and his large hands clenched little by little. Why did she send the Dragon Shadow Guards to the frontier fortress? Could it be that she wants to kill Ningen? Eunuch He opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The emperor said sarcastically, Heh, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Then what is the matter with her to me? Eunuch He didn't dare to say another word. The Dragon Shadow Guards have been gone for so long. If they really want to kill Ningen, when the emperor thought of this possibility, his entire back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He slumped back in his chair, his entire heart in panic. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei tried to persuade him. There hasn't been any bad news from the frontier fortress, right? Don't worry. The emperor's face turned pale. How can I not be anxious? That's Ningen. She was his most beloved younger sister. The emperor clenched his hands on the armrest and said with a serious expression, No, we can't just sit and wait for death. Eunuch Wei called out, Your Majesty, where are you going? However, the emperor ignored Eunuch Wei and rushed out of Pure Flower's palace. It's all your fault. Eunuch Wei glared at Eunuch He. Eunuch He was baffled. What does it have to do with me? The emperor prayed that nothing had happened to Ningen. Right now, he only had the Dragon Shadow Guards left. Of course, he still had the palace experts and Imperial Hidden Guards, but they weren't a match for the Dragon Shadow Guards in a one-on-one fight. So, he needed enough manpower. The first person he thought of was Empress Dowager Zhuang. She also had a group of experts under her. Your Majesty. Outside Renshou Palace, 2 palace experts saluted the emperor. The emperor's skin had become incredibly thick recently. The palace experts couldn't stop him anymore, so they just turned a blind eye to his rampage. They didn't plan on stopping him at all. The emperor entered Renshou Palace. The palace servants all saluted. Your Majesty. Fei Tsue also saluted. Where's Imperial Mother? The emperor asked. In the bedchamber. Fei Tsue replied. It wasn't convenient for the emperor to barge into the bedchamber, so he said to Fei Tsue, Go inform her that Zhan has arrived. Yes. Fei Tsue bowed and turned to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. When she arrived at the door, she softly reported, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived. There was no response from the bedchamber. Fei Tsue slightly raised her voice and called out again, Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived. There was still no response from the bedchamber. Fei Tsue furrowed her brows in confusion and said, Empress Dowager, this servant is coming in. She gently pushed open the half-closed door and stepped over the threshold with her entourage. A moment later, a scream came from inside the bedchamber. The emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed into the bedchamber with large strides. What happened? Fei Tsue fell to the ground with a pale face. In front of her was an overturned brocade box. Next to the brocade box was an unconscious Eunuch Qin. His Majesty? Eunuch Wei also arrived. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check Eunuch Qin's breath. He looked slightly relieved and said, He's still breathing. This servant will call the imperial physician. The emperor nodded. Eunuch Wei got up and went out. He didn't forget to drag Fei Tsue out with him. The bedchamber was empty and eerily quiet. Imperial Mother. The emperor looked vigilant and tried to call out, but there was no response. The experts of Renshou Palace also heard the noise and rushed over. Everyone's face was full of shock. Obviously, they didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to disappear from the bedchamber. There were not many traces of fighting in the bedchamber. There was only a fallen box and a fainted Eunuch Qin. The emperor picked up the box. He knew this box. His imperial mother cherished it very much. When he was a child, he often went to his imperial mother's cunning palace. He could touch anything except this box. Although he was well-behaved, he was curious. Once when his imperial mother was asleep, he secretly looked at the things in the box. It was a pair of brand new tiger shoes. In fact, it was not very new. The color was a bit faded, but it was not worn. It was obviously different from the old shoes. He once thought that the pair of tiger shoes belonged to Ningit, but after a long time, he realized that the shoes were prepared by his imperial mother for her own flesh and blood. But the child was dead. He was born dead. How cruel was that? So, the other party used this pair of shoes to threaten his imperial mother to go with him obediently? This was just the emperor's guess. But when the experts of the imperial palace searched Renshou Palace and still couldn't find Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor couldn't ignore this possibility. Under the treatment of the imperial doctor, eunuch Qin woke up. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. He fainted with a pain in the back of his neck. The emperor muttered. The other party can sneak into Renshou Palace under the eyes of so many experts of the imperial palace. They are not ordinary people, and the other party came prepared. There were only a few people in the imperial harem who had the opportunity to know about this pair of shoes. The emperor's heart immediately surged with a guess. He looked cold and walked to the nunnery. The matter was a bit big. Eunuch Wei sent someone to call Eunuch He. When the emperor arrived at the nunnery, he obviously felt something was wrong. The nunnery was too quiet, just like Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The emperor stepped forward. Eunuch He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and have a look first." The emperor acquiesced. Eunuch He entered the nunnery and wandered around. Then he came out and said, "Your Majesty, old concubine Jing and Nanny Kai are missing. The others all fainted. I don't know if they were knocked out or drugged." A trace of danger flashed in the emperor's eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Good, very good." Eunuch, he wasn't as kind to the servants as Eunuch Wei. Why did he call the imperial doctor? A basin of cold water was enough. The little nun named Hui, and in the nunnery, was the first to be woken up. She woke up and yelled, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Old concubine, don't kill me! I didn't see anything. Really? What did you see?" Eunuch He threw away the basin and asked. Hui An's yelling stopped abruptly. She looked at the unfamiliar Eunuch He and then at the emperor, who had a serious expression on his face. Then she rushed toward the emperor on her knees. But Eunuch Wei didn't let her get close to the emperor. He stepped in front of her and yelled, "How dare you!" Hui An was so scared that she pulled back her hand and cried. The emperor walked out from behind Eunuch Wei and looked at her calmly. "What did you see? Tell me the truth, and I won't hurt you." Hui An cried in fear. I saw old concubine holding a sword, injuring quite a few people, and a group of men in black leaving from here." The emperor understood that old concubine Jing had a group of highly skilled martial artists. She led them to injure the guards near the nunnery and break out of the encirclement. It seemed that she had kidnapped the Empress Dowager, but he didn't know if she had left the palace yet. The emperor said coldly, "Lock down the palace. From now on, don't even let a fly out. Also, tell the royal guards to close the city gates and search the city carefully." Eunuch Wei hesitated. "Should we investigate openly or?" The emperor frowned and said, "Investigate in secret." Eunuch Wei replied, "Yes." Then, "Your Majesty." The emperor thought for a while and decided to go out of the palace himself. Chapter 396. Even though the possibility wasn't high, the emperor still went to Clearwater Alley to ask about Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts and remind Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang to be careful. If Empress Dowager Zhuang was old concubine Jing's enemy, then Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who had ruined old concubine Jing's plans, were undoubtedly the thorns in her flesh. Xiao Lulang had just returned from Hanlin Academy and didn't expect something like this to happen. Gu Jiao was drying herbs in the front yard while the three children were playing in the backyard. The house was peaceful and quiet. He looked away and said to the emperor, "Great, it hasn't been here before. We'll be careful." The emperor nodded. "Don't let anything happen to you." Xiao Lulang looked at him deeply. Your Majesty, what are your plans? The emperor clenched his hand. I'll find my mother. This was the second time Empress Dowager Zhuang had disappeared. The first time was because of him. He was the one who sent her to Leprosy Mountain and lost her. This time, he was going to find her himself. He murmured and turned around, walking into the night with heavy steps. What's wrong? Gu Jiao walked over. Xiao Lulang didn't hide anything from her. Great aunt and old concubine Jing are missing. His Majesty suspects that old concubine Jing took great aunt away. Who did you say was taken away? The old chancellor's voice suddenly sounded behind the two. The two turned to look at him. The old chancellor was holding a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake with freshly fried white sesame seeds. His hands began to tremble, and the hot sugar water spilled out. Gu Jiao walked over and reached out her hand. Great aunt, give it to me. His voice trembled. You haven't said who was taken away? It's great aunt, Gu Jiao said. The old chancellor's body swayed. Gu Jiao supported him with one hand and caught the bowl with the other. The bowl was very hot, so Xiao Lulang quickly brought it over and placed it on the stone table. He then said to the old chancellor, Concubine Jing won't do anything to Grandaunt for now. If she wanted to kill Grandaunt, she would have done it in the palace. She must have some other purpose for bringing Grandaunt out. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang and said, I'm going to find Grandaunt. Husband, you and son-in-law stay at home and wait for news. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old chancellor said with a trembling voice, I'll go look for it too. Xiao Lulang didn't object. Looking at his somewhat unsteady steps, his eyes flashed slightly and he said, I'll go with teacher. The old chancellor nodded his head in panic. Okay. Soon after, the two of them left the Jade Water Alley. The imperial city was sealed off, and the 4 city gates only allowed entry and not exit. 2 carriages were traveling on the winding path, one in front and one behind. For mounted guards were escorting the carriages along the way. The sky gradually darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun faded away, leaving the horizon in a grayish-blue color. The carriages traveled at a steady pace, and the people inside seemed to be calm and collected. Hong must not have expected that we've already left the city. If the emperor were here, he would be able to tell that the owner of this voice was Concubine Jing, whom he had been searching for. Concubine Jing had changed into the clothes of a commoner, and her hair was tied up in a simple bun with an inconspicuous silver hairpin. At her age, she no longer pursued beauty, but it had to be said that people from the palace were very different from commoners. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting across from her, had also taken off her black phoenix robe and was wearing shabby peasant clothes. However, upon closer inspection, the elegance in her eyes was something that Concubine Jing couldn't compare to. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest and didn't respond. Concubine Jing smiled. Don't pretend to be asleep. I know you're not. How could you possibly fall asleep? You're very noisy, Empress Dowager Zhuang said with her eyes closed. Concubine Jing stared at her with a mocking smile. Zhuangjints, are you really not afraid of death? Empress Dowager Zhuang was still resting with her eyes closed, clearly not intending to pay attention to this noisy woman. Concubine Jing didn't get angry. She looked down and picked up a strand of silver hair on her robe. We're both old in the blink of an eye, and the days pass by so quickly. It seems that we haven't been in the palace for long. Sister, do you still remember the first time I saw you? In the Imperial Garden, you were wearing the Empress Phoenix robe and chatting with the other sisters in the pavilion. I'm not like you, who can become Empress after entering the palace. I'm only a 6th-rank noble lady, and I don't even have the right to greet you. I could only kowtow to you from afar under the guidance of the palace servants. You didn't even look at me, and only asked the servants to give me a jade bracelet. This is it. As she spoke, she stretched out her left wrist and pulled up her sleeve, revealing a high-quality jade bracelet. Sister is the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family and the Empress of the Zhao country. Everything she uses is of the highest quality, and even a random bracelet is priceless. Sister, do you know what I was thinking at the time? I was thinking, how can there be such a lucky person in the world? Born of a prominent family, respected status, beautiful face, and favored by the emperor. Is there anything in the world that you can't get? I don't even have the right to envy you. But who would have thought that such a lowly person like me would actually catch Big Sister's eye? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. Who hasn't been blind when they were young? Concubine Jing laughed. Sister, you really know how to joke. Actually, I was grateful to you and wanted to be good sisters with you for the rest of my life. But who told you to be so scheming? You flatter me on the surface, but secretly use me as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally opened her eyes slowly and looked a bit impatient. Concubine Jing, are you blind or am I blind? Since when did she use her as a stepping stone? Was she worthy? Concubine Jing sneered. Sister knew that the late emperor wanted you, but always pushed me to serve him. Those who don't know would think that I'm basking in your light. But I know that you're just playing hard to get. The late emperor went to my place because he wanted to hear some news about you. Sister, you're really good at scheming. I can't compare to you at manipulating people. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to pester her. She could think whatever she wanted. Some people just like to take advantage of others. Concubine Jing didn't care if Empress Dowager Zhuang would respond. She sneered. There are countless concubines in the harem, but the late emperor didn't go to you. How could you understand that the late emperor didn't have a heart anywhere? He left his heart in your Chinquan palace. Huh? Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in confusion. What? Did I say something wrong? Empress Dowager Zhuang gave her a pitiful look. Concubine Jing, you're so pitiful. Concubine Jing's expression cracked for a moment, but she quickly recovered her perfect smile. Sister calling me Concubine Jing reminds me of the past. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, don't talk about the past. If you want to talk about the past, go find Nanny Kai in the carriage behind. I want some peace and quiet. Concubine Jing looked down and threw the broken hair on the ground. Sister, aren't you curious why I want to drive a wedge between you and Honger? Empress Dowager Zhuang really wasn't curious. Does a person need a reason to do all kinds of evil? Why do you have to go through all the hardships of life and say that you were forced to do it? Are you trying to move me or yourself? Concubine Jing's smile faded. Sister, you're still so heartless. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes again and made up her mind to ignore Concubine Jing this time. Concubine Jing probably felt bored and didn't continue the topic. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Suddenly, she said with melancholy, I want to go to the frontier fortress to see Ning and sister. Come with me. Ningen will be very happy to see mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't open her eyes. After all this, she just wanted to take her to the frontier fortress to see Ningen. Who would believe that? Concubine Jing murmured, let's go see Ningen one last time. That sounded strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang suspected that Concubine Jing had lost her mind. Concubine Jing put down the curtain and smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang. We're old, after all. We can't do it a second time. She seemed to be explaining her previous words. But the next second, she smiled again. Or maybe I'll kill you after seeing Ning and night fell. There was no progress in the capital search. The emperor stood under the towering city gates and watched as the guards searched the people who entered the city one by one. His expression was extremely solemn. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor's cracked lips and said with concern, Your Majesty, you've been running around all day. Go rest. Eunuch, he will keep an eye on you. The emperor's eyes were filled with a layer of frost. Mother is still in the hands of that woman. I'm not tired. I won't rest until I find mother. This time, he wouldn't lose his mother again. Chapter 397. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Concubine Jing and her entourage arrived at a relay station. At this time, all the storms were within the capital, and there was no movement outside the city. The relay station's assistant wouldn't expect the Empress Dowager and a group of fugitives to be here. Judging from her clothes, the leader seemed to be an old madam from a large clan, and the people around her seemed to be her servants. However, in terms of temperament and appearance, the servants had the demeanor of an old madam. Not to mention, She was walking without recognizing her own family, leaving her master far behind. It was quite confusing. Concubine Jing only asked for a room, for guards stood guard outside, and many experts were hidden in the dark. As for Granny Kai, her carriage had gone in another direction, in case the Emperor's men found this place. It was a good way to confuse them. The relay station wasn't big, and the room was very simple. "I'm sorry to have to live in such a shabby room, sister." After entering the room, Concubine Jing said to Empress Dowager Zhuang with a faint smile, "I've been living in the nunnery for years and have gotten used to such a simple place. Sister, you've lived a life of luxury for many years, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night. But it's fine. There's still a long way to go from here to the frontier fortress. You can get used to it slowly." Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored her and went to the window. The room was damp and dark, and there was a musty smell in the air. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed open the window, and her eyes fell on a big tree in the yard. Concubine Jing sneered, "I advise you not to try to escape. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your ashes to see Ningen." The Empress Dowager withdrew her gaze from the tree and closed the window, saying coldly, "Just say it if you want to go to the frontier fortress. Don't use Ningen as an excuse. She's your biological daughter after all. That's enough." Concubine Jing's expression changed. She squeezed her handkerchief and smiled. "What do you want to eat, sister? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it." Empress Dowager Zhuang said carelessly, "Spicy chicken, mutton with scallions, and a pot of lotus root and dragon bone soup." Concubine Jing sneered, "I'm afraid we can't eat that. I'll see what the relay station." With that, she turned and left the house. Naturally, she wasn't really going to get food for Empress Dowager Zhuang. She had something to tell her subordinates. "Keep a close eye on her. Don't let her slip away," Grand Concubine Jing ordered the guards. They cupped their fists and replied, "Yes." The old concubine put on her hood to cover her face and walked out of the relay station. Almost at the same time, a large bird flapped its wings and landed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's windowsill. Empress Dowager Zhuang opened the window again and saw little Nine on the windowsill. "Was it you who found Ijia?" It was unknown if it understood Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, but little Nine opened its eyes wide and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. It flapped its wings and opened its beak. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. "You're a baby eagle, not an old hen." Fortunately, the guards didn't care about a hen. Empress Dowager Zhuang carried little Jiao in. Just as she was about to close the window, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed silently outside the window. It was a good thing that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't panic. Otherwise, she would have been scared by this ghost-like guy and thrown little Nine out. The other party was wearing a mask with fangs and looked particularly scary at night. The other party cupped his hands and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang before taking off his mask. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Jiao Jiao's second brother who pretended to be dead." Gu Changfeng was someone who could fish in troubled waters under the nose of the Dragon Shadow Guards. Naturally, he could hide from the eyes of those experts outside. However, if they really found him, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Gu Changfeng gestured to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood and nodded. She moved a chair and stepped on it. Just as she was about to step over the windowsill, the chair scraped and made a sharp noise. Empress Dowager Zhuang hurriedly picked up the teapot on the table and threw it down. The teapot shattered with a bang. She shouted, "Didn't you say you were going to find food? You're still not here after so long. Do you want to starve Ijia to death?" The guards outside the house curled their lips and ignored him. They only listened to Grand Concubine Jing and didn't care about Empress Dowager Zhuang's mood. Gu Changfeng gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. The Empress Dowager was still the best. Little Nine could fly away on his own and didn't burden the Empress Dowager by staying in her arms. Empress Dowager Zhuang climbed onto the windowsill and was caught by Gu Changfeng. With Empress Dowager Zhuang on his back, he used Qinggong and disappeared into the boundless night. When Grand Concubine Jing returned to the relay station, the guards on duty all made way for her. "She didn't cause any trouble, did she?" Grand Concubine Jing asked mildly. One of the guards said, in reply to Master, "She got angry and smashed a teapot." She said that Master wanted to starve her to death and wouldn't find food for her. These words sounded normal to the guards, but they sounded strange to Grand Concubine Jing. Gu Jiao took out 2 black fire pearls and threw them at the 3 people. With 2 loud crackling sounds, the 3 people were stunned by the explosion. Let's go. Gu Jiao took Gu Chengfeng and ran into the forest not far away. Little Nine also flapped its wings and flew into the forest. Gu Chengfeng was still in the mood to chat with Gu Jiao while running away. What kind of hidden weapon is that? Why is it so loud? It's like a firecracker. But I didn't see you light it. Gu Jiao said, it's not a firecracker. I'll explain later. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Chengfeng didn't use his qinggong to bully others. But men were naturally more curious in this aspect. He was scratching his heart and lungs. He couldn't wait to know what that thing was right now. They're chasing us, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng said, no way, your hearing is so good. He didn't hear anything. The ones chasing them weren't the 3 from before. It should be another group of assassins. Gu Jiao pulled on his sleeve. Find a place to hide. Gu Chengfeng said, there's no cave here. How can we hide? Gu Jiao raised her head. Up the tree. When she said this, she was still in a running posture. But almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she took off her belt and threw it on the tree trunk. The other end of the belt hung down. She grabbed the 2 ends of the belt and rushed up the tree. Gu Chengfeng closed his eyes. Is it really okay for a girl to take off her belt in front of a man? He tiptoed and used his qinggong to climb up the tree. Little Nine also landed on the tree. The 2 held their breath at the same time. In the silent forest, only the sound of Empress Dowager Zhuang's snoring could be heard. Her snoring wasn't loud, but people who practiced martial arts would definitely be able to hear it. Gu Chengfeng broke out in cold sweat. What should we do? Should we wake the Empress Dowager? If you want to wake her, wake her. I won't wake her. Gu Jiao whispered to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was on Gu Chengfeng's back. Great aunt, if you snore again, I'll cut off your candied fruit. The sound of the sleeping Empress Dowager Zhuang was silenced in a second. Gu Chengfeng, is this okay? Chapter 398. The other group of assassins had more people. Gu Jiao counted a total of 6 people, each of them exuding a very strong aura, and Gu Jiao vaguely felt that they were familiar. The 3 people and 1 bird hid in the leafy branches. Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng held their breaths. Gu Jiao used her hand to cover her gray tant's nose. She didn't cover it to death, but it could block out most of the sound. Little Nine saw that Gu Jiao was covering her nose, and its bird eyes turned. It spread its wings and covered its bird head too. Gu Chengfeng on the side. No, you're a bird. Why are you covering yourself? The group of people didn't know that Gu Jiao and the others were in the tree. They only thought that they had gone forward again, so they used their qinggong to chase after them. After making sure that they were far away, Gu Chengfeng said, what do we do now? The carriage was gone, and the horses had run away. They couldn't possibly walk back to the capital on foot, could they? There was some distance between here and the capital, and it would take a few hours even if they rode at full speed. If they really walked back, their legs would break. Let's wait for dawn first, Gu Jiao said. Although it was easy to hide on the road at night, it was easy to arouse suspicion if they suddenly appeared in the night. The slightest movement would be invisibly magnified. There were more people on the road during the day, and it was harder to be discovered if they blended in with the crowd. Just sit in the tree and wait? Gu Chengfeng asked. While the 2 were talking, a poisonous snake slowly approached them with its tongue sticking out. The poisonous snake was closest to Gu Jiao. Just as it opened its mouth with sharp teeth to bite Gu Jiao's neck, Little Nine swatted it away with 1 wing. It was obviously unrealistic to stay in the tree for a night. Not to mention the poisonous snakes and insects, it would be bad if they accidentally fell down from the tree. There seems to be a cave over there. Gu Jiao looked at the foot of the mountain in the south and said, let's go and take a look. The 3 of them went to the foot of the mountain south of the forest. There was indeed a cave there. Someone has lived here before. Gu Gu Jiao took out a match and looked at the firewood and dried grass on the ground. There are people living in a place like this? Gu Chengfeng pursed his lips. I lived there a long time ago. I'm probably just passing by. Gu Jiao tidied up the cave and rolled the dried grass into a ball. She said to Gu Chengfeng, "Let grate and sit here." The cave was cold and gloomy. It's a bit like the black tortoise tattoo on the dragon shadow guard's face. Although they were all men of sacrifice, they weren't like the dragon shadow guard, who were just tools to kill. They were more like experts in the imperial palace, and were both strategists and scouts. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder she's so good at fighting. So she was a man of sacrifice. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, "The real men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty no longer exist. Strictly speaking, they are the descendants of the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. The previous emperor bought them from the Yin Kingdom to train the Dragon Shadow Guard. The original purpose was to kill the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. Who would have thought that there would be a fish that escaped the net?" Gu Chengfeng opened his mouth. Then, Count Yanjin. The current Count Yanjin was old concubine Jing's nephew. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Do you think anyone is qualified to be a rebel? That idiot Count Yanjin couldn't have been chosen by the henchmen of the previous dynasty." However, old concubine Jing's brother was somewhat unpredictable. Unfortunately, he fell ill and passed away early. Otherwise, who could say for sure that there wouldn't be a second Grand Tutor Zhuang in the capital? Gu Chengfeng was shocked beyond words. If the Empress Dowager hadn't said it herself, who would have thought that a mere old concubine Jing would be involved with such terrible interests? He couldn't believe it. Then is she taking you to the frontier fortress this time because there are remnants of the previous dynasty there? Is she going to meet them? She can't stay in the palace anymore, so she might as well leave. She wants to. Gu Chengfeng firmly held back the word rebellion. It seemed that he shouldn't be asking about the imperial court. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deliberately hide it. For the time being, we can infer that the frontier fortress is a place of suffering. The imperial court doesn't control it strictly. If she wants to raise an army, it's the most suitable place. Gu Chengfeng suddenly heard the inside story that even his grandfather and brother didn't know about. His mood was indescribable. But she's been in contact with the frontier fortress for so many years. Didn't anyone suspect anything? Gu Chengfeng paused. He remembered that Princess Ning and was married to the frontier fortress. He sighed. She's really calculating. Princess Ning, Anne's marriage was premeditated from the beginning. The man who made Princess Ning and fall in love with him at first sight, the man who loved Princess Ning and with his life, was also one of old concubine Jing's chess pieces. How can there be such a cold-blooded person? Princess Ning and is too pitiful. Gu Chengfeng didn't know what to say. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes. Her eyelashes shimmered. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Gu Jiao's leg. Gu Jiao understood. Her eyes turned cold as she said, "They're here." Gu Chengfeng's expression changed. "So fast. Let's go." Gu Jiao helped her grandaunt up. Gu Chengfeng turned around and carried his grandaunt on his back. In order to let him have his hands free, Gu Jiao tied her belt around his grandaunt and him. Gu Chengfeng saw that her posture wasn't right and frowned. "What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao said, "I'll distract them. You take grandaunt away." "No. Even if you want to distract them, it'll be." He wanted to say that he would distract them, but Gu Jiao had already rushed out. In fact, he also understood that this was the best arrangement. He was good at Qinggong and could carry people quickly. Gu Jiao was good at martial arts and could delay them as much as possible. Gu Chengfeng wasn't an indecisive person. If he delayed any longer, no one would be able to leave. He carried his grandaunt on his back and used his Qinggong to disappear into the night in the opposite direction. In the dense forest, Gu Jiao faced off against the group of people. She finally knew where the sense of familiarity came from. These people's moves and killing intent were too similar to the Shadow Dragon Guards. After Grand Concubine Jing obtained the Shadow Dragon Guards, she had them fight with the experts under her command. She also found someone to secretly analyze the Shadow Dragon Guard's martial arts and train them into her own Shadow Dragon Guards. They were naturally a bit lacking compared to the real Shadow Dragon Guards, but they were still much more powerful than ordinary Imperial experts. Gu Jiao's body was quickly injured and blood flowed down her arm. Her goal wasn't to fight with her life. After delaying for so long, this group of people shouldn't be able to catch up to Gu Chengfeng. Gu Jiao used the Blackfire Pearl to blast a path of blood and ran into the depths of the forest. One of the black-clothed men endured the pain and drew his bow, shooting towards Gu Jiao's heart. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over with the swiftness and fierceness of the sky. It grabbed the arrow with its claws. Chapter 399. Gerfalcons have a savage nature. Don't look at how they always look like chickens in Jadewater Lane. Once their nature is released, they will turn back into a real eagle. The black-clothed man did not expect that the arrow he shot out would be caught by an eagle. What was going on? Little Nine threw away the arrow in his claws and charged at the black-clothed man who shot the arrow. He pecked out one of his eyes. The black-clothed man covered his bleeding eye and fell to the ground crying out in pain. Gu Jiao heard the movement behind her, and her steps paused. She did not dare stay for too long as she continued to run forward. She ran from the south side of the forest to the north side of the forest. Finally, she ran out of energy and sat down against a large tree. She gasped for breath. Her body was sticky, but she did not know if it was blood or sweat. She was very thirsty, but she did not have any water on her body. There was no stream nearby, or even if there was, she would not be able to walk. She was completely drained. Little Nine fluttered his wings and landed on Gu Jiao's shoulder. He used his beak to rub against her face. Gu Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you still remember that you are an eagle? It's fine if you look like a chicken, but why are you learning from Little Eight to rub against her face? Did I give you a flexible tail and you're already wagging it? Little Nine's throat made a gurgling sound. It was unknown what he wanted to say, but he flapped his wings and flew away. When he came back, there was an egg in his beak. He gently placed the egg on Gu Jiao's clothes and then flew away. When he came back, there was another egg in his beak. After repeating this several times, there were a total of 8 eggs on Gu Jiao's clothes. It looked like they were not of the same species, so how many nests did this little fellow rob? The birds in the forest probably did not expect to be robbed by a gerfalcon in the middle of the night. Little Nine was a child with a conscience. It only robbed 1 egg in each nest. She could not start a fire here. Or to be exact, Gu Jiao did not have the strength to start a fire. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and she was on the verge of going into shock. Eating raw bird eggs was a trivial matter in her previous life. She wasn't that delicate, nor was she a saint. The law of the jungle was the law of the world. Little Nine probably saw that she had no more strength left and used its beak to peck out a small hole in each of the eggs. Gu Jiao drank all the egg. Little Nine used its wings to sweep the eggshell far away. After that, it jumped into Gu Jiao's embrace and copied Little Eight's actions. It huddled in Gu Jiao's embrace to keep Gu Jiao warm. It was unknown if it was the effect of the egg liquid or Little Nine, but Gu Jiao's body temperature began to slowly rise, and her pale lips gradually regained some color. Coo! Little Nine's throat made a coo sound. It vigilantly raised its head and looked at the other side of the forest. Gu Jiao was stunned. It can't be, they're chasing after me again? She was certain that the group of assassins had been knocked unconscious by her. So was this the third wave? How many assassins did that woman secretly raise? It was a good thing that she had recovered a bit, so she was not just sitting there waiting for death. Little Nine, let's go. Little Nine flew into the sky and opened a path for her. That group of people still chased after them. A total of 8. Good, very good. She had used up her black flame beads. She was going to die here. However, the killing that she had imagined did not happen. Just as those killers rushed towards her, a tall and muscular figure suddenly flashed out from the other side of the forest. He was dressed in black and wore a mask. He held a long sword that shone with a cold light. It was a man with high-level martial arts. As for how high he was, it could be seen from his battle with the 8 assassins. Although he was fighting one against many, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Who is this person that can fight? Those are the dragon shadow guards that concubine Jing carefully trained. They are only one step away from the real dragon shadow guards. Compared to who this person was and why he was helping her, Gu Jiao's focus was clearly a bit off. Gu Jiao would not have any trust in this person just because he was dealing with those assassins. Normally, she would choose to run away in this kind of situation. However, she quickly felt a familiar aura from the other party. Moves, movement, aura. No matter how she looked at it, it was the Dragon Shadow Guards. Gu Jiao had fought with the Dragon Shadow Guards before and had a deep impression of them. She was confident that she would not be mistaken. Moreover, His Majesty knew that she had left the city, but His Majesty was not sure if she was searching in the right direction, so he did not immediately follow her. Could it be that he had followed her again? If it was His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guards, then there was nothing to worry about. He would not hurt her now. Gu Jiao decided to stay and go with him to find Gu Changfeng and her grandaunt. She just didn't know. Would he be able to beat the 8 of them? Reality proved that Gu Jiao was worrying too much. Even if this group of people was only one step away from the Dragon Shadow Guards, that step was as long as a moat. He cleanly took care of the 8 assassins under concubine Jing's command. Gu Jiao inwardly nodded. This fighting strength was worthy of being called the Dragon Shadow Guards. Who would have thought that in the next second, something inconceivable would happen? This Dragon Shadow Guard actually walked towards Gu Jiao with his sword, the kind that was filled with killing intent. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. What was going on? Was he going to kill her as well? The Dragon Shadow Guard raised his sword and slashed at Gu Jiao. Little Nine swooped down and fearlessly crashed into the Dragon Shadow Guard. This was a real Dragon Shadow Guard, so it naturally wouldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, it was the Dragon Shadow Guard that sent it flying with an impatient slap. However, it did interrupt the Dragon Shadow Guard for a moment. In just a moment, a person's fate had been quietly reversed. When the Dragon Shadow Guard once again raised his sword to stab at Gu Jiao, a thin white figure suddenly blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The Dragon Shadow Guard's sword stopped less than an inch above the other party's head. It was a handsome youth with picturesque features and exquisite jade-like features. His gaze was as deep as a lake, and his dark pupils reflected the Dragon Shadow Guard's figure holding his sword. The Dragon Shadow Guard's gaze fell on the youth's face. He raised his hand and pinched the youth's face. It was unknown what he was trying to confirm, or whether he had confirmed it, but in the end, he didn't kill the youth. He also didn't kill the young girl that the youth was protecting with his life. The Dragon Shadow Guard's gaze indifferently left. Gu Jiao was finally able to move. Just now, she had been suppressed by the Dragon Shadow Guard's internal energy and couldn't even make a sound. She suddenly felt that this Dragon Shadow Guard might not be the one she had fought with last time. This one was clearly more powerful. If the first time she met a Dragon Shadow Guard of this level, then she wouldn't even have the chance to take out the Black Fire Pearl. Are you all right? Xiao Lulang supported her. I'm fine. Gu Jiao shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She even spat out some blood. Very good. One day, she would put this Dragon Shadow Guard into a gunny sack. However, Xiao Lulang didn't think that she was fine. She was covered in blood, and her face was pale. Her palms and the back of her hands were covered in dried blood. Gu Jiao really didn't care about these injuries. Compared to injuries, she was more exhausted. After resting for a night, she would be fine. She looked at Xiao Lulang. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Also, what's with that Dragon Shadow Guard? Why did he want to kill me? Is he His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guard? Gu Jiao knew that 3 of the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guards had gone to the frontier fortress, but she did not know that the Emperor only had 4 in total. One of them had fought with her, so she had already eliminated this possibility. Therefore, the Dragon Shadow Guard just now could not be the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard no matter what. Of these 4 questions, Xiao Lulang only answered the last one. It shouldn't be. If it wasn't His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guard, then killing her wasn't too strange. No, it was still strange. She didn't offend him. Gu Jiao looked in the direction that the Dragon Shadow Guard had left in. With this look, She realized that she had unknowingly run back to the vicinity of the official road, and there were a few carriages parked on the official road not too far away. The dragon shadow guard, who had almost killed her and the group of assassins just now, was quietly guarding beside a carriage. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, holding a sword in his arms. Ordinary guards would report to their masters what they saw, but the dragon shadow guard wouldn't. They didn't have their own thoughts and were only tools to kill. Xiao Yolong's throat moved with difficulty. He clenched his fingers, turned his face, and forced himself to look away. Gu Jiao looked in that direction and didn't notice the complicated look that flashed across Xiao Yolong's face. She seemed to understand why the dragon shadow guard had come to wipe them out. He most likely thought they were assassins with bad intentions. But why had he been merciful to Xiao Lulang? He had even pinched Xiao Yolong's face. Wait, did he take a fancy to her husband? The dragon shadow guard was also this perverted? Also, didn't they say that in the entire Zhao country, only His Majesty had dragon shadow guards? Why did he also have one over there? Who was the person in the carriage? Chapter 400. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Although this place was also on the road to the relay station, it was a full 2 kilometers away from the station. Xiao Lulang had come with the emperor. The two had split up after finding out where Empress Dowager Zhuang and old concubine Jing were at the relay station. At the same time that Xiao Lulang found Gu Jiao, the emperor had found Gu Chengfeng and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor had come with 1,000 imperial guards, who had surrounded the entire forest and found old concubine Jing and her assassins. While old concubine Jing's assassins were powerful, they didn't stand much of a chance against an entire army. Moreover, the old Marquis and the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard were also present. The situation was almost one-sided. Old concubine Jing's assassins were all wiped out, and she herself was captured. Old concubine Jing looked at the man sitting on the horse and pointing a spear at her. "Let me go," she choked out. The old Marquis tightened his grip on the spear. The Imperial Guards had gone elsewhere to hunt down old concubine Jing's assassins, so he was the only one here. If he wanted to let her go, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. No one would notice. Old concubine Jing's eyes were filled with tears. "I didn't mean what I said to His Majesty that day." In my heart, the old Marquis's spear stabbed into the soil by her feet. She took a few steps back in shock and looked at the man who had been thinking about her for decades in disbelief. When a man was deep in love, he was as deep as the sea. When he was emotionless, sure he was like the sea, but it was an endless sea of ice. The old Marquis brought old concubine Jing back to the inn. The emperor's expression froze for a moment when he saw that it was Gu Chao who had brought old concubine Jing back. The old Marquis didn't say anything. He only cupped his hands at the emperor before retreating to the forest to clean up the mess. The emperor sat in the best room in the relay station. Although it was called the best room, it wasn't much better than a cottage in the countryside. Old concubine Jing's hands and feet were tied up as she sat quietly in the chair across from the emperor. The dragon shadow guard was by the emperor's side. The emperor had already heard from Empress Dowager Zhuang that there might be remnants of the previous dynasty. He raised his hand towards Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei took the hint and walked up to lift the old concubine's left sleeve, revealing the tattoo of the crimson flame totem. The emperor thought that he would be very shocked, but unexpectedly, his mood was unprecedentedly calm. He even laughed to himself. How disappointed should I be in Mother that I am not even shocked after confirming that Mother is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Old concubine Jing knew that the emperor was no longer the Hong, or who obeyed her every word, so she didn't waste her energy pretending to be wronged in front of him. Seeing her cold face, the emperor sneered and said, "Mother, why aren't you crying? Why didn't you tell me that I had wronged you? Can you explain this tattoo again?" Old concubine Jing chuckled. "Will you believe me if I explain?" So Imperial Mother doesn't even bother to put on an act. The emperor's heart had long stopped hurting for her. He only felt endless sorrow for himself, for his mother, and for Ning and grand concubine Jing snorted coldly. The emperor suppressed his sorrow and anger and asked, "Back then, Ningen married off to the frontier fortress. Was that part of Mother's plan? Was the son-in-law arranged by Mother? Old concubine Jing didn't reply. The emperor gritted his teeth and continued, did Mother send the shadow dragon guard to the frontier fortress to kill Ningen or to start a rebellion? I want to see Zhuang Jin's, old concubine Jing said coldly. The emperor said angrily, you want to harm Mother again? Old concubine Jing said indifferently, if you're worried, just leave the shadow dragon guard there. I won't say a word about your question, but if she were to ask me, I might be willing to answer. The emperor clenched his fists and took a deep breath, saying coldly, Mother really knows how to persuade me. Very well, I'll let you see Mother one last time. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already gone to bed, but being woken up out of the blue annoyed her to death. She went to the next room with a belly full of anger, only to find old concubine Jing and the shadow dragon guard by the emperor's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang found a chair and sat down. She yawned and said impatiently, What's the matter this time? Don't bring up those old stories of yours to Aijia again. Aijia doesn't have the patience to listen. Old concubine Jing said, It's not old affairs. It's something I haven't told you before. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, I'm not interested in your affairs. Old concubine Jing said, It's your affairs. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, I'm not interested in my affairs either. Old concubine Jing smiled. I'll say it even if I'm not interested. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to catch up with you after tonight. Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. If you have something to say it quickly. Old concubine Jing was in a good mood, because what she was about to say would make this woman suffer for the rest of her life. She smiled. Did the late emperor know that you were like this? If he did, you would have fallen out of favor long ago, right? You're really good at pretending. Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and left. She really didn't have the patience to listen to her making green tea here. Old concubine Jing said, That child of yours. Empress Dowager Zhuang paused. Old concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang proudly. Do you want to know where that child went? Empress Dowager Zhuang turned to look at her and frowned. What child? Old concubine Jing laughed. It's your own flesh and blood. Do you really think you gave birth to a stillborn child? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her in confusion. Old concubine Jing laughed crazily, her shoulders shaking. I knew you'd be shocked. Do you always think you're smart? But you don't know that you've been kept in the dark by the late emperor. Do you want to know where your own flesh and blood went? The late emperor told you about these things? What? You don't believe it? Well, anyone who's been kept in the dark for so many years would resist the truth. I wanted to tell you in the carriage, but you wouldn't let me. So I'll be merciful tonight and tell you one more time. Your child isn't dead. Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. In the end, she just sighed. Why don't you ask me who and where the child is? Empress Dowager Zhuang hesitated for the second time. Old concubine Jing didn't see any sadness on her face, but she wasn't surprised. This woman had always been so strong in front of others and never showed any weakness. Old concubine Jing stared straight at her and said with a smile, It's His Majesty. That child is His Majesty. His Majesty is my flesh and blood. The late emperor saw through your ambition and didn't let you get pregnant. But who knew you were so capable that you still got pregnant? As a last resort, His Majesty decided to take his sister's child away. Coincidentally, that palace maid was pregnant around the same time as his sister, so His Majesty thought of a trick to steal the dragon and switch the phoenix. But you got pregnant 3 days early, and the child didn't come out. So His Majesty claimed that you gave birth to a stillborn child. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Concubine Jing, don't you think there are many loopholes in your words? If I gave birth to a living baby and gave it to that palace maid, then where did that palace maid's child go? Old concubine Jing smiled. His Majesty raised it among the common people. Empress Dowager Zhuang laughed. Concubine Jing, oh concubine Jing, why are you so pitiful? You believe this kind of nonsense. Did you believe that man when he said he was a woman? Old concubine Jing was furious. Zhuang Jin's. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head in amusement. You really have deep feelings for the previous emperor. No matter how I scolded you, you didn't respond. But I just ridiculed the previous emperor, and you flew into a rage. Let me guess, after you entered the palace, you thought about giving up the great cause of restoring the country for the previous emperor, right? Unfortunately, the late emperor didn't have you in his heart and wanted to drag you down with him. Oh, I forgot to mention that even if he was to be buried with you, he could only be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The late emperor only wanted to hold my hand and cross the bridge of helplessness. Have you gone mad with jealousy? Old concubine Jing's eyes started to look like she was possessed, and her body started to tremble. Let me tell you what is going on. The late emperor left behind an imperial edict, but he wasn't sure if this imperial edict could be successfully announced to the world. After all, I was too ambitious. Ever since I regained control of the country, I was gradually out of his control. He was worried that I would find the edict and destroy it. If that day really came, the empire of the Qin clan would be in my hands for a long time. The late emperor only told you this because he wanted to use you to restrain me in the future. Didn't he also tell you not to tell him about Hong Er's background? I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Hong Er single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Hong Er is you. I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Hong Er single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Hong Er is you. Empress Dowager Zhuang's words perfectly overlapped with the voice in old concubine Jing's head. Old concubine Jing's body shook violently. Empress Dowager Zhuang then imitated the late emperor's tone. But Hong Er is too close to his mother. I'm worried that he will give up the empire. You must persuade him when necessary. The blood drained from old concubine Jing's face. How could this be? How could this be? Old concubine Jing panicked. You eavesdropped on our conversation. Empress Dowager Zhuang chuckled. Would I need to eavesdrop? I didn't think of this man as my husband since the second year I entered the palace. She only thought of him as a monarch who needed to analyze all his characteristics so that she could avoid all the risks in the harem. It's just that the late emperor didn't expect you to be such a bad person. I didn't steal the imperial edict, but you did. The late emperor was smart all his life, but stupid this time. It was because you believed the late emperor's words that you thought we were mother and son that you were so scared that you wanted to drug him. Not only did you use white medicine, but you also used black medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at old concubine Jing sympathetically. Really? You were so pitiful. Old concubine Jing trembled all over. No, impossible, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and walked outside. She suddenly stopped at the door and looked at the boundless night sky. Also, the late emperor didn't distance himself from me because I gave birth to a stillborn child. It was I who said to him, "Go, I don't want to see you again in this life." Concubine Jing, it was I who didn't want him. The last bit of hope in old concubine Jing's heart completely collapsed. Chapter 401. Impossible. How dare you? Zhuang Jin's, how dare you? Behind her, concubine Jing screamed at the top of her lungs, accompanied by the sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground. However, with the dragon shadow guards around, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't worried that concubine Jing would rush up. Empress Dowager Zhuang left the room without looking back. The emperor stood at the door, dumbfounded. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping the entire time and had heard every single word of it. Concubine Jing had revealed a lot of inside information, but he only focused on the last one. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang and nervously grabbed the hem of his clothes. He said with some awkwardness and excitement, I'm Imperial Mother's biological son, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. Didn't I say no? Her voice was quite loud. The emperor poked his head out and looked in concubine Jing's direction. He gave Empress Dowager Zhuang an understanding look. Then, he followed Empress Dowager Zhuang into the next room. Why did you follow us in? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked bluntly. The emperor chuckled. I know Imperial Mother said it on purpose for concubine Jing to hear. I'm Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. Why didn't this person listen? She didn't recognize her own child, did she? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced below the emperor's waist. I gave birth to a child without a handle. The emperor clamped his legs together with an aggrieved expression. Just when Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that her silly son understood her meaning and finally stopped being stupid, the emperor unexpectedly said, Xiao, Hong, Hong, I don't care. Xiao, Hong, Hong, is Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who couldn't bear to look at him, was speechless. Could she refuse with her ugly face? On the other side of the room, the old duke and Gu Chengfeng were staring at each other. Gu Chengfeng stood in the middle of the room with his head drooping like a little quail caught in the act. The old marquis sat boldly on the chair and looked at Gu Chengfeng with a complicated expression. Why are you here? This story started from Gu Jiao's encounter with the emperor. The chance for him and Empress Dowager Zhuang to escape was exchanged with Gu Jiao's life. He ran forward recklessly and even lost his mask. Therefore, when he met the emperor and old duke, he was recognized by old duke at a glance. The only fortunate thing was that he did not fight with anyone at that time, and only used a little qinggong. Gu Chengfeng stuttered. I was in Jade Water Alley at that time. The emperor came to Jade Water Alley to find the Empress Dowager. I heard it in the study. I was worried about the Empress Dowager's safety, so I came out to look for her. I also wanted to do something to help. An ignorant and incompetent little dandy actually wanted to contribute his meager strength to the Empress Dowager. No matter how one looked at it, there was a trace of strangeness in these words. The old marquis asked again, "The guards let you out just like that?" Gu Chengfeng's expression did not change as he said, "I took out the token of Marquis Ding and Fu and said I was your grandson. They then let me go." The old marquis was half believing and half doubtful. But compared to how he left the city, the old marquis was more concerned about how he knew the Empress Dowager and how he knew martial arts. Gu Chengfeng did not know if his grandfather knew that the Empress Dowager Zhuang had wandered among the common people. After all, the Empress Dowager Zhuang had always announced that she had been recuperating in the temporary imperial residence for the past year. He was worried that he had said something he should not have said, so he said, "What is there to not recognize? It's not like I have never entered the palace. When I went to visit Imperial concubine Shu, I saw the Empress Dowager from afar. I even saw her a few times, and once, I accidentally got lost. It was the Empress Dowager who had someone lead the way for me. I never said this to you. I know that you don't like the Empress Dowager." The first few sentences were thought out on the way back. The Empress Dowager giving him directions was something he had made up on the spot. This perfectly explained why he came out to find the Empress Dowager. It was because the Empress Dowager had helped him. He was returning the favor. Wow, how did I suddenly become so smart? As expected of me. As for martial arts, Sai, how could I know any martial arts? It's just a bit of qinggong. I secretly learned it from Big Brother. The logic was perfect. He was too good at it. But where did this ability to make up stories come from? It was inexplicably familiar. The old marquis still found it strange, but he could not find any fault with it. He could not ask the Empress Dowager for confirmation. The Empress Dowager was too lazy to even pay attention to the emperor, let alone him. Sneaking out of the residence in the middle of the night was punishable. Since Gu Chengfeng had saved the Empress Dowager's life, the old marquis let him take the carriage back. Then the old marquis went to report to the emperor and repeated Gu Chengfeng's story. He was probably worried that the emperor would be suspicious about why their child was hiding his abilities and whether he was secretly plotting something. After all, the old marquis clearly felt that the emperor did not trust him as much as before after what happened with the old concubine Jing. The emperor was still immersed in the great joy of knowing that he might be his mother's biological son, and had no time to doubt this and that. He praised Gu Chengfeng and praised the old marquis for teaching him well. There was no need for any proof that the old concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Moreover, she had stolen the previous emperor's imperial edict and murdered the Empress Dowager. Her crimes were grave and unforgivable. If the old concubine Jing really did take Empress Dowager Zhuang to the frontier, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Empress Dowager's life would be in danger, the imperial family would lose face, and the morale of the soldiers would plummet. The Zhao state would be plunged into unprecedented turmoil. This time, the emperor did not show any mercy. He came to the room where the old concubine Jing was being held. Old concubine Jing had stopped struggling. She was like a soulless shell, slumped on the chair with a dull expression. The emperor's gaze swept over her wrist, which had been badly bruised from the friction of the rope. He did not say anything and had eunuch Wei bring the things in. The old concubine Jing seemed to have finally come back to her senses. She turned around with tears still on her face and said in a hoarse voice, "Hong-er," the emperor said in disgust. "Don't call me Hong-er. You don't deserve it." The old concubine Jing laughed self-deprecatingly and looked at the emperor. "Hong-er, you're only so disgusted with me because you've been drugged. When the effects of the drug wear off, you'll know that in your heart, I'm 100 times, no, 1,000 times more important than that woman Zhuang Jin's." The emperor's gaze was as cold as the winter wind. "You're wrong. Whether or not the drug is effective, I won't believe you again, much less treat you as my real mother. Is that so?" The old concubine Jing laughed and revealed an innocent yet bewitched expression. "Then what are you doing here? Are you trying to get information out of me? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't say anything." The emperor knew that she would react this way. The descendant of a death warrior of the previous dynasty had the temperament of a death warrior after all. He didn't expect to pry information out of her. "I'm here to send you off." The old concubine Jing's body stiffened slightly. Eunuch Wei walked forward with a tray, on which was a bottle of poison and a piece of white silk. The old concubine Jing finally couldn't laugh anymore. "You're really so heartless. You and your father are both so heartless. You, she didn't cry, but big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. The emperor didn't show any mercy. "Mother and son, this is the last bit of dignity I'm giving you." "Dignity? You killed your own mother. What dignity are you talking about?" The old concubine Jing scolded and laughed crazily. "As expected of your father's son, you'll get your retribution. You'll get your retribution." The emperor wasn't going to be swayed by a few curses. "I'm the son of heaven. I was born according to the heavenly law." The old concubine Jing interrupted him. "Son of heaven? Ha ha ha. Have you forgotten how you got your throne?" The emperor pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Mother helped me plan it, so I have to thank her. From now on, I won't make her unhappy again." With that, he turned and left the room, not giving the old concubine another look. Something big happened in the capital in August. The old concubine Jing passed away. Because she was still the abbess Jing, and it was more accurate to say that she had passed away. The abbess Jing and had always pretended to be frail to the outside world. For this reason, consort Rue Wang brought a doctor from the magical hand hall to treat her twice. The emperor also took her back to the palace to recuperate. It had to be said that her sickly persona had helped a lot. Almost no one suspected that there was something fishy about her death. When they heard the news, everyone thought, "Sigh, with such a weak body, she really couldn't make it past this year." However, it wasn't as if there were no mysteries. For example, everyone thought that the emperor would restore the abbess Jing and status as the old concubine and give her the posthumous title of Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the emperor didn't do that. She was the abbess Jing, and all the way until she was buried. When the news reached Jadewater Alley, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and Gu Chengfeng were all there. "His Majesty, really?" Gu Chengfeng was shocked. As one of the insiders that night, he naturally knew that the old concubine Jing's death had other reasons. However, he hadn't expected the emperor to really go to this extent. Sympathy? The answer was no. That old witch had done all kinds of evil and harmed the imperial harem for many years. She had caused the Empress Dowager and the emperor to turn against each other and almost die at each other's hands. Not to mention the innocent Princess Ning'an. As long as she wasn't eliminated, she would always be a huge, hidden danger to the court. Empress Xiao was in charge of the old concubine Jing's funeral. The emperor didn't even show his face. The emperor decided to send someone to the frontier fortress. He had originally planned to send Gu Chongqing. After all, Gu Chongqing held a position in the military and was someone who could be sent out openly. However, Gu Chongqing hadn't returned from the capital and the matter couldn't be delayed. The emperor thought for a moment and summoned Tang Yueshan and the old marquis to the palace. He handed the token that could mobilize the Shadow Dragon Guards to the old marquis and said seriously, "I'm entrusting this token to you in the hope that you can do 3 things for me. First, recall the Shadow Dragon Guards. Second, investigate the situation at the frontier. Third, bring Princess Ning and back safely." The old marquis hadn't expected the emperor to give him such an important task. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and said, I accept the decree." The emperor then looked at Tang Yueshan. "I don't need to say more about your task, do I?" Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and saluted. "I hereby swear that I won't return to the court until I've killed all the henchmen of the previous dynasty." Chapter 402. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Thus, Tang Yueshan and the old marquis were set to go to the border together. One of them belonged to Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, while the other was the emperor's confidant. They used to be at odds with each other, but after being tricked by Empress Dowager Zhuang, Tang Yueshan's hatred was absorbed by the mastermind behind the scenes. Empress Dowager Zhuang told Tang Yueshan that the mastermind was old concubine Jing. Although old concubine Jing was dead, she had accomplices, the remnants of the previous dynasty, hiding in the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was going to do his best to kill the enemy this time. The old marquis had no objection to this arrangement. He and Tang Yueshan worked in the dark and in the light. They had a clear division of labor and didn't interfere with each other. Eliminating the rebels and rescuing Ning were urgent matters. The emperor hoped that the two would leave as soon as possible. After leaving the palace, the old marquis took a carriage back to his residence. He stopped the carriage when they passed by Qinghe Academy. Unfortunately, school was over, and Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun had already gone to learn martial arts from Madame Nan and Master Liu. "Forget it. Let's go home." The old marquis waved his hand and paused. He thought of something and said, "Wait, let's go to Taihao Martial Arts School." There were a lot of pedestrians on the road, and it was a bit congested. It took the coachman some effort to get the carriage to Taihao Martial Arts School. "Master, we've arrived," said the coachman. The old marquis got out of the carriage. He was here to see little brother Gu. He was about to leave the capital and wanted to say goodbye to him. However, he found out that little brother Gu hadn't come to the school for many days after asking the people inside. Wasn't he fighting well? Why didn't he come? The old marquis muttered. The attendant said, To be honest, I saw him with someone called Old Ho that day. That Old Ho is a shopkeeper of the underground martial arts arena. He always comes here to look for experts and poached many of them. Even the dojo master was furious because of him. However, we can't afford to offend the underground martial arts arena, so we can only let him be." The old marquis frowned. Underground martial arts arena? Today was Gu Jiao's 10th match. She made a beautiful comeback and knocked her opponent off the stage, winning the duel. This young man in green who wore a mask and held a blinding spear had completely made a name for himself in the underground martial arts arena. It was hard to tell if it was because her movements were too flashy or because her red tasseled spear was too ugly. In short, everyone despised her at the beginning. Next time you encounter such a situation, do this. The two ate for a full 4 hours. It was mainly the old marquis who taught Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao might have been irritated listening to him, but she listened with great interest. The old marquis felt that he could teach her a little more. Unfortunately, it was getting late. Little brother Gu should go back. He should also prepare to leave the capital. The old marquis didn't let his brother pay for the meal. He went downstairs to settle the bill. As long as the old man wasn't her grandfather, he was quite cute. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took the small token from her waist and handed it to him. The old marquis was puzzled. "What are you doing?" He was asking what she was going to do, not what she was going to do. Obviously, he recognized this token. Gu Jiao didn't think too much. She picked up the small notebook beside her and wrote, "My first master's token. For you." The old marquis asked, "You're willing to give such a precious thing to me?" One could only get this token after winning 10 matches. Moreover, it was the first master's token in his life. The old marquis knew how important this token was to him. The old marquis thought too much. Gu Jiao felt that she was about to get the second-rank master's token, so this one. It didn't matter if she gave it away. The main thing was that she was reluctant to spend money to buy a gift for him to send him off. The old marquis saw that she was sincere in giving it to him, but was it not sincere? She didn't need to spend money, so the old marquis accepted it readily. "It's getting late. Let's go back." He stood up with a smile. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something and wrote in the notebook. "Oh right, last time you." She crossed it out and wrote again. "Last time. Your friend said that he was going to elope with the girl he liked. Why didn't he say anything else?" This was something the old marquis took the initiative to mention to her, so it wasn't considered as invading his privacy. The old marquis' body stiffened slightly. In a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see, his hands clenched the armrests of the chair. "I'm not eloping." "Why?" Gu Jiao wrote. The old marquis opened his mouth and looked out of the window. He said bitterly, "She's gone." Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao didn't ask any more questions. Gu Jiao didn't take the carriage today. The old marquis wanted to send her, so she couldn't expose her residence. She shook her head and refused, saying that she had other things to do. The old marquis saw that Gu Jiao didn't seem to be someone who didn't know how to behave. After a few words of advice, he got into the carriage and left. In early August, Tang Yueshan was ordered to go to the frontier fortress. Nominally, he was there as an imperial envoy to grant Princess Ning, and the title of Princess Ning, and of the first rank, and her husband the title of Marquis of the first rank. His Majesty also asked Tang Yueshan to bring a lot of rewards and supplies for the frontier fortress during the winter. In fact, the rewards and supplies were secondary. The troops escorting them were the most important. The old marquis, on the other hand, had concealed his identity and mingled with the group as Tang Yu's personal aide. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Jiao went to the underground Kung Fu arena again. She was now a first-class master and could fight with people 2 levels higher than her. She didn't know if she should say that she was lucky today. Her first opponent was a 3rd-level Turkic machete man. The Turkic people were very strong physically. As soon as he entered the arena, Gu Jiao felt an unusual pressure. Sure enough, the higher the level, the stronger the masters she would meet. Gu Jiao tested the opponent's strength with her first punch. She was forced to retreat a few steps and accidentally bit the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao smiled. Interesting. Then Gu Jiao planned to use her real move. However, before she could make a move, a black figure jumped into the arena like a ghost. No one saw what happened, and the Turkic machete man was kicked away. The Turkic machete man fell into the crowd and fell to the ground. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Who's making trouble? The judge who rang the gong rushed forward and wanted to kick the black-clothed man down. However, the black-clothed man grabbed him by the neck and raised him high. The masters in the Kung Fu arena saw that something was wrong and rushed to kill the black-clothed man. Gu Jiao was surprised. Wasn't this the dragon shadow guard she met in the forest that night when she saved her grandaunt? The one who was more powerful than the Emperor's dragon shadow guard? Why was he here? And he kicked his opponent off the arena? He couldn't have thought that she was being bullied, right? Gu Jiao felt that this guess was absurd. After all, they were neither relatives nor friends. It was impossible for him to help her. But no matter what, he didn't try to kill her like last time. Gu Jiao walked to his side. After hesitating for a moment, she patted his wrist lightly, indicating for him to put the person down. He looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at the judge who was about to be strangled to death. He actually let him go. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote down the reason why he was here. However, he didn't say anything. Was he illiterate? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and looked at him. Just as she was thinking of how to communicate with him, he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao. Were all dragon shadow guards so willful? Gu Jiao apologized to the judge and promised to bear the medical expenses for the Turkic machete man. She just needed to send him to the Miracle Hall. Then, she jumped off the arena and followed the Dragon Shadow Guard. The Dragon Shadow Guard came to the Yin Country pharmacist house and stood there motionlessly. Why was he standing there? Was his master inside? His master was the Yin Country pharmacist? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and then bravely walked in front of the Dragon Shadow Guard. The Dragon Shadow Guard didn't chase away Gu Jiao. It was as if to him, Gu Jiao was just a mass of air, or something that could exist by his side. Gu Jiao wanted to see who his master was. If the Dragon Shadow Guard wasn't exclusive to the Zhao country's royal family, then didn't that mean that she could also buy a Dragon Shadow Guard through some channels? Gu Jiao thought this and raised her hand to knock on the door. However, the Dragon Shadow Guard blocked her with the hilt of his sword. She couldn't knock? She couldn't disturb the master inside? It seemed that his master had given him an order that no one was allowed to disturb him. Then she would just wait. Gu Jiao squatted outside the door and stood guard. It was literally squatting. She was bored to death and even took out a charcoal pencil to draw circles on the ground. As she drew, she used too much strength and broke the charcoal pencil. A section of the charcoal pencil bounced up and hit the Dragon Shadow Guard's mask with a paw. Don't look at it as just a mask. It was the same as hitting the face. Wait, a mask? Gu Jiao touched her face. Her mask was still there. That day in the forest, she didn't wear a mask. Today, she wore it. That day, she wore black night clothes. Today, she wore black clothes. She was already dressed like this. How did the Dragon Shadow Guard recognize her? Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at the Dragon Shadow Guard. Do you have a special way of recognizing people? The Dragon Shadow Guard's mask was hit, and he paused for a moment. The way he looked at Gu Jiao changed for a moment. He also touched the mask like Gu Jiao. It's over. He wouldn't be angry, right? He wouldn't want to kill me, right? It was no wonder that Gu Jiao was so paranoid. The Dragon Shadow Guard in front of her had an unstable temperament. The first time he saw her in the forest, he almost killed her. He even pinched her husband's face. Gu Jiao couldn't beat him. Even if she ran, it seemed that it was too late. Just as Gu Jiao's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of how to escape, the door behind her opened with a creak. Chapter 403. Gu Jiao subconsciously turned her head. She saw a woman wearing a light green cloak walk out. Her clothes were gorgeous. It wasn't the ostentatious kind of beauty, but a beauty that was low-key and luxurious. She wore a plain white veil on her face. Her nose was high and a pair of eyes covered by the cloak were calm and calm. She looked very young. There were almost no wrinkles on her eyes, but the noble and elegant temperament that she exuded seemed to have been settled by the years. It made Gu Jiao feel that she might be a few years older than Yao Shi. A sentence flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. Time never defeats beauty. However, Gu Jiao's goal was not the beauty in the room. Gu Jiao didn't forget that she came to find the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist to ask how to buy the Dragon Shadow Guard. She clapped her hands, stood up, and walked inside. She didn't look at the beauty again, and the other party didn't pay attention to the Jianghu kid squatting at the door. She took the pill she had bought from the store, pulled the hood of her cloak, and calmly walked in the direction of the door. The Dragon Shadow Guard followed. Oh! Gu Jiao was about to step into the room when she retracted her foot. She turned around and looked at the Dragon Shadow Guard who left with the woman. A big question mark lit up above her head. The Dragon Shadow Guard wasn't one of the Yin Kingdom's pharmacists. It was this madam's? Who was she? Why was there a Dragon Shadow Guard? The reason why she was more willing to guess that the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist could buy the Dragon Shadow Guard was because the Dragon Shadow Guard originated from the Yin Kingdom. The person who trained the Dragon Shadow Guard also came from the Yin Kingdom. They were all people of the Yin Kingdom. The possibility of the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist was obviously higher. Then what was the deal with this madam? Gu Jiao was confused. She planned to follow him to take a look, but unexpectedly, Old He came over. Old He had come to look for Gu Jiao after hearing Judge Wu's complaint. When he saw Gu Jiao, he let out a long sigh of relief and walked over worriedly. He grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and pulled her 10 steps away. Aya, young Master Gu, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to go near those houses with gourds hanging on them? Do you know who was in that room just now? If you offend him, I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She was still looking at the woman who had walked out. Uncle Ho thought that Gu Jiao had listened to him and was reflecting on herself. He continued, and what happened in the ring just now? Who was that man? Why did he suddenly interrupt the duel? Do you know that if it wasn't for me today, the people in the martial arts field would have finished you two off on the spot? Gu Jiao still didn't say anything. Uncle Ho frowned and pinched her arm. Did you hear what I said? I heard you. Gu Jiao said. Aya, you can talk. Uncle Ho was so shocked that his body shook. He took a few steps back and fell on his butt. No, you are a girl? As he said that, he raised his hand that had grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and pinched Gu Jiao's arm. He suddenly felt that he had done something unforgivable. Uncle Ho wasn't a good person by nature. He had all the 5 poisons, but he still couldn't do it to such a young girl. Gu Jiao was 15 years old, but wearing men's clothes would make her look younger. She looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Gu Jiao didn't intend to continue hiding her voice from Uncle Ho. As the business of harvesting leeks expanded, she would have more and more contact with Uncle Ho. She was annoyed by always writing. Uncle Ho originally came to find Gu Jiao to denounce her, but after being provoked by Gu Jiao, he forgot all the words he was about to say. Gu Jiao asked, have the 2 chives come over in the past few days? Uncle Ho was stunned. What? Leeks? Gu Jiao cleared her throat. Young Master Chu and young Master Xiao. The corner of Uncle Ho's mouth twitched. Was it really okay to give them such a green nickname? Uncle Ho refused to answer her question. They have been here. Damn, his mouth was too honest. Gu Jiao asked again, how many times have they been here? Uncle Ho glanced at Gu Jiao. Thinking that she was a delicate little girl, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Young Master Chu has been here 3 times. Young Master Xiao has been here 11 times. Even someone as calm as Gu Jiao was shocked by the Crown Prince's actions. Was he so free? Or did he really want to see her that much? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, you go and tell them that I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Uncle Ho was stunned. Both of them? Gu Jiao's lips curved. The highest bidder wins. Uncle Ho, young people didn't care about martial ethics. In the end, Uncle Ho still went. In any case, he wasn't running errands for nothing. There was money to be earned. After Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena, she went to the restaurant where she had sent the old marquis off. She had accidentally discovered that the crispy duck in the restaurant was very good. She planned to buy 2 for her family to bring back. Young master, the duck will be ready in a while. Please wait for a moment, the waiter said with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded and found a place to sit in the corner of the lobby. She couldn't help but think of the Dragon Shadow Guard she had seen in the underground martial arts arena and the madam who had been escorted by the Dragon Shadow Guard. Who exactly was she? Why was there such a powerful Dragon Shadow Guard? As she was thinking, Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a figure at the end of the corridor. If it wasn't the madam, who else could it be? The madam walked towards Gu Jiao and entered a side room behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao deliberately lowered her presence. She waited until the madam had passed before standing up and walking towards the side room. The door to the side room was closed, and there was a soft conversation coming from inside. I just want to see the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist. These words were obviously from the madam. Her voice was gentle and healing, which complemented her noble temperament. We were lucky. He just happened to have 1 last bottle left today. He said it would be effective for your symptoms. You should eat it first. You? Who was this madam talking to? Her tone was so respectful. Her identity was already extraordinary. Those who could be addressed as you were either elders or had a rich and noble status. She didn't know who it was. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and came to the window. She planned to poke a small hole in the window paper to take a look. Just as she raised her little index finger, before she could poke it in, a tall figure enveloped her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her waist and lifted her up. That's right, it was a clip. In the past, only Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Chengfeng would clip little Jing Kong. She didn't expect that one day, Gu Jiao would also be caught. She was clamped by the dragon shadow guard's arms around her waist. Her hands and feet fluttered. Before she could make a splash, she was brought behind a big tree in the backyard. He put Gu Jiao down. Gu Jiao looked at him warily. Her little Ahogue stood up. What was he going to do? Was he going to take revenge for his face being slapped? The dragon shadow guard raised his hand and reached for Gu Jiao, pressing down on her little Ahogue. Gu Jiao, the dragon shadow guard, withdrew his hand. The little Ahogue that was pressed down stood up again. The dragon shadow guard pressed it back down again. It stood up again. The dragon shadow guard's eyes turned cold. A powerful internal force overflowed from his fingertips. With the irresistible power of the red flame, it flattened the unyielding little Ahogue. He seemed to be comfortable. Gu Jiao, forget it. As long as he wasn't here to take revenge on her, she would accompany him. The dragon shadow guard took out a charcoal pencil from his arms and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She looked at the charcoal pencil in her palm and then at the dragon shadow guard. Why are you giving me this? I just broke one. So you gave me a new one? Then, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt that he was unhappy. It's not for me? Then, Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then squatted down tentatively and drew a circle on the ground. The dragon shadow guard was happy. Gu Jiao was quite confused. After all this time, he just wanted to see her draw a circle. In the next second, Gu Jiao knew that she was wrong again, because the dragon shadow guard was unhappy again. Gu Jiao scratched her head. She used force with her other hand and accidentally broke the charcoal pencil. The dragon shadow guard was happy again. Oh, you want me to break the charcoal pencil? That's easy. You can break as many as you want. Gu Jiao grabbed the remaining charcoal pencil in a mighty and domineering manner and smashed it into pieces. Then, she saw that the dragon shadow guard's eyes had turned into ice. The dragon shadow guard patiently handed another charcoal pencil to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recalled for a moment. Until she broke this step, there was nothing wrong. But the steps after that were not what he wanted. Was it because she didn't break it beautifully enough? Or was it because she didn't break it elegantly enough? I didn't slap your face, right? Wait, slap your face. Gu Jiao boldly glanced at the dragon shadow guard and flicked the charcoal pencil in her hand on the ground. With a crack, the charcoal pencil broke. The other part of the broken pencil splattered on the dragon shadow guard's mask due to the angle and strength, making a crisp sound. Gu Jiao looked at him in panic. In the next second, the dragon shadow guard gave Gu Jiao a piece of candy. Gu Jiao initially thought that he was going to kill her. Later on, he didn't kill her and just let her brush. What was so difficult about that? Compared to losing her life, Gu Jiao felt that it was more satisfying to be able to brush while saving candy for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao proudly shook her head. However, not long after, Gu Jiao couldn't be proud anymore. Every time she thought that she was about to finish brushing, the dragon shadow guard would be able to produce a new pack of charcoal pencil as if he was performing a trick. Then, he would look at her expressionlessly, as if full of anticipation. Gu Jiao tried to escape. Whoosh! She was caught. Whoosh! She was caught again. In the end, Gu Jiao was forced to brush the charcoal pencil for an entire afternoon. Claw Claw was about to be crippled. Sob, she felt so wronged. Chapter 404. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Longy. It was only when someone called him that the dragon shadow guard finally let Gu Jiao go. Gu Jiao did not dare to stay a moment longer and ran away. When Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley, Xiao Luleng also returned home from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to the well and drew a basin of water to wash his brush. Gu Jiao slowly walked over. God knows how afraid she was that Shadow Dragon Guard would catch up with her. She used all the strength she had when she stole firearms and fled in her previous life. She sat on a small stool opposite of Xiao Luleng and gasped for breath. Xiao Lulang looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "No," Gu Jiao said as if she had nothing to live for. "I just played with charcoal for the whole afternoon." Xiao Lulang did not find it strange that she was a woman dressed as a man. She always wore Gu Yan's clothes when she went out. Later, Yao Shi directly made a few sets for her. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's dark little hands. He just thought that she wanted to play with little Jingkong and did not suspect anything. However, his expression became absent-minded for a moment, as if he remembered something from a long time ago. Gu Jiao noticed that Xiao Lulang was in a daze. She leaned forward slightly and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and took another basin of water for her to wash her hands. "Nothing." He lowered his eyes and said, "I also played when I was young, but I didn't really play. I was caught and ravaged." Gu Jiao secretly swore that her small sack would come in handy one day. Hiss! Her hands were so sore. The next day, after the family had breakfast, someone to school, and someone to work, Gu Jiao happened to have a house call in the morning. It was a patient who had a sutured wound a few days ago. She went to remove the suture, and it was on the way to the Hanlin Academy. The two of them took Lu Quan's carriage to the vicinity of the Hanlin Academy. At this moment, all the people on duty were Hanlin officials and Shuji scholars. The street was blocked. The carriages could not enter. Xiao Lulang got off the carriage. "I'll send you off," Gu Jiao said as she got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang did not refuse. Along the way, Xiao Lulang was silent. "Husband, are you unhappy?" Gu Jiao asked. "What?" Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. "You don't seem happy recently." Gu Jiao paused, then corrected herself. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I feel like there's something on my mind." He had been like this ever since he rescued her great-aunt. Gu Jiao carefully thought back. Gu Jiao said, "Tuberculosis is contagious. Your mother was right not to let you go." The scholar sighed. "I understand. I don't blame my mother. It's a pity. Their family is not very well off. Their family has lived here for generations. They used to be prominent, but now there's nothing left. If this disease is not cured, I'm afraid that their whole family will be implicated. They will have to sell this house." Gu Jiao asked, "Here? Their family lives on this street too?" "Yes." The scholar nodded. It's my classmate's mother." "Classmate?" His sweetheart was still missing. Gu Jiao saw through him but didn't say anything. "Where do they live?" After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao appeared in another house on the east side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. The back door. Yes, it was the back door. The scholar did not dare to go out from the front door, worried that he would be caught by his parents. He brought Gu Jiao out from the small street at the back door. Unfortunately, he was caught by his mother halfway. In a panic, he showed Gu Jiao the way. He also paid the consultation fee. Gu Jiao looked at the half-closed back door in front of her. It should be here? Strange. Why is there no one here? Yes, it was said that this family was in decline and had already dismissed the servants. During the day, his classmate was studying in the academy. Only his sister and the patient were at home. But because tuberculosis was contagious, the patient lived in the double-entry hospital at the back and almost didn't let his son and daughter come here. So Gu Jiao was right to go through the back door. She could see the patient's room when she went in. Which one? Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold. The yard was very clean, and there were some flowers on both sides. Gu Jiao didn't know much about flowers, but she felt that these flowers were more beautiful than the flowers in the Imperial Garden. She was sick, but still had the leisure to take care of flowers. It was not like what the scholar said about being sick and living a passive life. A low cough came from one of the side rooms. Gu Jiao put on the mask she took out from the small medicine box. She went to the side room and gently pushed the door open. There was actually someone in the room, sitting on the beam. Gu Jiao didn't see him, but he saw Gu Jiao at a glance. But he did nothing and let Gu Jiao approach the bed. There was a curtain on the bed. Gu Jiao gently lifted the curtain. She had thought that she would see a sickly, and haggard person with tuberculosis, but instead, she saw an indescribable beauty. She was covered with a thin quilt. Her black hair was like satin, and her skin was as delicate as white porcelain. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao only took one look. She turned her body in her sleep. She was facing inside, and Gu Jiao could no longer see her face. But the stunning sight from just now was still clear in Gu Jiao's mind. Is this really the tuberculosis patient that the scholar said was dying? It wasn't that tuberculosis patients couldn't be beautiful, but when they were seriously ill, their complexion wouldn't be good. Moreover, along the way, the scholar kept reminding her not to be frightened by the appearance of the patient, such as unkempt hair and dirty face. How could this be called unkempt? There was no one in the world more clean and elegant than her. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. She didn't think that she had gone to the wrong house. She gently took out a hand and checked the patient's pulse. From the pulse, it didn't look like tuberculosis. She took out a stethoscope and listened carefully. Finally, she confirmed that it wasn't tuberculosis. It was myocarditis, which was also a kind of heart disease. Heart disease was a very complicated disease. No matter what kind it was very troublesome. Fortunately, her heart disease wasn't serious enough to require surgery, but she couldn't be careless. Looking at her appearance, she must have suffered a lot. Using blockers and amiodarone for this kind of heart disease had good effects. However, the research institute had developed a special medicine that was even more effective. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a box of special medicine. She planned to put it in her own porcelain bottle, but she found that the porcelain bottles in the small basket were all used up. Coincidentally, there were several medicine bottles on the table. Gu Jiao casually picked one up and poured out the pill inside to sniff. This is a high-level health pill. It doesn't have any effect on the illness. Gu Jiao poured out the pill inside the bottle and put the special medicine's white pill inside. She stuck a small cloth on the bottle and wrote down the usage and dosage before standing to leave. In the front yard, a woman in her 30s wearing a light green cloak was helping the Crown Prince consort onto the carriage. "Lord Eugene, please wait," the Crown Prince consort said gently. The woman called Lord Eugene said calmly and politely, "Many thanks to the Crown Prince consort for coming to visit the princess and giving the princess medicine. When the princess wakes up, I will report to the princess that the Crown Prince consort has come." Chapter 405. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. Princess Xinyang liked tranquility, so there were not many servants in the courtyard. Generally, they stayed in the front courtyard. Only Yujin and Dragon Shadow Guard were qualified to enter the courtyard. Yujin was the legitimate daughter of a big family, different from the female officials who were palace maids. She relied on her strength to enter the mansion of Princess Xinyang to become an official. After sending off Crown Princess, Yujin turned around and returned to the room of Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept until evening before waking up. When she woke up, she felt her chest was very stuffy. Yujin walked over and seeing her complexion was not good, she gently raised her jade hand and felt the pulse of Princess Xinyang, then worriedly asked, "Princess, your pulse seems to be not good. Drink some medicine first." Yujin was not a doctor, but because Princess Xinyang had been sick for a long time, she also knew a little bit about medicine. Princess Xinyang didn't oppose. She sat up with the support of Yujin, and Yujin took a pillow and put it behind her back. When she went to get the medicine, Yujin stopped. There were 2 bottles of medicine on the table. One bottle was heart protection pill she had bought from Yin State's pharmacist, and the other bottle was 100 Flowers pill that Crown Princess had personally sent. 100 Flowers pill was extremely rare, even rarer than heart protection pill of Yin State's pharmacist. It was said that it could cure all kinds of diseases. Yujin told Princess Xinyang that Crown Princess had come and sent 100 Flowers pill. "Let me see," Princess Xinyang said. Princess Xinyang had already seen heart protection pill, so she naturally wanted to see Crown Princess 100 Flowers pill. Yujin took 100 Flowers pill from the table. "Eh? What's wrong?" Princess Xinyang asked. "How come there is a piece of cloth on the bottle? There are also words." Gu Jiao had used a charcoal pen to write, so it was not as ugly as calligraphy, but it was also not too beautiful. For a daughter from a scholarly family like Eugene, such words were, to be honest, somewhat painful to the eyes. But what really made Yujin puzzled was not the words themselves. Princess Xinyang looked at the bottle in her hand and said, "There was no cloth before? I remember there wasn't. Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" Yujin frowned and looked above her head. Long Yi. Long Yi flew down and landed 3 steps away from these two people. Eugene looked at him and asked, "Did someone come by just now?" Long Yi didn't speak. "Forget it. Why would I ask you?" Eugene shook her head. This, however, reminded her Long Yi was guarding inside the room, and it was impossible for suspicious people to enter. Therefore, he might have remembered wrongly, or he might have missed it. The bottle itself was a small piece of cloth. Eugene said in amusement, "It was written by the person who sold the 100-flower pill, right?" The Crown Prince Consort's handwriting wasn't so strange. With this interruption, Princess Xinyang didn't eat the 100-flower pill first. Instead, she ate 2 heart protection pills that she usually ate. In the middle of the night, Princess Xinyang began to have a high fever, accompanied by severe chest pain. "Princess." Eugene didn't even put on her outer clothes. She walked to the bed in her sleeping clothes and lifted the curtain. She looked at Princess Xinyang, who was lying on the bed with a pale face and pale lips. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Princess Xinyang wasn't born with a heart condition. It had only developed in the past few years. The death of her young master had been too much of a blow to her. She had been perfectly fine before, but she seemed to have collapsed overnight. In fact, the heart protection pill's initial effect was quite good, but as the illness worsened, the heart protection pill's effect became more and more useless. Now, she finally couldn't suppress it anymore. Eugene thought of the 100-flower pill that the Crown Prince Consort had sent, and she poured one out. The pill was white, but Eugene had never seen the real 100-flower pill, so she didn't notice anything wrong. She poured some warm water and helped Princess Xinyang take the pills. The pill took effect very quickly, and after about half an hour, Princess Xinyang felt less uncomfortable. Her heart palpitations lessened, and her chest pain also gradually disappeared. She slept well in the latter half of the night. When she woke up, the high fever had completely subsided. Eugene wrung out a handkerchief and wiped her forehead while saying with gratification, "I didn't expect the 100-flower pill's effect to be so miraculous. If I had known earlier, I would have found it for the princess earlier." Princess Xinyang said, "Do you think the 100-flower pill is something that can be obtained just because you want it?" Eugene smiled. "That's true. The 100-flower pill's prescription has always been a secret of the Bai family of the state of Zhao. They only refine 1 cauldron every year, and buying it all depends on luck. The Crown Prince Consort is considerate." Princess Xinyang responded softly. Eugene continued, 200 flower pills a day. Since the princess is awake, quickly take 1. Last night, she had been so uncomfortable that she hadn't been in the mood to see what the 100-flower pill looked like. Now that she took a closer look, she found that it wasn't the same as the rumored 100-flower pill. The 100-flower pill wasn't really made from 100 kinds of fresh flowers, but it did use a lot of flower petals, so the pill itself had a bit of a floral fragrance. But this pill, or rather, the pill was more appropriate. It was white, colorless, and odorless. If it wasn't for its miraculous effect, Princess Xinyang would have thought that the Crown Prince Consort had bought a fake 100-flower pill. It seems the rumors can't be trusted. After she finished speaking, she took the warm water Eugene handed her and swallowed the 100-flower pill. The princess's return to the capital was a major event. It was reasonable for her to enter the palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor. She had been tired from the journey a few days ago, and her body wasn't well. Now that she was much better, she naturally had to prepare to enter the palace. After breakfast, Princess Xinyang took the specialty she had brought from Fengdu Mountain and rode a carriage to the imperial palace. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Eunuch Wei bowed as he entered the room. "Your Majesty, Princess Xinyang requests an audience." The emperor was slightly surprised. He put down the memorial in his hand and said, "Let the princess in?" "Yes." Eunuch Wei personally went outside to invite Princess Xinyang in. Princess Xinyang stood in the imperial study. She raised her arms and crossed her hands in front of her forehead. She bowed. Chinmei greets your majesty. Don't be so courteous. The emperor reached out his hand. Rise. Thank you, your majesty. Princess Xinyang straightened. Give her a seat. The emperor said to Eunuch Wei. Yes. Eunuch Wei didn't look sideways as he moved a chair over. Princess, please sit. Princess Xinyang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down smoothly. The emperor wanted to rub his hands together. It was shameful to say that although Princess Xinyang was his younger sister, he always felt that Princess Xinyang was his older sister whenever he interacted with her. Other people might not be able to tell, but the emperor knew that Princess Xinyang was the one who resembled the previous emperor the most among his children. Their appearances were similar, but their eyes were even more similar. Methods? He had never thought that the women in the imperial harem were capable of such methods, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang. But after the incident with concubine Jing, he no longer dared to look down on any woman in the imperial harem. Moreover, he had carefully thought about it these past few days. Princess Xinyang had lost her mother's protection at the age of 13. She wasn't close to either concubine Zhuang or concubine Liu. Under those circumstances, it would have been very difficult for her to protect herself. But he had never heard of her being bullied. Later, when she married Marquis Xianping in a high-profile manner, no one dared to bully her. Rumor had it that Princess Xinyang was his most beloved younger sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such an outstanding marriage for her. After all, there were too many princesses who had coveted Marquis Xianping. Who would have thought that this marriage had been decided by the previous emperor long ago? He was just following the previous emperor's will. Gathering his thoughts, the emperor asked her, "Weren't you sick? Why did you come to the palace?" Princess Xinyang said, "I'm fine. I came to pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor took a sip of tea. "It's good that you're fine." On the other side, Eunuch Wei also poured tea for Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang flatly refused. "I drank medicine, so I won't drink tea." "Yes." Eunuch Wei hurriedly removed the tea. The emperor felt a bit awkward interacting with his younger sister. He drank several mouthfuls of tea and asked, "I haven't heard from you these past few years. How are you doing at Fengdu Mountain?" Princess Xinyang calmly said, "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Then, the conversation died again. The emperor drank his tea awkwardly. Princess Xinyang said, "I heard that Abishjing and has passed away. My condolences, your majesty." Was it too much to call him brother? The emperor inwardly cursed, then vaguely said, "I'm fine." The emperor didn't publicly announce concubine Jing's crimes for two reasons. First, he didn't want to alert the enemy and alarm the remnants of the previous dynasty. Second, he didn't want Ning'an to be implicated by concubine Jing's reputation. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have any objections. This time, it was the emperor who killed the conversation. The emperor felt that the entire imperial study was filled with an awkward atmosphere. They still needed to chat a bit more. The emperor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Right? Didn't Marquis Xianping go to find you? Why didn't he come back with you?" "I don't know." Princess Xinyang was concise. The emperor was not too surprised by this answer. The two were already not on good terms, and after Xiao Hong passed away, the relationship between the two became even colder. Thinking of Xiao Hong, the emperor finally opened his mouth. "Did you go see Mother Empress?" Hearing this, Princess Xinyang's expression finally changed slightly. She looked at the emperor strangely. "I went, but the Empress Dowager was not in Ranshou Palace." The emperor gritted his teeth and muttered, "Very good." She slipped out of the palace to play cards. His muttering was very quiet. Naturally, Princess Xinyang did not hear it, but Princess Xinyang's gaze remained on his face. After a while, she slowly said, "I heard that the relationship between your majesty and the Empress Dowager has improved quite a bit." The emperor did not deny it. "There is something that we must tell you. That year, the person that poisoned Ahung was not Mother Empress. It was a head of the imperial palace named Zhang Xiu. She had been bribed by the remnants of the previous dynasty in an attempt to poison Ahung and frame Mother Empress to sow discord between our relationship with Mother Empress. We also only found out the truth a while ago. Zhang Xiu has already been executed. So it was like that. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Many thanks, Your Majesty, for obtaining justice for Ahung." The emperor said with a stern expression, "When the remnants of the previous dynasty have been completely eradicated, only then can justice truly be obtained for Ahung. You can be at ease. We will not let a single one of those people go." After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Princess Xinyang went to Empress Zhao's Kuanning Palace. She did not stay for long. After paying respects, she left behind some specialties from Fengdu Mountain before leaving. When she passed by the Imperial Garden, she ran into the Crown Princess who had just come from the Eastern Palace. "Auntie." The Crown Princess' eyes lit up, and she walked over. "Crown Princess." Princess Xinyang greeted her. The Crown Princess was like a child meeting an elder. Excitedly holding Princess Xinyang's hand, she said, "It really is too much of a coincidence. I was originally planning on going to visit Auntie. Who knew that I would run into you here?" Princess Xinyang looked at her and said, "You are now the Crown Princess. There is no need to be so courteous." The Crown Princess had a panicked expression. "Auntie, have we become estranged? In my heart, regardless of who I am now or who I will be in the future, Uncle and Auntie will always be the elders that I respect the most." Princess Xinyang let out an almost inaudible sigh. The Crown Princess worriedly asked, "Auntie, how is your body? I went to visit you yesterday, and you were unconscious. I was worried for an entire night, and my heart was in a mess. I actually did not know that your condition had deteriorated to this degree while you were in Fengdu Mountain. If I knew earlier, I would have worked even harder to find the 100-flower pill. Right? Auntie, have you taken the 100-flower pill? How is the effect?" "The effect is very good. Thanks to you, I can already get out of bed and walk." Princess Xinyang paused and then asked, "Where did you get the 100-flower pill?" The Crown Princess looked around and then leaned close to Princess Xinyang. Lowering her voice, she said, "I bought it from a place called the Underground Dojo. There was a saber man from Zhao there. He happened to have a bottle of 100-flower pills." The Underground Dojo was a mixed bag of good and bad people, but it had to be the Underground Dojo to buy this kind of thing. Princess Xinyang's last trace of doubt about the 100-flower pill was dispelled. Perhaps the 100-flower pill was truly colorless and tasteless. It was just that the people of the world had changed its appearance. The Crown Princess smiled slightly and said, "Auntie, if you are not in a hurry to leave the palace, go sit in the pavilion. I will chat with you. Many things have happened in the capital in the years that you were gone. I can tell you about them one by one." Princess Xinyang did not refuse. It was not because she wanted to hear about the capital, but because she did not want to disrespect the Crown Princess. The two walked up the steps and sat down in the pavilion in the Imperial Garden. The Crown Princess ordered the palace servants to prepare tea and pastries. Eugene looked at the butter tea and rose cake on the table and smiled. "Crown Princess still remembers what the princess likes." The Crown Princess smiled and said, "Of course I remember. I remember everything that Uncle and Auntie like to eat. What Ahung likes to eat, I also." Halfway through her words, she suddenly paused. Realizing that she had mentioned something that she should not have mentioned, she felt annoyed and guiltily looked at Princess Xinyang. "Auntie, I'm sorry. Princess Xinyang's expression was very calm. "You also remember what Ahung likes to eat. There's nothing that can't be said." Eugene waved her hand and dismissed the palace servants. Only she, the Crown Princess and Princess Xinyang remained in the pavilion. The Crown Princess guiltily said, "Auntie, I'm sorry." Princess Xinyang said, "There's no need to apologize." The Crown Princess opened her mouth. Princess Xinyang calmly said, "There's no need to apologize for what you said, and there's no need to apologize for becoming the Crown Princess. Ahung has already died. Not to mention that you did not get married, but even if you did, there's nothing wrong with you remarrying." The Crown Princess tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hand. Her eyes were slightly red, and her throat was choked with emotion. "Did the Crown Prince treat you well?" Princess Xinyang asked her. The crown princess choked with emotion and nodded. Princess Xingyang also nodded. Then I can be at ease. Eugene. She gave Eugene a meaningful glance. Eugene understood and walked down the steps. She waved to a maidservant that was accompanying her. The maidservant walked into the pavilion. Eugene said, "Did you bring the things I told you to bring?" The maidservant thought a little, then said, "I sent them all out." Eugene said, "Isn't there still a box of 1,000-year-old Lingji?" "Oh, I forgot it in the carriage." The maidservant covered her mouth. "This servant will go get it." After taking a couple steps, she awkwardly returned. "This servant doesn't know the way." The maidservant had been brought over from Fengdu Mountain. This was her first time entering the palace. "I'll go get it," Eugene said to Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang said, "No need. Long Yi will go get it." Hearing these words, the crown princess was confused. Who was Long Yi? She looked at the palace people below the steps, but she didn't see anyone leaving. Long Yi was hiding in the dark. Even experts were unable to detect him, let alone the crown princess. There was only one box left in the carriage. It was easy to recognize. Long Yi quickly went to the carriage and took the box. When Long Yi descended from the sky and entered the pavilion with a brocade box, the crown princess was shocked. Princess Xingyang said to the crown princess, "Thank you for the medicine. This is a gift of thanks." Then she said to Long Yi, "Give the gift to the crown princess." Long Yi didn't give it. Shadow Dragon guards generally didn't disobey the orders of their master, unless they didn't understand. Princess Xingyang was a patient master. She pointed at the box and then pointed at the crown princess and explained word by word. The box in your hand is a gift of thanks. Give it to the crown princess." Long Yi still didn't give it. Princess Xingyang, "Then give it to me." Long Yi gave it to her. Princess Xingyang personally picked up the box to give it to the crown princess, but Long Yi snatched it again. No matter how stupid the crown princess was, she could see that this shadow guard called Long Yi didn't want to give her the Lingji. This was like an elder in a family asking a child to share the sugar with his little friends, but he refused to share no matter what, making everyone very embarrassed. The crown princess was especially embarrassed. Her face became red. "Forget it, aunt. It can't be counted." Princess Xingyang said to Long Yi, "If you want a box, I'll give you another one. This one contains a gift of thanks for someone else." Long Yi didn't give it to her. Princess Xingyang frowned. "If you don't give it to me, I'll get angry." At this time, Gu Jiao happened to pass by the imperial garden. Long Yi jumped down and arrived in front of Gu Jiao. He stuffed the box into the bosom of Gu Jiao. Then he turned around and looked at Princess Xingyang. His expression and posture seemed to be saying, "Don't be angry. I'll give it to you." Chapter 406. Long Yi's action had successfully shocked everyone. No one expected Long Yi to be so abnormal. Princess Xingyang asked him to give the box to the crown prince consort. It was fine if he didn't give it to the crown prince consort, but he actually gave it to a passerby. That impatient attitude made it seem as if he despised the crown prince consort. Long Yi didn't think so, but he couldn't help but think so. The crown prince consort's background wasn't high enough, but through so many years of unremitting effort, she had already stood in a position that was respected by tens of thousands of people. She was not only the crown prince's virtuous wife, but also the Eastern Palace's strategist. Her position was very important, and she didn't know how many years it had been since she had been treated like this. Her face was burning, and the word embarrassed could no longer describe it. And Gu Jiao, who was stopped by Long Yi, was no less surprised than the crown prince consort. Why was she able to meet this shadow dragon guard in the palace? What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? Gu Jiao bitterly hated the box that was forced into her bosom. She thought, this guy shouldn't have given her a big box full of charcoal, right? Could she refuse? Gu Jiao decisively took a big step back. She didn't want it. The crown prince consort almost fainted. This was something she couldn't even think of. But this girl actually didn't want it. It wasn't that the crown prince consort wanted a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. She wanted Princess Xingyang's kind intentions. but there was someone who didn't take it seriously. The Crown Prince Consort's face was even more embarrassed. Princess Xinyang looked towards the direction of Long Yi and Gu Jiao and muttered to herself for a moment. She said to Yujin, I haven't returned to the capital for several years, but there are many new faces in the palace. Yujin, go invite them here. Yes. Yujin slightly bowed and walked down the steps. Gu Jiao saw her at a glance. Yujin was different from the majority of female officials in the palace. Her temperament was written in her bones. She wasn't wearing a veil today, so she lacked a mysterious beauty, but also had a bit more of a female official's dignity. She stood in front of Gu Jiao, smiled slightly, and said politely and dignified, Miss, my princess invites you. My home? If this madam said that she was a princess, Gu Jiao would not believe it. How could someone with such an extraordinary temperament be just a maid of a princess? Speaking of which, Gu Jiao had not seen the princesses of the royal family. They were all married and did not live in the palace. He didn't know which princess this madam was referring to. Gu Jiao walked towards the pavilion with her. Long Yi stuffed the box to her again, then grabbing her hand, he forced her to hold the box. Eugene looked at the two of them. Gu Jiao looked innocent. I really didn't do it on purpose. Eugene smiled and did not seem to mind. She pointed at the stairs and said, Miss, please. Gu Jiao walked up the stairs and came to the pavilion. The crown princess was also present, but Gu Jiao did not notice her at all. From the moment she entered the pavilion, her gaze was attracted by Princess Xinyang. She was wearing a plain white corset skirt and a translucent golden muslin robe. She was dignified, noble, gorgeous, and elegant. Her temperament was peerless. Her attire was not ostentatious, but it was like she was wearing a phoenix's robe. For some reason, she exuded a noble aura. No wonder such a lady was willing to bend her knees to be a subject. She was indeed worthy. Gu Jiao was stunned, but at the same time, she was a bit puzzled. She felt like she had seen this face somewhere before. It was no wonder that Gu Jiao could not remember. She had only seen half of a pale face in the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Moreover, she had only caught a glimpse of it. Today, Princess Xinyang was wearing gorgeous clothes and had exquisite makeup. She did not look sick at all. The crown princess introduced, Miss Gu, this is Princess Xinyang. Exine. Yang. Princess? Gu Jiao looked at her with a whoosh. The crown princess continued, Princess Xinyang, this is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, Miss Gu. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've changed. Princess Xinyang had seen Gu Jinyu before, but she was not familiar with her. The crown princess explained, this is the eldest daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She has been wandering among the common people since childhood and has only recently returned to the capital. Gu Jinyu is the second daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. Princess Xinyang was not interested in other people's private affairs. She only wanted to see who Long Yi was so interested in. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked, Has Long Yi seen you before? Long Yi? That dragon shadow guard was called Long Yi? She had wanted to call him Long Batian in the underground martial arts field, but it was against the rules. It was said to offend the emperor, but this guy could directly call himself Long Yi. He had a backer. How impressive. Never seen him before. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. She could not reveal that she had gone to the underground martial arts field. She was still waiting to harvest the crown prince's leeks. In any case, Dragon Shadow Guard was not speaking, so it was impossible to expose her on the spot. Princess Xinyang's gaze fell on Long Yi's face without blinking. She naturally would not believe whatever Gu Jiao said. She wanted to hear Long Yi's answer. But she also understood that Long Yi would not communicate with her. Dragon Shadow Guard was the master's most trusted secret guard. They knew everything about the master's secret. If they fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences could be imagined. The late emperor, in order to take precautions, trained Dragon Shadow Guard to be an ice-cold tool that could not open their mouth to communicate. However, Princess Xinyang also did not think that Long Yi had met the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. Long Yi had always been by her side. The only time he had gone out was to escort Eugene to the underground martial arts field to buy medicine. A dignified daughter of an aristocratic family would not run to that kind of place. So long he simply did not want to give it to the crown princess, but he also had no choice but to give it away. So he casually gave it to a passerby? Princess Xinyang was puzzled. She was not bold enough to guess that Longi would dare to let a stranger enter the house to treat her illness. Gu Jiao placed the box back on the table. Princess Xinyang stopped her and said to her, "Since Longi wants to give it to you, then you should accept it." But she did not want to accept it. If by any chance she accepted it, he would force her to clean out the charcoal in the box. Then, many thanks? She would accept it first. Later she would throw it away. There was no way for her to clean out the charcoal again. Then I will take my leave first. You two take your time to chat. Gu Jiao wanted to quickly slip away to prevent this guy called Longi from chasing after her to clean out the charcoal. Gu Jiao had come to the palace to take something. At this moment, she did not take anything and directly turned around to leave the palace. She slipped into the carriage like a wisp of smoke. She wanted to see how many charcoal pins the guy had prepared for her. Who would have thought that when she opened the box to take a look, there would be a 1,000-year Lingji lying inside? She had lived for 2 lifetimes and had never seen such a good Lingji. Gu Jiao was stupefied. After returning to the medical hall, Gu Jiao handed the 1,000-year Lingji to shopkeeper Wang. Sell this? Although the 1,000-year Lingji was a good thing, unfortunately no one in the family needed to eat it. It was better to sell it for a good price. From time to time, Gu Jiao would bring some strange medicine for shopkeeper Wang to sell. Shopkeeper Wang did not find it strange. What is it this time? He opened the box to take a look. He was so shocked that he almost knocked the box over. This, such a big Lingji? Where did it come from? This must be a 1,000-year Lingji. To be honest, Lingji did not grow for more than 1,000 years. Even 10-year Lingji was rare. The 1,000-year Lingji on the market was generally over 100 years old. It was extremely rare. Gu Jiao said, "Someone gave it to you. Remember to sell it for a good price." AI, how could it not be sold for a good price? Look at how old this Lingji is. Hehe, once the news of the 1,000-year Lingji spread, the Miracle Hand Hall would be famous in the capital again. Gu Jiao did not need to worry about the business matters. She planned to change her clothes and go to the underground martial arts arena. She was supposed to go yesterday afternoon, but something came up so she changed it to today. Just as she turned around and walked towards her small courtyard, she suddenly heard an anxious male voice from behind her. "Dr. Gu! Dr. Gu!" Gu Jiao stopped and turned around. It was the patient who had his stitches removed yesterday, the scholar surnamed Su. "Is there something wrong with the wound?" Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The scholar ran quickly and was out of breath. After a while, he said while gasping for breath, "Dr. Gu, how can you go back on your words?" Gu Jiao pointed at herself strangely. "I went back on my words?" The scholar angrily said, "That's right. Didn't you promise me that you would treat my classmate's mother? Lung disease? Why didn't you go?" Gu Jiao said, "I went. She didn't have tuberculosis." The scholar gloomily said, "You're talking nonsense. I want to ask my classmate today. No doctor came to his house." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "But I really went." The scholar saw that she did not look like she was lying and was slightly startled. "Which house did you go to?" Gu Jiao recalled. "According to what you said, I walked straight ahead and went to the first house behind the orange tree." "When did I say orange tree? I clearly said peach." The scholar's expression also froze. "I said orange tree." He slapped his own head. He gave the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Miss Gu, I'll pay you the consultation fee again. Please come with me again. Annie-san is really very sick." Gu Jiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so she went with him to Vermilion Bird Street. She found the family and checked their condition. It was indeed tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was not an incurable disease in her hands, but it required a long period of treatment. It required a large amount of medicine, and the cost of the medicine was not cheap. The scholar said that he would take care of it himself, and only asked Gu Jiao to cure the woman. Gu Jiao took out 4 types of medicine for tuberculosis from the small medicine box and put them in small porcelain bottles that she carried with her. She wrote down the usage and dosage. I'll come for a follow-up visit in 7 days. Aunt's son shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. Don't thank me. Thanks, Scholar Sue. When Gu Jiao said this, she clearly felt a curious little figure at the door. However, when Gu Jiao walked out, the little figure disappeared again. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Classmate? It was for his classmate's sister, right? After leaving the Sun family, Gu Jiao took off her mask and put it in a special cloth bag. As she walked, she thought, since I went to the wrong place yesterday, who was the lady I treated? On the other side, Princess Xinyang and Eugen's group also returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xinyang had her own princess mansion in the capital, but everyone knew that she would not live in that sad place again. Because Long Yi had given the 1,000-year-old Lingji to someone else, Princess Xinyang had no choice but to order Eugen to pick another gift for the crown prince consort. Princess Xinyang called a maid to serve her. The maid poured tea for Princess Xinyang. She opened the lid of the cup and cried out in surprise, "Eh? Why is there something in the cup?" "What?" Princess Xinyang asked. The maid brought the teacup over, and a strong fragrance of flowers assaulted their nostrils. In a flash, the entire room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Princess Xinyang looked at the brown pill in the teacup and revealed a thoughtful expression. Eugen, Princess, go to the East Palace. 2 hours later, Eugen appeared in the warm room of the East Palace. The Crown Prince consort personally received her. Why did Lord Eugen come? Eugen politely said, Princess asked me to deliver some specialties of Fengdu Mountain to the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort smiled gently. Aunt is considerate, Eugen said. Also, I have something to ask of the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort hurriedly said, Please speak, Lord Eugen. Eugen smiled apologetically and said, When I was tidying up the room, I accidentally mixed up the 100-flower pill given by the Crown Prince consort with the beauty pill given by the Empress. I don't know which is the 100-flower pill and which is the beauty pill. The Crown Prince consort smiled. I recognize them. Did you bring the medicine? Eugen handed a porcelain bottle to the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort had someone bring in a clean bowl and poured the medicine from the bottle into it. There was a total of 3 kinds of medicine. One was a white pill, and the other 2 were brown pills of the same size. The Crown Prince consort didn't even look at the white pills and only picked out the 100-flower pill. It's done. The Crown Prince consort put the 100-flower pill into the bottle and handed it to Eugen. Eugen took the bottle and calmly took out a piece of cloth. That's right. Has the Crown Prince consort seen the words on this note? No. Who wrote it? So ugly, she said in her heart. Eugen returned to the residence of Vermilion Bird Avenue and reported to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at the note and white pills on the table, and again looked at the 100-flower pill inside the bottle. If she still couldn't guess that the medicine had been tampered with, then it wouldn't be justified. And from Long Yi's reaction in the Imperial Garden, the person who had tampered with the medicine was the daughter of Marquis Ding, and Long Yi didn't disobey her order. He merely gave the gift to the person who truly deserved it. Merely, there were a lot of suspicious points in this matter. It was impossible for Long Yi to not notice the other party, but Long Yi not only didn't stop her from entering the room, but also allowed her to change her medicine. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, why did the other party secretly change her medicine? Did they harm her? But those white pills clearly had a medicinal effect. Did they help her? They were neither relatives nor friends, so why did they help her? And she clearly helped her, but today in the pavilion, she pretended not to know her? What was this? Was it a means to attract her attention? Also, not many people knew that she lived in Vermilion Bird Street. The Crown Princess came because she sent Eugen to the palace to report her safety to the Emperor, allowing the Crown Princess to meet her. Where did the insignificant daughter of Marquis Ding and have the ability to reach the heavens to find this place? Princess Xinyang wasn't a delicate princess like Ning'an who was protected under the wings of the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. She had experienced countless storms and undercurrents, and she had lost her only flesh and blood. She wouldn't easily trust anyone, and also wouldn't underestimate anyone with ulterior motives in this world. She looked at the bright moon outside the window, and her fingertips lightly tapped on the table. With each tap, the night seemed to become quieter. Suddenly, her fingertips paused, and she coldly said, "Bring that girl to me." Chapter 407. After Gu Jiao came out of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she changed her clothes in the carriage and went to the underground martial arts arena. The Crown Prince was already waiting at the arena. This guy's enthusiasm was really higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. It was a pity that Ning Wang was busy today and couldn't come. Oh, she wanted to let them compete. Gu Jiao adjusted the mask on her face and said goodbye to old He and Zhu Yun. She turned and went to the Crown Prince's room. She found out that this room was originally given to a martial artist ranked 19th on the expert ranking. The Crown Prince spent a lot of money to buy the right to use this room. As for whether or not he bought that martial artist, old He wasn't sure. After all, this was a private matter between the martial artist and the guest. The martial arts arena wouldn't interfere. Ranked 19th. Gu Jiao looked at the expert ranking hanging on the pillar. She wasn't even ranked last yet, but she wasn't in a hurry. Gu Jiao came to the chives, no, the Crown Prince's room and gently knocked on the door. The door was pulled open from the inside. This time, the Crown Prince didn't pull a screen in the room like last time. He sat behind the screen on a chair with an official's hat and wore a mask that covered half of his face. This mask was the same as his person. It was made of the highest quality jade and was even more exquisite than Ning Wang's mask. He exuded the luxurious aura of an imperial family from head to toe. He was just short of writing on his face that he was #1 in the world. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything about her character. The Crown Prince thought that Gu Jiao was intimidated by his imperial aura. He was about to raise his hand and invite her to sit when Gu Jiao pulled out a chair and sat down without hesitation. The Crown Prince's hand froze in midair. Forget it. He promised Linlang that he would bribe this youth. He couldn't use his status to suppress him. The Crown Prince retracted his hand and said to Gu Jiao, "It's not easy to ask you out." Gu Jiao lit half a stick of incense on the table. "Crown Prince." The Crown Prince asked, "Why is it only half an hour?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote slowly, "The price has increased." Crown Prince. Fortunately, the Crown Prince was not short of money, so he raised the price. He took out 200 taels in one go. 2 incense sticks. The quality of this pot of chives was not bad, and the silver given was very generous. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. One had to know that she was only paid 1 to 10 taels of silver for a house call, but she had to spend more than 2 incense sticks of time on the road for a house call. Of course, she still liked to treat people. That was her cultivation. But that didn't stop her from developing her side business of harvesting leeks. Gu Jiao accepted the banknotes and generously took out an unlit incense stick and placed it on the table. The Crown Prince was also very satisfied. Last time, the incense stick's time was too short, causing him to not be able to finish speaking. This time, there was an additional incense stick's time, which should be enough for him to bribe the other party. But when the Crown Prince thought of someone's slow writing speed, he felt that he couldn't take it slowly and had to get to the point as soon as possible. He said seriously, "I came to find young Hero Xiong for one thing. I hope that young Hero Xiong can become my man and fight for me. As long as you can get into the top 3, I'll put it this way for now. I'll reward you handsomely." He almost exposed his identity. The Crown Prince didn't know that his identity had been exposed to the point that even his underwear was not left. Gu Jiao glanced at him carelessly and wrote in the notebook, "You also want to go to the Yin Kingdom?" The Crown Prince was stunned. "How do you know?" After a pause, he frowned. "Wait, what do you mean by also? Do you want other people to go as well?" "Yes, your eldest brother, King Ning." Fortunately, Gu Jiao was a person with professional ethics. She didn't disclose the client's privacy, but wrote in the notebook, "I can't tell you." "You." The Crown Prince choked. But this sentence was equivalent to not writing it. What did it mean that she couldn't tell him? That meant there was, but it was inconvenient to say it. The Crown Prince frowned. What was going on? Were there a lot of people who wanted to go to the Yin Kingdom these days? To be able to find Xiong, it meant that the other party was interested in Xiong Baishan's potential like him and Lin Lang, whose eyes were so sharp. The Crown Prince listened to one Lin Lang and came to find Xiong. Now that he knew that Xiong was in high demand, he felt a sense of competition. However, he was the Crown Prince. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could compete with him, except for his father and uncle. But his father and uncle wouldn't come to such a place. The Crown Prince said arrogantly, "I will pay you double how much the other party paid you." Gu Jiao didn't reject him immediately. She was thinking about the possibilities. She wouldn't sell herself to anyone, but she could sell the opportunity to go to the Yin Kingdom. The premise was that she could squeeze into the top 3 of the master list before then. The first and second place were said to have retired from the martial arts world and hadn't appeared for a few years. King Ning and the Crown Prince couldn't do anything about them, so they had to target the third place. The third place was not from the Zhao Kingdom. It was difficult for the Crown Prince and King Ning to cooperate with him. Therefore, the two of them wanted to find someone to kill him openly. They were indeed brothers. Their methods of going to the Yin Kingdom were the same. "Why do you want to go to the Yin Kingdom?" Gu Jiao asked. She had to figure out his motive. If he wanted to betray the country, wouldn't she be an accomplice? The Crown Prince said angrily, "Why are you asking this? You just have to agree to my conditions. I won't treat you badly. Furthermore, I can promise you even more things that are better than money." He was the Crown Prince. Not to mention money, it wouldn't be difficult to give him an official title. The premise was that he could really get into the top 3. The Crown Prince didn't really trust his strength. After all, he had a master who was ranked 19th. Wasn't he much more powerful than this guy? But Lin Lang said that he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. There was nothing wrong with betting on a few more masters. Gu Jiao wrote slowly, "If you don't say it, I won't consider it." The Crown Prince gasped. Did this guy know who he was threatening? The Crown Prince of the country. The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said calmly, "I want to see the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Ming." "Oh, Mr. Ming. Never heard of him." Gu Jiao could tell that the Crown Prince wasn't lying. He was just looking for someone. There was no political danger. The Crown Prince said coldly, "I've said what I need to say. Will you agree now?" Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "I agree. I'll consider it." The Crown Prince, who had been tricked again, was speechless. The Crown Prince used his political methods to brainwash Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened with one ear and out the other. The Crown Prince's mouth was dry. Gu Jiao closed the small notebook. "Time's up." The Crown Prince was speechless. Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena. She got into the carriage and changed her clothes. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to the Hanlin Academy. There was still some time before the break. Gu Jiao went to a nearby pancake shop. She found the shop's dried vegetable pancakes to be very delicious. The crust was crispy, and the filling was juicy. The price was not cheap. One pancake could sell for 20 copper coins. Xiao Sanzi stopped the carriage beside the shop. Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and asked for 10 pancakes in one go. 10 pancakes? We can't finish them in one pot. Miss, you have to wait. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? No need. I'll wait outside. The weather was hot. She wanted to get some fresh air outside. She was the only customer. The couple focused on making her pancakes. They didn't make her wait too long. "Miss, the pancakes are ready," the shop owner said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Gu Jiao walked over. She turned around and said, "Xiao Sanzi, help me get the food box." Okay. There was a clean food box in the carriage. Xiao Sanzi lifted the curtain and took it down. Gu Jiao handed him a piping hot dried vegetable pancake wrapped in bamboo leaves. "Here?" Xiao Sanzi was surprised. "Ah, I have one too?" Gu Jiao said, "Eat it while it's hot." Xiao Sanzi smiled and took the pancake. "Thank you, Miss Gu." After the pancakes were packed, Gu Jiao paid for them. Xiao Sanzi took a bite of the piping hot pancake. He gasped as he took the food box with his other hand and said, "Let me." He carried the food box into the carriage. "Miss Gu, You should eat one while it's hot. It's crispy now. It'll be soft when you get home. Okay, Gu Jiao replied. Then, Xiao Sanzi put the food box away and jumped off the carriage. But Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. He circled around the carriage and even looked under the carriage. Where is she? Boss, did you see my miss? Lady Boss said, didn't she get on the carriage with you just now? No. Xiao Sanzi lifted the curtain and confirmed that the carriage was empty. This was strange. She was clearly talking to him just now. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? He was dumbstruck and stood in place. Did I see a ghost? Gu Jiao also didn't expect that she would be kidnapped in the middle of the street while she was buying pancakes. Moreover, no one saw her. She was still held in the waist with his arm. This familiar posture, this familiar formula. The fear of being controlled by a pin once again welled up in her heart. Gu Jiao's little face was cold. She decided to let go of the burden of being an idol and shouted loudly on the street. But just when she opened her mouth, a strong wind blew into her face and her cheeks changed shape. Gu Jiao was taken to Vermilion Bird Street by Long Yi. Long Yi didn't need to go through the back door. Of course, he also didn't need to go through the front door. He directly descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao looked at the courtyard full of colorful and brilliant red flower buds. The valve of her memory was opened. She had been here before. This was the first house behind the orange tree. She had mistakenly thought that the madam of this house was a tuberculosis patient mentioned by the scholar. She had entered the house and treated her illness for free. That's right, it was free because no one paid the consultation fee. Strange. Why did Long Yi bring her here? Soon she knew the reason. Because after Long Yi had put her down, she saw Princess Xinyang sitting upright inside the house. Gu Jiao understood everything. No wonder when she had seen Princess Xinyang in the palace, she had felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. As it turned out, she had really seen her before. Then, that day when she had heard the conversation in the restaurant near the underground martial arts field, it was also her and that female official's conversation. The medicine that female official had gone to the underground martial arts field to look for the pharmacists of Yen State was also bought for her. But why was it a bottle of high-grade tonic? Were the pharmacists of Yen State so weak? They couldn't even take out a bottle of decent heart protection pill? Gu Jiao naturally didn't know that bottle of high-grade tonic was called 100 Flowers Pill, which was bought by the crown princess from a swordsman of Zhao State. 100 Flowers Pill was rumored to be miraculous, but in fact it was only a kind of tonic that replenished qi and blood. There was no need to talk about its healthcare effect, but if it was used to treat myocarditis, then it was too difficult. Eugene came to the door and made a gesture. Miss Gu, please. Gu Jiao calmly entered the house. A daughter who had grown up among the common people was first kidnapped all the way, and then met the princess of this dynasty, but she was still able to maintain such a calm bearing. If it was other people, then they would have been surprised by Gu Jiao. But Princess Xinyang's expression was very calm. In her hand, she was holding a few pieces of paper written with the gossip she had plundered from the tea house among the common people. She placed the pieces of paper on the table one by one. Gu Jiao roughly glanced at them. They were all related to her. It seemed Princess Xinyang was investigating her. Princess Xinyang went straight to the point. Tell me, why did you approach me? She glanced at Gu Jiao, the threat in her eyes obvious. You better tell me the truth. My patience is limited. Don't force me to torture you. She was a rather tough princess. Gu Jiao wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if she didn't do anything wrong. She calmly said, I think Princess might have misunderstood. I never wanted to approach you. Princess Xinyang poured the white pills from the porcelain bottle into a clean, empty plate. Is that so? Then what's with this bottle of medicine? Don't tell me you didn't put it there. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. I did switch the medicine inside, but I still say the same thing. Princess misunderstood. I was asked by someone to come to Vermilion Bird Avenue to treat a tuberculosis patient. I didn't expect to walk into the wrong house and mistakenly mistook Princess for the patient. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and said lightly, I don't have tuberculosis. Gu Jiao said, I know. I didn't give you the medicine to treat tuberculosis. You have myocarditis, It's commonly known as heart disease. My brother also has heart disease, but yours isn't as serious as his. Take the medicine carefully and you'll recover in a few months. Princess Xinyang said, "You're the first person to say that my illness can be cured." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You're also the first person to misunderstand that I have ulterior motives after being treated by me." Princess Xinyang snorted. "You have a sharp tongue. Don't think I'll let you go just like that. I'll have someone investigate whether or not you're telling the truth." "Go ahead." She wasn't lying. Annie Sun's tuberculosis wasn't a secret in Vermilion Bird Avenue. Gu Jiao didn't even say who the family was, but Princess Xinyang's subordinates already found out. They followed the vine to the melon and found out that Su Shusheng's family was involved. Su Shusheng and Annie Sun's daughter had feelings for each other, so Su Shusheng secretly invited a doctor from the Miracle Hall to treat Annie Sun's illness. In the end, Su Shusheng made a scene at the Miracle Hall, saying that the doctor didn't keep his word and didn't treat the patient after taking the consultation fee. In the end, he found out that he had given the doctor the wrong direction. He invited the doctor to Annie Sun's house to treat her again and left behind a few types of medicine. Those medicines were different from those in regular pharmacies, but they were very similar to Princess Xinyang's medicine. It was obvious that they came from the same doctor. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No one offered her a seat, so she found a chair and sat down. She didn't treat herself as an outsider. Eugene wanted to laugh. Princess Xinyang's expression was still ice-cold. "Even if the matter of changing the medicine was accidental, you and Long Yi clearly met, but you lied to me in the Imperial Palace." Was she so smart? She even guessed this? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. "Evidence? Princess can't slander me again, and slander me a second time." Princess Xinyang coldly said, "If you didn't meet Long Yi, and didn't use any tricks on Long Yi, why would Long Yi let you in?" Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. "Because I'm cute?" Princess Xinyang, Eugene chuckled. Princess Xinyang's expression became even colder. "Don't think that because you are the daughter of Marquis Ding and Mansion, and also deeply favored by His Majesty and Empress Dowager, I don't dare to touch you. Eugene, bring my whip." Eugene opened her mouth as if trying to dissuade. "Princess, bring it," Princess Xinyang expressionlessly said. Eugene regretfully sighed and went to the study to bring over Princess Xinyang's golden whip. Princess Xinyang coldly said, "This golden whip was bestowed by the previous emperor. Even the emperor can be beaten. Beating you is already a favor." Gu Jiao, "Then I will fight back." But what no one expected was that before Princess Xinyang had a chance to use her whip, Long Yi flashed in and blocked Gu Jiao behind him. Princess Xinyang didn't expect that Long Yi would go to this step for Gu Jiao. She was slightly startled, and then her eyes darkened. "Move aside." Long Yi didn't move. Actually, Princess Xinyang didn't really want to beat Gu Jiao. She wasn't so cruel. She only wanted to scare her and make her obedient. But Long Yi took it seriously. How familiar was this scene? "Move aside." A certain little devil in chaos hid behind Long Yi. "Long Yi, don't move aside. Don't move aside. My mother wants to beat me." "Long Yi, if you don't move aside, I will also beat you." "Long Yi, quickly take me away. Wait until my mother calms down, then take me back." The scene buried in the depths of her memory pierced her mind like an awl, and the whip in Princess Xinyang's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 408. Princess Xinyang fainted without any warning. The servants in the courtyard did not lose their heads out of worry. Everyone went about their own business in an orderly manner under Eugene's command. Princess Xinyang was carried to the bed by Eugene. Gu Jiao did not realize that the delicate and weak Eugene actually had such strength. However, Eugene was not a martial arts practitioner after all, so she had used up all of her strength. She panted for a while, her forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat. "Lord Eugene, this servant will go get a doctor," said a servant girl. Eugene nodded, then seemed to think of something and shook her head. Then, she looked at Gu Jiao, who had not taken advantage of the chaos to escape. She asked seriously, Dr. Gu, can I trust you? Dusk was setting in the west. Xiao Lulang finished his day's work and came out of the Hanlin Academy. He saw Xiao Sanzi anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. Xiao Sanzi was the clinic's coachman and often followed Gu Jiao to see patients. Xiao Lulang subconsciously looked behind Xiao Sanzi, only to see a quiet carriage with the curtains tightly shut. However, his intuition told him that Gu Jiao was not in the carriage. Xiao Sanzi, what's wrong? Xiao Lulang walked over and asked. Xiao Sanzi heard Xiao Yulong's voice and turned around abruptly, his face full of panic. Brother Xiao, Miss Gu has disappeared. Xiao Lulang frowned. When did she disappear? Where did she disappear? Xiao Sanzi was extremely anxious. Just now. Xiao Lulang comforted him. Don't panic. Tell me slowly. Xiao Sanzi did not know that this was not right. After all, he had seen the emperor with Miss Gu. He had to be calm. He had to be calm. Xiao Sanzi calmed himself down and told him what had happened in front of the shop. Xiao Lulang frowned and said, Are you saying that she suddenly disappeared? Xiao Sanzi said, Isn't it sudden? I held the pancake in one hand and the lunchbox in the other. I told her to eat the pancake while it was still hot. Otherwise, it would become soft and not crispy. She even said okay, but when I turned around to look at her, she was gone. No, what I mean is, he's gone. I asked the couple at the bakery, but they didn't see anything either. I looked around, but I couldn't find him even after I searched the entire street. Xiao Lulang went to the crime scene. Where did your carriage stop? He asked Little Three. Xiao Sanzi found a place about half a zhang away from the shop. While gesturing, he said, Here. The horse is standing here, and the carriage is here. After the shop finished dealing with Gu Jiao's business, it had run out of ingredients and closed its doors. No more customers came. Xiao Lulang carefully walked around the crime scene. Suddenly, he squatted down and picked up a broken piece of charcoal. Charcoal wasn't a very good writing tool. Most people wouldn't use it, but Gu Jiao loved to use it. In the pouch that her great-aunt gave her, there was a special compartment for charcoal. If it got dirty, she could take it out and wash it. She would usually put 1 or 2 pieces of charcoal inside. But the charcoal in Xiao Yulong's hand was not the charcoal that Gu Jiao usually used. Her charcoal had been treated, so it was softer. This kind of charcoal was a certain someone's special charcoal. He had only seen it in one place. In the courtyard on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang slowly woke up. Eugene had been watching over her. When she saw her open her eyes, she smiled and said, Princess, you're awake. How do you feel? It wasn't the first time that Princess Xinyang had fainted, but it was the first time that she felt so relaxed after waking up. She didn't feel dizzy or sore all over. It was as if she had just slept casually. Eugene saw her complexion and knew that she had recovered better than before. She smiled and said, Princess fainted just now. It was Dr. Gu who treated Princess with acupuncture. As she spoke, she stood up, took a step back and bowed. This subject acted without authorization. Please punish me, Princess. Princess Xinyang looked at her helplessly. You know I won't punish you. Eugene revealed a smile. Princess Xinyang asked, Where's that girl? Eugene looked back and said, In the courtyard. In the colorful courtyard, under a large tree with luxuriant leaves, a certain someone was forced to write again. Her face was very dark. You're an expert, Zhao Country's Shadow Guard Long, the world's #1 expert in martial arts. Why do you want others to slap your face? Gu Jiao said bitterly, not forgetting to break a piece of charcoal. Then she felt that this expert was even happier. She was confused. When Princess Xinyang came out accompanied by Eugene, she saw one big and one small squatting on the ground with a piece of charcoal. Just now, Eugene had been guarding beside Princess Xinyang's bed, so she didn't know that they were like this. Eugene couldn't help but laugh. Princess, she said, Longy hasn't played with anyone for a long time. The last time was when little Marquis was young. Princess Xinyang indifferently interrupted her. Eugene, he is dead. Don't mention him again. Eugene lowered her eyes. Yes, Gu Jiao was in despair. Until her stomach growled, she ended today's business. Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner, but Gu Jiao refused. She had suddenly disappeared for so long. Little Sanzi must be very anxious. Maybe Xiao Lulang also knew that she was missing. She had to go back quickly. For the sake of the Millennium Lingji, she didn't intend to ask for the consultation fee, but Eugene insisted on giving it to her, so she accepted it. Just treat it as a reward for her hard work for the whole night. Gu Jiao put that 100 taels banknote into her purse. Compared to Marquis Xian Ping, who only gave her a copper coin, Princess Xinyang was simply too generous. When Gu Jiao came, she was captured by Long Yi. Now, she couldn't let Long Yi capture her again. Eugene considerately asked people to prepare a carriage. I'll send you off. Just after she spoke, a little maid walked over with small steps. Lord Eugene, that peony seems to be dying. Which one? Eugene asked. Princess's favorite one. The little maid said. Gu Jiao considerately said, Lord Eugene, go take care of peony. You don't need to send me off. Taking care of peony was not urgent. But Eugene could see that Gu Jiao didn't like these empty formalities. So she smiled and said, Okay, then take care. The carriage is at the door. Where do you want to go? Just tell the coachman. Gu Jiao agreed. Then, after bidding farewell to Eugene, she went to the front door of the courtyard. The door was ajar. It was open from inside. The moment Gu Jiao opened the door, she saw Xiao Lulang, who was about to knock on the door. Both of them paused. Gu Jiao didn't expect that he would find her here. Xiao Lulang didn't expect that the door would open by itself, and Gu Jiao would come out at this time. Are you okay? Why are you here? Both of them asked at the same time. Xiao Lulang was still gasping for breath. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that he was very tired and anxious on the way. He looked at the courtyard behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. She stepped over the threshold and closed the courtyard door. Let's go. Eugene heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. She was not at ease, so she walked over to take a look. But Gu Jiao had already left with Xiao Lulang. Eugene asked the coachman, Where is eldest Madame Gu? The coachman said, Just now, a person came to look for her. She left with him. A person came to look for her? She was captured by Long Yi. How could he guess that Long Yi had captured her here? Eugene was puzzled. She doubtfully followed several steps. Arriving at the corner of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she saw a carriage driving into the dim light of night. On the quiet street, little Sanzi was relieved from a burden as he drove the carriage. Finally, he found Miss Gu. He didn't need to be on tenterhooks anymore. Still, Big Brother Xiao was awesome. He immediately guessed that Miss Gu had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Say, how did he guess it? The same doubt also flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. The difference was, Gu Jiao quickly figured out the answer. No wonder he could stop Long Yi from killing her. No wonder Long Yi pinched his face. Long Yi was indeed confirming something. Moreover, he had already confirmed it. The memories that he thought he had long forgotten were actually so clear at night. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes and tried to squeeze these memories out of his mind, but he found that the more he tried, the more the memories surged. Mother, little Jing Kong suddenly opened his mouth in a daze. Was this little guy dreaming that he had a mother? Xiao Yulong's thoughts were interrupted. He pulled down little Jing Kong's clothes and covered his little belly. Little Jing Kong turned over and snuggled into his arms. He was mumbling something in his sleep. Xiao Lulang raised his slender, jade-like finger and poked his little head to the side. Little Jing Kong rolled over and rolled back after a while. Xiao Lulang poked him again. He rolled again. In the end, he stopped snuggling into Xiao Yulong's arms. His little foot came out of nowhere and directly kicked Xiao Yulong's face. Xiao Lulang. After being tormented by little Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang didn't have time to think about anything else. The strange memories in his mind also disappeared. He had a good sleep in the latter half of the night. The next day, before dawn, he went to Hanlin Academy. He arrived earlier than Kong Mu. Kong Mu looked at him strangely. Xiao Xiuzhua. didn't go back last night, right? He went back, Xiao Lulang said. After the roll call, Xiao Lulang went to his office. Kongmu couldn't help but mutter, "It's so early." He quarreled with his wife and was chased out by her. The results of the 6 ministries' examination were out. A large number of officials had entered the list of those who needed to take the makeup examination. Hanlin Academy took on the responsibility of giving lectures to the officials taking the makeup examination. Among the officials taking the makeup examination, a large number of them didn't take the imperial examination. They were officials from their families who obtained their positions through meritorious deeds of the previous generation. One could imagine how good their examination skills were. It wasn't that none of the officials were well-read. However, if a person had real talent and knowledge, he or she didn't need his or her family's help. He or she could become an official himself. For example, the former young chancellor and the current editor Zhuang. After all, those who knew they could become officials and still studied diligently were in the minority. The drawbacks of the system were obvious, but it had been around for a long time. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had tried to abolish it. In the end, he was jointly opposed by the civil and military officials. However, the previous emperor was also stubborn. He didn't relent until his death, causing the relationship between the monarch and his subjects to be very stiff. His old subordinates were loyal to him, but they also hoped that he would take back his order. After Empress Dowager Zhuang held court behind the curtain, she restored the system and gave the civil and military officials a way out. However, at the same time, she also raised a condition, the addition of the 6 ministries' examination. There would be an examination every 3 years. If they failed, they would have to take the makeup examination. If they failed the makeup examination twice, they would be demoted. If they were demoted twice, they would have their official position taken back. It was worth mentioning that those who had a demerit on their record would have to participate in the next round of examination, regardless of whether they drew lots or not. The mystery of this system was that it contained a lot of buffer periods. If they failed, they could still take the makeup examination. If they failed, they could still take the examination 3 years later. It wasn't like they would lose their official position all of a sudden. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Like father, like son. All of you are both intelligent and courageous. You are the pillars of our Zhao kingdom. Are your children all useless?" Using flattery and provocation, the ministers of the imperial court were choked. The 6 ministries' examination was accepted just like that. Although this system didn't completely eliminate the system, it minimized the drawbacks of the system. Today, the Hanlin official who was scheduled to lecture at the Tribute Institution was Xiao Lulang. The Tribute Institution arranged a carriage to pick him up. The carriage hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Lulang took a kettle to the backyard to get water. Ning Ziyuan happened to be washing his brush at the ink pool. When he saw him, he smiled and greeted him. "Lulang, you're early." "You're early too," Xiao Lulang said. Ning Ziyuan sighed. "I was afraid of being late, so I left early. Your house isn't far." As the two were talking, Scholar Han came over. Ning Ziyuan was surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect Master Han to be so early too." The two of them bowed to Scholar Han. Scholar Han nodded and looked at Xiao Lulang. "Are you going to lecture at the Tribute Institution today?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang said. "No need," Scholar Han said. "Come with me to the Wenhua Pavilion in a moment." Xiao Yulong's fingertips moved. The Wenhua Pavilion was the library built by Princess Xinyang. Scholar Han gave Xiao Lulang this opportunity because he thought highly of Xiao Lulang. Seeing that Xiao Lulang didn't say anything, he took it as a yes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step, Xiao Lulang said, "Master Han, I want to lecture at the Tribute Institution." What did he mean by, "You want to lecture at the Tribute Institution"? Was this how he bargained with his superior? Scholar Han looked back and said seriously, "Do you know what kind of place the Wenhua Pavilion is? What kind of opportunity is this?" "I want to lecture at the Tribute Institution," Xiao Lulang said word by word. Scholar Han frowned. Xiao Lulang looked at Ning Ziyuan and said, "Let Editor Ning go to the Wenhua Pavilion. I still want to go to the Tribute Institution." He said 3 times that he wanted to go to the Tribute Institution. No matter how much Scholar Han wanted to praise him, he wouldn't give him another opportunity. You, come with me, Scholar Han said to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan followed Scholar Han. As he walked, he gestured exaggeratedly at Xiao Lulang and silently said, "Are you really going to give me such a good opportunity? What are you doing?" Scholar Han stopped and turned his head to look at him. Ning Ziyuan stopped in a second and said, "Nothing, I'm just stretching." Scholar Han led Ning Ziyuan out of the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang waited for another hour before the people from the tribute institution arrived. However, just as he was about to sit in the carriage, the coachman from the Hanlin Academy rushed over anxiously and said, "Bad news, Xiao Lulang. Editor Ning is in trouble. Hurry and go to the Wenhua Pavilion." Chapter 409. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Outsiders didn't know much about Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Yulong's friendship. The coachman named Wu Lauer had only run into them a few times, and only then did he know that Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang were very close in private. He was tight-lipped and didn't say anything. But now that something had happened to Ning Ziyuan, Wu Lauer couldn't care less. "What happened to Editor Ning?" Xiao Lulang asked. Wu Lauer said anxiously, "He broke an antique inkstone in the Wenhua Pavilion. I heard that it belonged to the late emperor. What do you think we should do? If he's really punished, Editor Ning's career will be in danger." It was indeed a big taboo to break an item of the imperial family. Even Scholar Han couldn't protect Ning Ziyuan. The Wenhua Pavilion wasn't far from the examination compound. Xiao Lulang told the people from the examination compound to go there first, and he would be there later to deal with some matters. Then, Xiao Lulang and Wu Lauer went to the Wenhua Pavilion. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile of the Wenhua Pavilion was the same as before. The smell of cinnamon from the Four Seasons could easily awaken one's memories. Xiao Yulong's expression was dazed for a moment. "Xiao Xiaozhua," Wu Lauer called out. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and looked at Wu Lauer. "I'm fine. Where is he?" Without waiting for Wu Lauer to show him the way, he nodded and said, "Got it. He's at Tingfeng Courtyard." After he finished speaking, he strode towards Maple Courtyard. Wu Lauer was confused. "I don't think I told you that he was at Tingfeng Courtyard. Have you been here before? How do you know where Tingfeng Courtyard is?" The Pavilion of Literary Splendor had one pavilion and 3 courtyards. The main pavilion was called the Pavilion of Literary Splendor. It was used to store books. The courtyard of Listening Lair was the private courtyard of Princess Xinyang. The courtyard of Listening Billow was used to entertain guests. Only the courtyard of Listening Maple was used to store antiques and treasures, as well as books that needed to be restored. Scholar Han had come here today because Princess Xinyang had brought back a large box of famous paintings from Fengdu Mountain. Among them were 2 books, Mencius and the Doctrine of the Mean, which had been annotated by the great scholar of the previous dynasty, Master Zhuge. Princess Xinyang intended to gift these 2 books to the Hanlin Academy. Because the books had just been moved back and were about to be sent out, they weren't placed in the library. Instead, they were temporarily placed in Listening Maple Courtyard. Xiao Lulang arrived at Tingfeng Courtyard with ease. He realized that it wasn't that nothing had changed here. At least, the people here were no longer familiar faces. The steward in charge of the splendid literature pavilion had the same surname as Wu Lauer. He was almost 50 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 40s. This incident had caused a huge commotion. Not only him, but even the deputy stewards of the splendid literature pavilion had come along. Scholar Han had brought Ning Ziyuan here. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He was pleading with the stewards to let him take the inkstone away. There was a scholar in the Hanlin Academy who was proficient in restoring antiques. Maybe he could give it a try. However, the stewards didn't give Scholar Han any face. They insisted on detaining Ning Ziyuan and handing him over to Princess Xinyang. "Master Han," Xiao Lulang walked over and saluted Scholar Han. He then looked at Ning Ziyuan. When Ning Ziyuan saw him, It was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Lu Lang. Scholar Han frowned and said, "Didn't you go to the tribute courtyard? Why are you here? This isn't something you should get involved in. You should leave quickly." Xiao Lulang said, "The tribute courtyard doesn't start classes this early. I heard that something happened here. I recommended Ning Ziyuan here. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been in this situation." 6. Ning Ziyuan corrected himself. "Xiao Xiuzhu, don't say that. I was careless and dropped the inkstone. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Lulang wasn't in a hurry to appease Ning Ziyuan. Instead, he looked at the stewards across from him. "Can you let me see that inkstone?" Steward Wu saw that he was wearing the Hanlin Academy's official robes and knew that he was an official. He didn't refuse his request, but Steward Wu looked at his lame leg and crutches with a strange expression. Xiao Lulang was used to this kind of scrutiny. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, and waited for the servants of the splendid literature pavilion to carefully bring in the broken inkstone on a tray. This was the imperial inkstone used by the third emperor of the Great Western Dynasty. It was an antique from the previous dynasty. No wonder the stewards of the splendid literature pavilion were so nervous. However, this inkstone wasn't broken by Ning Ziyuan. It had been broken long ago. It was broken by the young Xiao Hong. He was worried that Princess Xinyang would spank him, so he asked Long Yi to find some fish bleach glue and stuck it on himself. So, Ning Ziyuan was really tricked by him. Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression, "This inkstone was broken to begin with." "Nonsense," Steward Wu said sternly. "How could it be broken? Are you implying that we broke the inkstone and blamed it on your Hanlin Academy?" Ning Ziyuan was actually a little confused, but no one believed him, so he didn't dare to voice his doubts. Now that Xiao Lulang spoke, he became a little more confident. "I also don't think I broke it. There's a wooden floor below, and this thing isn't placed high. Who knows how it broke in half with a light knock?" Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. "What evidence do you have?" Although he didn't want Ning Ziyuan to be guilty, he couldn't let someone else take the blame just to get Ning Ziyuan off the hook. Princess Xinyang wasn't a good-tempered person, and the consequences of slandering her servant were severe. Xiao Lulang showed the inkstone to Scholar Han. "This crack is quite old, and there are traces of it being glued together. If the stewards don't believe me, you can invite Dr. Nye from our Hanlin Academy and the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies. They will know once they take a look." Dr. Nye was the 5 classics doctor who was proficient in restoring antiques. The old Chancellor didn't need to be mentioned. Not only could he identify antiques, but he could also fake them. When Scholar Han heard this, he immediately sent people to Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College to invite experts. After careful inspection, they confirmed that Xiao Lulang wasn't lying. This inkstone was indeed broken for many years. However, the stewards still had a skeptical look on their faces. Scholar Han smiled faintly. "You don't trust Hanlin Academy, but don't you trust the Imperial College? Hanlin Academy has nothing to do with the Imperial College." This was the truth. Everyone knew that Hanlin Academy was under Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Grand Tutor Zhuang and the old Chancellor were independent. The old Chancellor thought, "Your disciple is in Hanlin Academy?" The old Chancellor stroked his beard and said seriously, all right, there are some things that shouldn't be said. After all, the young Marquis has passed away, and it's not inappropriate to talk about him again. However, we can't make an innocent person take the blame because of this. Actually, this inkstone was broken by Xiao Hong. He was naughty when he was young, so he didn't dare to tell Princess Xinyang that he broke the inkstone. He secretly took it to the Imperial College and asked me to fix it for him. That's right, I glued this inkstone. If you don't believe me, what if you don't believe me? Do you want to go underground and ask the young Duke for confirmation? The stewards had an image in their minds. They quivered and didn't dare to speak anymore. The old Chancellor waved his hand. "Okay, I'll tell Princess Xinyang about the inkstone. I won't make things difficult for you." At this point, the stewards finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they hadn't served the young Duke, they knew that the old Chancellor was the young Duke's teacher. Since he took the responsibility, there was nothing for them to do. The storm was over. Scholar Han thought he could meet Princess Xinyang, but she didn't come to Wanhua Pavilion until they left. He felt a little regretful. After leaving Wanhua Pavilion, Xiao Lulang looked at the old chancellor with a speechless expression. Teacher's mouth is really... The old chancellor waved his hand. Excellent as always, I know. Xiao Lulang was speechless. As long as you're happy. On the other side, Gu Jiao entered the palace. She was now a regular at Renshou Palace. She didn't even need to check her token and could directly enter the palace. She was going to deliver candied fruit to her grandaunt. Recently, her grandaunt had improved a new type of candied fruit. It was sweeter but had less sugar, so her grandaunt could eat one more fruit every day. When she was on the way to Renshou Palace, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Miss Gu. It was Consort Rue Wang's voice. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Consort Rue Wang for a while. It was mainly because she encountered a wave of assassination on her way back from visiting old concubine Jing in the nunnery. Rue Wang was so scared that Rue Wang couldn't go out for 2 months. I knew it was you. Consort Rue Wang walked over and affectionately held Gu Jiao's arm. You seem to have grown taller. Unlike me, I can only put on weight. Gu Jiao looked at her slightly round body and said, You're not fat. She really wasn't fat. Consort Rue Wang used to be too thin. Now she was normal. Consort Rue Wang said, Only you and the prince would say that. The nannies didn't allow me to eat too much. They were afraid that the baby would grow too big and it would be hard to give birth. Gu Jiao deeply agreed. In ancient times where medical treatment wasn't advanced enough, giving birth was a natural process. Not eating too much was the best choice as long as the child's nutrition was ensured. However, looking at Consort Rue Wang's complexion, it was clear that the nannies had taken good care of her. Consort Rue Wang sighed. I haven't been out for so long that I didn't even know that old concubine Jing had passed away. The prince probably hid it from me because he was afraid that I would be sad and affect the baby. Old concubine Jing's death had been kept a secret, so Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Rue Wang had heard anything. How have you been recently? Consort Rue Wang asked. I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. Consort Rue Wang sighed. Why didn't you come to the estate to find me? You don't know how bored I've been for the past 2 months. Gu Jiao looked at her bulging belly and said, Are you still bored with him? Consort Rue Wang and Consort Yao were both due in the beginning of the 10th month. She was now 7 months pregnant. Her belly looked a bit bigger than Consort Yao's. When the child in her belly was mentioned, Consort Rue Wang revealed a hint of motherly gentleness. I don't know if it's a son or a daughter. I want to give birth to a son for the prince. If it's a son, then it'll be Imperial Father's first Imperial grandson. Imperial Father will definitely be very happy. Other people wouldn't dare to say this, but Consort Rue Wang was a straightforward person. Adding on the fact that she trusted Gu Jiao a lot, she didn't have any scruples when she said this. Just as Gu Jiao was about to use the stethoscope to listen to the heartbeat in her belly, a woman's cry of surprise came from behind the rockery not far away. What? Ugh. As soon as Consort Rue Wang opened her mouth, Gu Jiao vigilantly covered her mouth. Chapter 410. There was clearly a trace of an expert's presence in the place where the woman's cry came from. After Gu Jiao covered Consort Rue Wang's mouth, she signaled her with her eyes. Consort Rue Wang opened her eyes wide and nodded. The place they were at was a small path between Renshou Palace and Cunning Palace. The surrounding scenery was very good, and there was a lot of cover, which was good for hiding. It was also for this reason that the other party chose this place. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't know what the other party wanted to do. She only knew that if she pulled Consort Rue Wang away now, no matter where they went, they would be seen by the people behind the rockery. Gu Jiao simply pulled Consort Rue Wang behind a large tree behind them. Consort Rue Wang picked up Gu Jiao's hand and used her fingertips to write on her palm. Aren't we going to see what happened? Gu Jiao shook her head and wrote on her palm. There's an expert. After a pause, she said, he doesn't have a murderous aura. In other words, he didn't want to kill that woman. Consort Rue Wang nodded thoughtfully. The rockery was directly across from the large tree, about 20 steps away. The two of them both held their breaths. With Gu Jiao's ability, she could hide her presence very well, but Consort Rue Wang couldn't do it for the time being. She could only try to slow her breathing as much as possible. However, that woman's breathing was probably too fast and nervous, so she suppressed Consort Rue Wang's and didn't let the expert notice. The conversation behind the rockery could be faintly heard. It's you? You. Why are you here? What did you do to Chunying? Hearing this name, Consort Rue Wang's temples suddenly jumped a few times. Gu Jiao looked at her with confusion. She picked up Gu Jiao's hand and wrote on her palm, Chunying is the Crown Prince Consort's personal female official. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So the woman who spoke was, both the woman and the expert lowered their voices, which sounded different from their usual voices. Therefore, it was difficult to tell if it was the person she had guessed in her heart. But there was no hurry. After all, the two of them would come out from behind the rockery in a while. The conversation continued. I only sealed her sleeping acupoint. It will automatically unseal after an hour. Gu Jiao. Oh, she wants to learn too. She put her husband to sleep and then did this and that. It was a man's voice. The woman said, I think you're the crazy one. This is the Imperial Palace. It's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? The voice sounded a little angry. The expert sneered. Who told you to always avoid me? I can only resort to this. Don't come any closer. The woman shouted. A few hurried footsteps came from behind the rockery. It should be the woman who was staggering back to avoid the expert. Unfortunately, she couldn't retreat far. Gu Jiao heard her back hit the rockery. The expert seemed to compromise. Okay, I won't come over. Don't hurt yourself. The woman said coldly, What do you want to do? The expert smiled playfully. Don't you know what I want to do? You. Look at how scared you are. Don't worry. I don't want to do anything today. I just came to tell you. Gu Jiao and Consort Rue Wang didn't hear the last sentence clearly. The expert seemed to have said it close to the woman's ear. Then there was a crisp slap from behind the rockery. Consort Rue Wang was stunned and blinked. Was this a slap? Gu Jiao nodded. It sounded like it. After that slap, there was no more conversation from behind the rockery. The expert should have left. The woman's breathing was still there. Gu Jiao and Consort Rue Wang didn't leave. Both of them wanted to see who the woman behind the rockery was. The two of them waited for a long time. Finally, the woman behind the rockery came out. Consort Rue Wang took a closer look and quickly covered her mouth. How could it be her? Gu Jiao had already guessed it, so she didn't have much of a reaction. At this time, the servant girl who was left behind in the Imperial Garden by Consort Rue Wang hadn't seen Consort Rue Wang for a long time. She couldn't help but come here. Princess. Princess, you're here. Consort Rue Wang couldn't hide anymore. She braced herself and walked out from behind the tree. Gu Jiao also walked out. Princess. The servant girl bowed to Consort Rue Wang. She hadn't seen Gu Jiao before, so she didn't greet Gu Jiao. But when she saw the woman walking out from behind the rockery, she quickly bowed. Crown Prince Consort. Consort Rue Wang's mouth twitched. This was so awkward. Consort Rue Wang naturally wouldn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the Crown Prince Consort. She cleared her throat and said to Wen Linlang with a fake smile, Did the Crown Prince Consort also go to pay respects to Imperial Mother? I just came out of Imperial Mother's palace and met Dr. Gu on the way. I was about to invite Dr. Gu to sit in the Imperial Garden and check my pulse to see if I'm pregnant with a boy or a girl. These words stabbed right into the Crown Prince Consort's heart. The Crown Prince Consort and the Crown Prince had been married for almost 2 years. The Crown Prince only doted on her. Unfortunately, she wasn't pregnant at all. Empress Xiao was almost worried to death. The Crown Prince Consort looked deeply at Consort Rue Wang and Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was provoked by Consort Rue Wang's words, but she didn't ask anything else and just said mildly, I was just about to go pay respects to Imperial Mother. Since Consort Rue Wang has already gone, I won't call you along. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu looks more like someone from the imperial palace than Consort Rue Wang. Consort Rue Wang was the imperial family's daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Rue Wang had already reached the age of 20 and was living alone. Consort Rue Wang naturally couldn't live in the palace anymore. However, Gu Jiao could come and go as she pleased. She could live whenever she wanted. Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "I can't help it. Someone dotes on me." The crown prince consort, Gu Jiao didn't exchange pleasantries with Consort Rue Wang for too long. The two headed in the direction of the imperial garden together. Consort Rue Wang turned her head to look at the servant following behind her in the distance and said in a small voice, "Say, who do you think that man is?" Gu Jiao looked strangely at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Which one of us is the imperial family's daughter-in-law?" Did she really think that she knew more about the population of the imperial palace than her just because she had made a few trips to the imperial palace? Consort Rue Wang thought for a moment and said, "The imperial princes still living in the palace are only Zhao Mu's fourth prince and Consort Shu's fifth prince. Little Six and Little Qi are still young." "It definitely isn't them," Gu Jiao asked. "Why must it be the imperial princes? Could it be His Majesty?" Consort Rue Wang was terrified. "Gu Jiao, what are you thinking? It couldn't be His Majesty. His Majesty didn't know martial arts. Also, the relationship between the crown prince consort and that man seemed to be a bit unclear." The two parted ways in the imperial garden. Consort Rue Wang returned to the Rue Wang Fu. Gu Jiao went to Ranshou Palace and gave the candied fruit that her granduncle had personally made to her grandaunt. She also solemnly announced that she could eat one more fruit every day. On the other side, Xiao Lulang had finished lecturing the officials for the entire day. Today, he was mainly talking about the law. As an official directly under the 6 ministries, it was a sad thing that he couldn't even memorize all of the laws of Zhao country. It was sad for the officials, and also sad for the imperial court. The carriage of the tribute compound sent Xiao Lulang back to Hanlin Academy. When they passed by the pancake shop, Xiao Lulang thought of the plum and vegetable pancake that had softened and lost its texture last night. He also thought of the disappointed expression on Gu Jiao's face. He had a thought and had the carriage stop here. Xiao Lulang said, "Go back to the tribute compound. Hanlin Academy is up ahead." "Yes." The driver drove the carriage away. The stall selling pancakes was at the entrance. Xiao Lulang walked over and said to the proprietress who was busy alone in front of the stall, "I want 10 plum and vegetable pancakes." The proprietress said, "There's only one left." "Then, I want 1 plum and vegetable pancake." Xiao Yolong's words sounded almost at the same time as another voice. It was a female customer who had suddenly appeared by Xiao Yolong's side. The proprietress looked at Xiao Lulang and then at the female customer. She asked, "It's the last one. Which one of you is buying?" "I'll buy," Xiao Lulang said firmly. He didn't look at the female customer, but the female customer looked at him curiously. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, the money bag in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Lulang finally looked at her. It was this look that made Xiao Yolong's hand that was holding the copper coins to the proprietress stiffen. "You are." Eugene grabbed Xiao Yolong's arm. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person." Xiao Lulang looked away and put the copper coins on the table. He took the pancakes and left. Eugene's expression changed. "Wait a minute. Hey, sir, you gave too much." The proprietress raised 2 copper coins and shouted at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and quickly walked into an alley to the side. When Eugene chased after him, he had already hidden in another shop. Eugene looked around for a long time, but she couldn't find Xiao Yolong's figure. In the end, she left with disappointment and loss. Xiao Lulang let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. He walked out from the small cubicle of the ready-made clothing shop. He didn't know if it was because he walked too quickly to avoid Eugene, but his good left foot was twisted. He lost his balance and fell forward. Coincidentally, a customer opposite him had finished picking out cloth and was walking over. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and bumped into her shoulder. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the walking stick in his hand also fell out. The servant girl cried out in alarm, "Princess, are you okay?" Princess Xinyang waved her hand indifferently. "I'm fine." She looked at the Hanlin official who seemed to have tripped over himself. Her gaze fell on the back of his head. She asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Chapter 411. Xiao Yulong's body stiffened. How long had it been since he'd heard this voice? It felt like a lifetime had passed. He fell to the ground with his back to Princess Xinyang. Even so, he could feel her gaze on him. He didn't dare to turn his head, nor did he dare to turn his back. He tried to restrain his body from trembling and said calmly, "I'm fine." "You." Princess Xinyang heard him say he was fine, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the cane that had fallen. It didn't look like a cane, but more like a walking stick. It was suitable for people who couldn't walk, but couldn't walk at all. Princess Xinyang wasn't sure if he had been born with a disability or had just been injured recently. Either way, it didn't seem like he was fine. She said, "I think I tripped you just now. Can you still get up? I'll call a doctor for you. Come, help this man up." As soon as she finished speaking, the servant girl who had been supporting her stepped forward and reached out to help Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang hurriedly raised his sleeve to stop her. "Don't come over." The servant girl was startled. She looked back at Princess Xinyang in confusion. Xiao Lulang composed himself and said, "I'm not used to people touching me." When he was 14, his voice hadn't changed. It was still a young and immature voice. Now that it had passed, he had changed into a voice that was somewhere between a teenager and an adult man, low and clean. Princess Xinyang didn't immediately notice that something was wrong with his voice, but she could clearly feel his avoidance and resistance. She thought about how men and women shouldn't touch each other. He was wearing Hanlin robes, and they were near Hanlin Academy. He really should be careful to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Princess Xinyang didn't make things difficult for him. "If you need anything, go to Princess Xinyang's residence and let me know." Although she didn't live in the princess's residence, her servants were there and could still notify her. Xiao Lulang tried hard not to look back. "No, I'm fine." Princess Xinyang felt that this person was strange, and so was she. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Where are you going? I can have the guards send you there." "No need." Xiao Lulang refused. "I can walk by myself." As he finished speaking, he used his hand to push himself up. Under the gaze of Princess Xinyang, he limped to the door and bent down to pick up the cane that Gu Jiao had personally made for him. He had never been in such a sorry state before. He knew that she was watching him from behind, but he didn't want her to see him like this. His hand that was holding the cane trembled slightly. He didn't look back and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Princess Xinyang looked at his departing figure and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Princess." Eugene walked in, panting. Princess Xinyang came back to her senses. She glanced at her and said, "How did you end up like this when you went to buy some bread?" Eugene opened her mouth, hesitating whether or not she should tell her what she had just seen. Princess Xinyang said, "Just say what you want to say. When did you become so wishy-washy?" Eugene looked at her and gathered her courage to say, "Princess, just now. I think I saw the young duke." Princess Xinyang's expression changed slightly, but she recovered her usual calmness in an instant. "Eugene, how many times do I have to tell you? He's dead." Xiao Lulang ran back to Hanlin Academy in one breath. Ning Ziyuan had just come out of Hanlin Academy. Seeing that he seemed to have lost his soul, he pulled him aside and asked in confusion, "Lulang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to the examination hall to give a lecture? Did someone bully you? I knew it. Those makeup examiners at the examination hall were all shady officials. They're a bunch of prickly people. How about this? I'll go in your place next time. I'm fine. The examination hall is fine. He could even suppress the super prickly crown prince. Not to mention those little prickly people. But you look like you have something on your mind. Ning Ziyuan didn't believe that Xiao Lulang was fine. After knowing Xiao Lulang for so long, he knew what kind of person Xiao Lulang was. In the past, Attendant Yang would always find ways to make things difficult for him, but he had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Ziyuan's mind flashed. Are you worried about what happened this morning? I broke the inkstone and offended Princess Xinyang, didn't I? Don't be sad. I'll explain it to her. I broke the inkstone. This whole thing started because of me. Xiao Lulang said. I'm really fine. Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. But you don't look well. Xiao Lulang said casually. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Ning Ziyuan asked suspiciously. Is that so? Xiao Lulang nodded. Yes. Then, Ning Ziyuan looked towards the end of the alley. Sister-in-law didn't come to pick you up today. I'll find a carriage to take you back. There's no need. Xiao Lulang rejected his good intentions. Xiao Lulang seemed to be easy to talk to in front of his friends, but when he was stubborn, no one could persuade him. Ning Ziyuan had no choice but to let him be. Xiao Lulang walked aimlessly on the street with his cane. When he left the boutique, he almost ran away. He didn't even look back to see how she looked, but her voice was deeply engraved in his mind. It kept circling and lingering. It started to rain heavily. The pedestrians all ran away. Only Xiao Lulang didn't notice it and walked slowly in the rain. It wasn't until a tender voice sounded beside him that he suddenly came back to his senses. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why aren't you using an umbrella? It was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was holding a small yellow umbrella that Gu Jiao made for him. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Lulang, who was drenched like a drowned rat. Xiao Lulang didn't realize that he had arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College until now. Are you here to pick me up today? Little Jing Kong asked, holding the umbrella. Actually, it was not time for school to end yet. Little Jing Kong had finished his homework in advance and made an exception to leave school first. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded and said to the little guy, Let's go. Little Jing Kong didn't move. You don't have an umbrella? I don't have an umbrella. He paused and then added, I don't need one. Here. Little Jing Kong handed him the umbrella. You can use it yourself. How could Xiao Lulang take a child's umbrella? What if he took it? The umbrella was so small that it couldn't fit two people. Little Jing Kong said, I have a raincoat. Jiao Jiao made him a raincoat. There was even a big red flower that he drew on it. Little Jing Kong handed the umbrella to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang still held the umbrella for him. He took out his yellow raincoat from his school bag and put it on quickly. Then, he took off his shoes, held them in his hands, and stepped into the water barefoot. Xiao Lulang was speechless. You just want to step into the water. Little Jing Kong stepped into the water all the way and jumped into the holes. Since Jiao Jiao wasn't around, he didn't have to care about his tough guy image. He stepped into the water happily, like a little frog that fell into a pond. It turned out that going home with a bad brother-in-law could be so fun. When he reached the entrance, he said generously, Okay, I'll allow you to pick me up on rainy days. Xiao Lulang. Haha, as if I want to pick you up. Lu Quan next door was about to pick up little Jing Kong. He was slightly surprised when he saw the two people at the door. You're back? Hello, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. The little guy was wearing the raincoat that Gu Jiao Jiao made for him, and he was wearing a small raincoat hat. He liked things that were golden, but Gu Jiao Jiao didn't have any golden dyes, so she made yellow. The raincoat itself was beautiful, but after he drew so many ugly big red flowers, it became a little indescribable. It was supported by the face. It was too ugly and cute. Xiao Lulang, the Hanlin Academy official, looked a little funny holding a childish yellow umbrella. Lu Quan laughed and said, It's good that you're back. I'll go and pick up Master. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong waved at him politely. Lu Quan said to Xiao Lulang, Lulang, quickly change your clothes. You're all wet. Xiao Lulang nodded. The two of them entered the courtyard. None of the family members were home. Gu Jiao had gone to see a doctor and had not returned. Yao Shi had been invited to Granny Zhou's home. Although they were not far from each other and were both in by Shui Tong, with such heavy rain suddenly falling, Granny Zhou was worried that Yao Shi would fall. Granny Zhou had Yao Shi wait until the rain stopped before leaving. Yu Ye and senior servant Fong were also there. As for Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun, needless to say, they want to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong couldn't step on the water alone, so he ran to the backyard and let Little 8, Little 9, and the 7 chicks out to step on the water. The 9 mythological beasts in the house said that they didn't want to step on the water. Xiao Lulang went back to the west room to change into dry clothes, then went to the study to take out the Yin Kingdom's arithmetic book and continued to study and calculate the ancestral rate. Little Jing Kong stepped on the water for a while, then walked into the study quietly. He came to the desk, held his little belly, and said awkwardly, I'm hungry. Xiao Lulang glanced at him. Are you sure you want to eat the food I made? Little Jing Kong choked and stammered then I'd better not. Bad brother-in-law's food was too disgusting, so he could stay hungry for a while. Little Jing Kong's stomach kept growling. Even after eating the candied fruits and snacks, he still wasn't full. After all, he was a child with a big appetite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought with the other little monks for food. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles for him. Looking at the black noodles on the table, Little Jing Kong refused in his heart. Xiao Lulang handed him a pair of chopsticks. Eat. Little Jing Kong sat on the small horizontal chair in front of him. He didn't take the chopsticks immediately, but looked at Xiao Lulang seriously. I just want to ask you, can you eat this bowl of noodles by yourself? Xiao Lulang said calmly, I'm not the one whose stomach is growling now. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Bad brother-in-law's words were so reasonable that he couldn't refute him. In the end, hunger prevailed. Alas. Little Jing Kong sighed, took the chopsticks with his little hand, and started to eat in resignation. It was almost dinner time, but Xiao Lulang wasn't hungry. However, he didn't let Little Jing Kong sit in the central room and eat alone. He directly moved Little Jing Kong and the chair to the study. He ate his own food and counted his own food. Little Jing Kong was halfway through eating when he suddenly looked at Xiao Lulang bitterly. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head and continued to do the math problem in his hand. Little Jing Kong was full of curiosity. How do you make every meal taste worse than the last? Xiao Lulang looked at him and said shamelessly, work hard and cook well. Little Jing Kong knew that he couldn't learn this skill because the sweet potatoes he roasted when he was 3 years old were already better than the food made by his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong developed the good habit of not wasting food when he was in the temple. No matter how bad the food tasted, he would grit his teeth and finish it. Are you full? Xiao Lulang looked at the black and empty bowl in front of him and asked. Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and looked dignified. Your food tastes so bad. Do you expect me to eat a second bowl? Okay, congratulations, your wish is fulfilled. Well, he couldn't do anything if he wasn't full. Xiao Lulang knew that the little monk's stomach wouldn't be full so easily. He also steamed some vegetable jerky, corn on the cob, and sweet potatoes for him in the pot. They should be cooked by now. He took away the empty bowl in front of Little Jing Kong and went to the kitchen to bring out the steamed vegetable jerky, corn, and sweet potatoes. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. I don't want this plate. He had beautiful tableware. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, you don't want it? Eat it or not, I won't spoil you. Little Jing Kong unwillingly picked up the chopsticks and said, a child without jiao jiao is a blade of grass. Xiao Lulang. Taking care of a child required a lot of energy. Xiao Lulang felt tired after a while, but this kind of tiredness seemed to be different from normal tiredness. He felt a little dizzy. After eating, little Jing Kong went to the backyard to wash the bowls. The cupboard was too high for him to reach, so he had to tiptoe to put the clean bowls and chopsticks on the stove. He also took a wet rag and planned to wipe his small table. But when he entered the study room, he felt that something was wrong. Huh, bad brother-in-law is sleeping on the table? It's not dark yet. Little Jing Kong walked over, tilted his head and called Xiao Lulang, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. No response. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. Ahung, there was still no response. Little Jing Kong let out a strange cry of surprise. He took out his little hand, which had just grabbed a wet rag, and touched Xiao Lulang's forehead. Yeah, it's so hot. Xiao Lulang fell ill without any warning. His whole body was hot, and his brain turned into paste. He started to have a dream again and again. In the dream, he returned to the Princess Manor. Today, Zhuang Xianji came to teach Wen Linlang. It was supposed to be at the One family, but the One family was too far away, so it was changed to the Princess Manor. Wen Linlang was his fiancée, so he accompanied her to the class. After Zhuang Xianji finished teaching, it was a break. Wen Linlang complained, Ahung, Mr. Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay? He nodded as he could see his mother outside. The two went to the back of the mountain. When Linlang found a rabbit, Ahung, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home, okay? The rabbit raised by his mother died not long ago, and his mother was sad for a long time. Ahung, I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? His mother also liked to eat dates, so he climbed up to pick them. Ahung, can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me? His mother also liked osmanthus cake, so he sat in the carriage and went to buy it. When he carried the rabbit, a bag of dates, and a box of osmanthus cake, he excitedly went to find Princess Xianyang. What he saw, however, was an indifferent and world-weary face. Ahung. She waved to him and smiled. He slowly walked over. Mother, are you not feeling well? She looked at him meaningfully. Ahung, do you like Mother? I do. Are you willing to do anything for Mother? I am willing, he said resolutely. Then go die for Mother. Ahung, go die for me, okay? Chapter 412. The rain poured down. Vermilion Bird Avenue was shrouded in rain and fog. Princess Xinyang sat in front of the window, quietly watching the heavy rain in the courtyard. She was wearing pajamas, as if she had just crawled out of bed. Yujin came out of the greenhouse, closed the umbrella, and brushed the rain off it. She handed it to a servant girl beside her, then turned to enter the room. She said to Princess Xinyang, that peony is alive. It can't be like this anymore. If this happens a few more times, even Deluo Jin Xian won't be able to save it. Princess Xinyang didn't speak. She just silently admired the rain. The rain is blowing in. Yujin walked over, took away the stick supporting the window, and let it down. After this rain, it should get cold. Coincidentally, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. With no more rain to watch, Princess Xinyang lowered her gaze, but still didn't speak. Yujin looked at her deeply. Princess, is there something on your mind? I just had a dream. Princess Xinyang said. I dreamed of that child. Yujin's eyes moved. She asked tentatively, the young duke? Yes. Princess Xinyang readily admitted. She pinched her left sleeve with her right hand. He shouted that he wanted to kill me. Yujin's expression changed slightly. Princess. Princess Xinyang smiled faintly. Yujin wanted to say something, but hesitated. She sighed. It's getting late. Princess should rest early. When Xiao Lulang woke up, it was already midnight. He lay on the soft bed. After a while, he remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep on the table. But how did he end up on the bed? And it didn't seem to be his bed. Awake? Gu Jiao's voice sounded in his ear. The rain outside had lessened. The torrential rain turned into a patter of autumn rain. It was as if the surroundings were suddenly filled with the coolness of autumn. A dim oil lamp was left on the candlestick. Xiao Lulang turned his head to look at Gu Jiao, who was lying beside him. Her expression and voice were not drowsy at all. It was obvious that she had not slept. Under her gentle gaze, the lingering palpitations in his heart gradually calmed down. "What about me?" The moment he opened his mouth, he realized that his hoarse voice didn't sound like his at all. His throat also felt swollen and painful. Gu Jiao said, "You were caught in the rain today and fell ill. Before your family came back, you had a high fever. Jing Kong was taking care of you." Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. "He takes care of me? Does that little monk know how to take care of people?" Gu Jiao bent her lips and pointed at the antipyretic patch on his forehead. "He put this on you." When little Jing Kong had a high fever, Gu Jiao put this patch on him. There was also a box at home. She didn't expect him to remember it. He even took it out and put it on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang touched the cold and soft object on his forehead and felt a chill in hindsight. Needless to say, he guessed that it was from her small medicine box. He had seen the three of them put it on. Xiao Lulang had a high tolerance for strange objects in the small medicine box. On the contrary, he was quite surprised that little Jing Kong could take care of him. "The little guy knows how to take care of people," he murmured. Gu Jiao bent her lips. "Not only that, he also fed you water, but you don't remember. At that time, it was raining heavily. There was no one at home. He put on a light raincoat and went to the clinic to invite Dr. Song to his home. He went so far." Xiao Lulang was even more surprised. The little guy always made trouble at home. From time to time, he would sing a different tune, making everyone in a mess. It was easy to misunderstand him as a naughty and ignorant child. But in fact, he was far stronger and more sensible than children his age. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Why are you so surprised?" Xiao Lulang said truthfully, "I just didn't expect him to care about me so much." Gu Jiao said, "Compared to me, he is more worried about you. He said that you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't even bring an umbrella in the rain. You are worse than a child like him." Xiao Lulang explained, "When I went out, I didn't expect it to rain. He went out too early. The sky was still dark, so he couldn't see the sky at all. When little Jing Kong went out, the sky was already rising." He had recently learned in the Imperial College, don't go out in the morning, but travel thousands of miles in the evening. He brought an umbrella and a raincoat with him. He was really a worry-free child. Gu Jiao smiled and said, Jing Kong also said, "I know my brother-in-law went out early, but why didn't he buy an umbrella on the way? Why did he have to come back in the rain? So stupid." The corner of Xiao Yulong's mouth twitched. "Well," she imitated his disdainful tone perfectly. Gu Jiao continued, "He also asked me if I didn't give you any pocket money, so you couldn't even afford an umbrella." Xiao Lulang was speechless. How could a 4-year-old little monk come up with so many things in his mind? Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She handed him a pill and poured a cup of hot water. "Since you are awake, drink the pill." Xiao Lulang sat up, took the medicine, and drank it. He also finished the water. Then, he finally realized that something was wrong. "Why am I lying on your bed?" Gu Jiao blinked and said seriously, "I didn't carry you here." Xiao Lulang was speechless. "Go to sleep." Gu Jiao put down the teacup and decisively lay down on the bed and pretended to be dead. Xiao Lulang also lay down, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he looked at her without blinking. Gu Jiao could feel his gaze even with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and said, "Yes, I forgot to turn off the light." As she spoke, she went to turn off the oil lamp and lay down again. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness and an eerie silence. Xiao Lulang could hear her uneven breathing. He still looked at her in the dark and said, If one day you find out that I am not who you think I am, will you be disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him. Also, if you are not who I think you are, what do you think you are? Is your face fake? She raised her hand and pinched his face. No, he said. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved down and touched his chest. Is this fake? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath. No. What about this? Her little hand poked his abs again. Wherever her fingertips touched, it was soft and numb, making him feel as if he was on fire. Xiao Lulang quickly grabbed her restless little hand. He was worried that if he didn't stop her, her hand would move down and she might poke something she shouldn't. It's also real. He said in a hoarse voice, don't touch it. Gu Jiao. Oh, Xiao Lulang. Why does she sound so regretful? Xiao Lulang didn't let go of her hand, but he didn't use too much force. She could pull her hand out if she wanted. Gu Jiao did not do so. She turned her body to face him, as if she could really see him in the pitch-black darkness. Their breaths intertwined in the night. Suddenly, she hooked his finger and asked, since you're real from head to toe, I won't be disappointed. But what if the identity is fake? What if I'm not the person you think I am? Xiao Lulang composed himself and used a great deal of courage to make himself speak. Have you ever thought that maybe I'm not the real? It was hard to say. Actually, Gu Jiao didn't mind. It didn't matter if he was the real Xiao Lulang or not. However, since he had brought it up to the surface, she was willing to be honest with him. Gu Jiao looked at him. Not the real what? Xiao Lulang tightened her hand. Not the real. Achoo. There was a sudden sneeze behind him. Xiao Yulong's body shook. He turned around and looked at the other side of him. The night was too dark, so he couldn't see anything. However, he reached out his hand and touched it. Sure enough, he touched a yawning squishy ball. Why is he here? Xiao Lulang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Gu Jiao. Otherwise, oh, Gu Jiao said, he was worried about you, so he followed me. He probably wanted to pee, so he drank a bowl of snow pear soup before going to bed. As Gu Jiao spoke, she found a match on the bedside table and lit the oil lamp. Sure enough, little Jing Kong covered his little butt in a daze. He was dreaming. He dreamt that he was looking for a toilet. He finally found it. Let me do it, Xiao Lulang said. He lifted little Jing Kong up and didn't even have time to take off his pants before little Jing Kong peed. It was a dark history. Xiao Lulang was pissed all over. He was speechless. The next morning, Xiao Lulang was fine except for a little sore throat and a hoarse voice. Little Jing Kong woke up comfortably on the Jiao Jiao bed. He felt refreshed. He stretched his body and walked out of the east room. At first glance, he saw Xiao Lulang sitting in the central room, organizing books. Last night, the books had been soaked by the rain that drifted in. This morning, the sky had cleared up, so he planned to take the books out to dry. He also saw little Jing Kong coming out of the east room. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You peed your pants last night." Little Jing Kong stared at him. "Nonsense. How could I pee the bed? I stopped peeing when I was 1. He was telling the truth. He was the only baby in the temple who didn't pee his pants. Xiao Lulang laughed. "You can go and see if you don't believe me. You haven't washed your wet pants yet." Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard to take a look. It was the pants he wore before he went to bed. It was really wet, and he was wearing another pair of pants at this time. Little Jing Kong's body shook. He covered his mouth in disbelief. This. Xiao Lulang walked over and smiled. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Little Jing Kong waved his little fists and jumped anxiously. I didn't pee my pants. It must be you. You peed your pants. You peed on me, and you're blaming me. You can see if you don't believe me. Your pants are here too. It's wet. Xiao Lulang. You peed on me." Little Jing Kong firmly refused to believe that he peed his pants. "Bad brother-in-law. You peed your pants and blamed me after you peed. Shame on you." "Humph." Little Jing Kong snorted and walked away. Chapter 413. There are all the novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. A while ago, Princess Ning went back to her parents' home to accompany her seriously ill mother. She didn't return to the prince's mansion until her mother got better. Because of this, Gu Jiao's visit to the prince's mansion to feel her pulse was delayed. Gu Jiao didn't know that Princess Ning had come back. Princess Rui Wang was the first to know. She hurriedly ordered the carriage to go to the prince's mansion. Sister-in-law. Princess Ning's carriage happened to stop at the gate of the mansion. She was about to get in when she heard Princess Rui Wang's happy voice. Princess Ning took back her foot that had stepped on the stool and turned to look at Princess Rui Wang, who got out of another carriage. She couldn't help laughing and said, "Slow down. How can you walk so fast with such a big belly?" Princess Rui Wang almost ran. She came to Princess Ning and said with a smile, "Aunt, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Princess Ning nodded with a smile. "You are pregnant. Why don't you take care of the baby in the mansion? What are you doing here?" Princess Rui Wang said, "I heard that you came back, so I came to see you. I have nothing to do in the mansion these 2 months, so I learned some cooking skills. This is the dried apricot I made myself. Please don't dislike it." As soon as she finished speaking, Maid Su behind her handed over the clay jar with the dried apricot. The maid beside Princess Ning reached out to take it. Princess Ning thanked her. "You are so considerate. I am going to the palace to greet my mother and consort Zhuang. Do you want to come with me?" Princess Rui Wang smiled. "That's what I want to do." Princess Ning glanced at her bulging belly. She hesitated for a moment and said, "But, your body." Princess Rui Wang waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I can take the carriage." A trace of envy flashed through Princess Ning's eyes. She took her hand. "Well, come on." The two got into Princess Ning's carriage. They soon arrived at the imperial palace. Princess Ning took care of Rui Wang carefully. She was even more careful than Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang wanted to say that she didn't need to be so nervous. It was as if she was not pregnant. But when she thought that Consort Ning had 3 miscarriages, she closed her mouth again. She played along and pretended to be more cautious than usual. She also slowed down her pace. "Is it hard to be pregnant?" Princess Ning chatted with her on the way to Cunning Palace. Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. It's been hard. I can't sleep in the middle of the night, and my calf cramps." Nanny always asked her this, but she had never done it. If it wasn't tiring, it was probably because he had to go to the toilet all the time. Now, she was feeling a little like that again. "What's wrong?" Princess Ning asked, looking at Princess Rui Wang, whose face was wrinkled. Rui Wang said embarrassedly, I want to pee." Princess Ning, "There's a washroom over there. I'll go with you." Consort Rui Wang, No need. I'll go by myself. I'm worried about you going alone." Princess Ning insisted on sending Consort Rui Wang to the washroom. Consort Rui Wang had no choice. When the two arrived outside the washroom, they never expected to see the Crown Prince Consort coming out from inside. The 3 of them paused for a moment. The Crown Prince Consort's status was higher than the other consorts, but she still politely called Princess Ning's sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang rolled her eyes. She didn't like Wen Linlang and didn't even bother to be polite. Especially after she caught Wen Linlang entangling with another man last time. She disliked Wen Linlang even more. Everyone knew that Prince Ning and the Crown Prince didn't get along, so Princess Ning clearly kept a certain distance from the Crown Prince Consort. But on the surface, they were still decent. She nodded slightly to greet the Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince Consort said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye, eldest sister-in-law." "Goodbye, third sister-in-law." Princess Ning, "Goodbye?" When Linlang responded to her with rolling eyes. After the Crown Prince Consort left, Princess Ning said to Consort Rui Wang, "Okay, you can go." "Okay." Consort Rui Wang went to the washroom. This was the disadvantage of being pregnant. It was too easy to go to the toilet. Consort Rui Wang came out of the washroom, washed her hands, and moisturized them with hand oil. Then she went to Empress Xiao's cunning palace with Princess Ning. They weren't Empress Zhao's legitimate daughters-in-law, so they came out of the cunning palace after showing enough courtesy. After that, the two went to noble consort Zhuang's everlasting palace. This time, the two stayed longer. Noble consort Zhuang was looking forward to the baby in consort Rui Wang's belly. After all, it was a member of her family. Rui Wang and her husband were favored, and Prince Ning was like a tiger with wings. You have to give birth to a son. Noble consort Zhuang took consort Rui Wang's hand and said. Consort Rui Wang smiled embarrassedly. It's not up to me to decide. Noble consort Zhuang thought for a while and asked, do you like sour or spicy food? Consort Rui Wang said honestly, I like both. Sometimes I want to eat spicy food, sometimes sour food, and sometimes sweet food. Princess Ning looked a little absent-minded. Noble consort Zhuang was worried about her daughter-in-law's mood, so she didn't talk about the baby anymore. She called her personal nanny. Go ask where Prince Ning and Rui Wang are. If they are in the palace, let them come to the everlasting palace for dinner. Also, invite Consort Yu over. Consort Yu was the third prince's mother. After the prince was separated, he could no longer enter and leave the palace as freely as before. But with noble consort Zhuang's status, it wasn't difficult for her to see her son. Not long after, Prince Ning and Rui Wang came over from the throne room. Prince. Consort Ning bowed to Prince Ning. Prince Ning hurriedly came over to support her and held her hand. His eyes were full of tenderness. You don't have to be so reserved here with consort mother. It's just like in the mansion. Consort Ning smiled, yes. Soon, Consort Yu also arrived and hurriedly asked the palace servants to set up the meal. Noble Consort Zhuang and Consort Yu sat together, and the two couples sat on either side of them. Prince Ning and his wife's manners were very elegant and generous, and they treated each other with respect. Rui Wang and his wife were also very serious on the surface, but in private, Rui Wang rubbed his legs against his wife's legs. Consort Rui Wang glared at him. Eat your food. Rui Wang peeled a shrimp for his wife and put it in Consort Rui Wang's bowl. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes were on him. He was shocked and almost forgot that this was the palace, not his own mansion, so he had to follow the rules. The couple couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Prince Ning smiled gently. The shrimp in Consort Mother's palace is very good. He also peeled one for Consort Ning. Sushin should also try it. Sushin was the name Prince Ning gave to Consort Ning after the wedding. Consort Ning smiled gently. Thank you, Prince. After lunch, noble Consort Zhuang went to rest. They came out of the everlasting palace. Consort Yu returned to her own palace, and the four of them walked out of the palace together. Be careful. When they passed by a big tree, Prince Ning blocked Consort Ning's head with his hand. When he took his hand down, they found that there was a worm on the back of his hand. Rui Wang Fei didn't know the name of this kind of tree. She could only frequently see worms spitting out silk hanging from the bottom of the tree. There was a worm hanging in front of her. If Prince Ning hadn't shouted, she would have bumped into it. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Big brother is so attentive. Consort Rui Wang muttered. I'm also very attentive. Consort Rui Wang complained. Oh, then how come Prince didn't notice the worm in front of me? Rui Wang scratched his head. What was it? Consort Rui Wang looked at him and asked. I was about to get rid of it for you. Rui Wang firmly refused to admit that he didn't notice this little thing. Consort Rui Wang snorted. You're not as attentive as Big Brother. Rui Wang couldn't refute this. Big Brother was the most attentive of all the princes. He was attentive to his sister-in-law and his younger brothers. He couldn't even find fault with the crown prince's sworn enemy. The mood of a pregnant woman sometimes came inexplicably. Consort Rui Wang, who was still quarreling with Rui Wang a second ago, became sad the next second. Say, if this child can't be saved, will you still be as good to me as Big Brother is to his sister-in-law? Rui Wang glared at her and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How can the child not be saved? Don't jinx it. My son is fine. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Aren't I just making assumptions? I just think that Big Brother is really good to his sister-in-law. Rui Wang couldn't refute this. That's right. Prince Ning and Consort Ning knew each other when they were young. They weren't childhood sweethearts, but they didn't get married in secret either. After they got married, the two got along well. The only regret was Consort Ning's belly. Fortunately, Prince Ning never neglected her because she couldn't give birth to a child. In front of Consort Zhuang, he also said good things about Consort Ning. Consort Zhuang wasn't an easy person to get along with. The fact that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could get along so well couldn't be attributed to Prince Ning. This was a man who would never wrong his wife. Consort Rui Wang pinched the corner of Rui Wang's clothes and said coquettishly, "Promise me that you'll treat me like Big Brother is to his sister-in-law. You'll be so good to me for the rest of your life." Chapter 414. Rui Wang pinched her face. "Silly, what's so difficult about this? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Ahem. Prince Ning cleared his throat. "Let's go." Consort Rui Wang hurriedly withdrew her hand. Rui Wang also scratched his head embarrassedly. After that, the two seemed to avoid each other deliberately. They wished they could get out of the carriage. However, Prince Ning ignored the gazes of others and held Consort Ning's hand in public. The folk customs and customs of this dynasty were more open than those of the previous dynasty, but they were rarely so intimate outside. Consort Ning was a little uncomfortable. Prince Ning's smile was so gentle that it was hard to refuse. The four of them went out of the imperial palace. The carriages of the two manors had been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Rui Wang naturally went back with Rui Wang. Prince Ning should also go back to Prince Ning's mansion with Consort Ning. Unexpectedly, Prince Ning held Consort Ning's hand and said, "Father wants me to go to the imperial study in the afternoon. You go back first." Consort Ning hurriedly said, "Since you have official business, why didn't you say so earlier?" Prince Ning smiled and said, "I want to see you off, but I have to see you get on the carriage first." Consort Rui Wang was very envious. What kind of celestial love did eldest brother have for eldest sister-in-law? Consort Ning said, "Then you go to see father quickly. I'm going back." Prince Ning smiled and said, "Okay." Consort Ning pulled back her hand and turned to get on the carriage of Prince Ning's mansion. Rui Wang said goodbye to Prince Ning. Then, "Eldest brother, we will go first." Prince Ning nodded. "Pay attention to the thing I told you. I will ask father for a reward for you later." Rui Wang laughed heartily. "Okay. What did eldest brother ask you to do?" Consort Rui Wang asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later." Rui Wang pulled his wife towards Rui Wang Fu's carriage. Just as he was about to help Consort Rui Wang onto the carriage, another carriage suddenly appeared on the official road in front of the palace gates. The speed of the carriage was so fast that it didn't slow down even as it neared the entrance of the palace, almost crashing into it. Fortunately, the carriage stopped when it was only a carriage's distance away. At this moment, Ning Wang was already standing in front of the carriage. He held a sword in his hand, as if he would kill the horse if the other party didn't stop the carriage in time. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a handsome man with wheat-colored skin jumped out. His facial features were resolute, and his eyes were deep. When he smiled, his eyes were especially bright. He held a folding fan in his hand, looking carefree and unrestrained. He didn't tie up his hair today, only a finger braid at the back of his head. A few strands of black hair hung down from the right side of his face, perfectly blocking one side of his face. "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Your Highness Ning Wang and Your Highness Rui Wang?" He held the folding fan in his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Rui Wang frowned. "The sixth prince?" "That's right. This person was the hostage of the state of Qin, as well as the sixth prince of the state of Qin's imperial family, Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang's attire today was a bit strange. His long hair hung down, giving off a feeling that he was hugging a pipa and covering half of his face. However, he wasn't a pale-faced scholar, but a wheat-colored handsome man who exuded a masculine aura. His image was a bit hard to describe in words. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Highness Rui Wang, long time no see. This must be Consort Rui Wang? We met once a few years ago." Ning Wang stealthily blocked Rui Wang and his wife behind him. He said to Yuan Tang, "Is the sixth prince going to ride a horse in the palace?" Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. I was in too much of a hurry to greet your highnesses, so I was a bit fast." Ning Wang said indifferently, "We're not familiar with each other. There's no need to greet each other." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Is this how your country treats its guests?" Ning Wang said coldly, "You're a hostage, not a guest." Yuan Tang rubbed his chest. "Aya, this really hurts my self-esteem. I originally found a talking parrot outside the palace and wanted to enjoy it with your highnesses. However, it seems that your highnesses aren't interested in enjoying it with Yuan Tang. In that case, Yuan Tang will take his leave." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting and turned to walk towards his carriage. The moment he brushed past Consort Rui Wang, the cold wind blew his beautiful hair. It was all because his appearance was too eye-catching that Consort Rui Wang subconsciously glanced at him. "Ah!" Consort Rui Wang cried out in alarm, and the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. "Consort Rui Wang, this is..." Yuan Tang looked back in confusion. Consort Rui Wang turned around and approached Rui Wang's chest. Rui Wang hurriedly protected her in his arms and coldly glared at Yuan Tang. "You scared this princess. Then, I'm sorry." Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and bowed again. After Yuan Tang left, Ning Wang looked at Rui Wang and his wife with concern. What happened just now? The handkerchief on the ground had already been picked up and put away by the servants. Rui Wang patted Consort Rui Wang's shoulder to comfort her. "That's right. Did that guy deliberately scare you just now?" Consort Rui Wang shook her head. No, I was just too surprised." Rui Wang didn't understand. "What are you surprised about? It's not like you haven't seen him before." Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chun and usually didn't attend the gatherings of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. However, when he first came to the state of Zhao, the emperor still held a welcoming banquet for him and the envoy of the state of Chun in order to show the bearing of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. Consort Rui Wang thought carefully and still told him that she had seen the crown princess meeting someone in private. You. Rui Wang was so shocked that he stuttered. "You didn't hear wrong? Was it really the crown princess and Yuan Tang?" Consort Rui Wang recalled. "They deliberately lowered their voices so I couldn't tell whose voice it was. However, I heard the crown princess say, 'What did you do to Chunying?' Chunying is the crown princess' personal female official. After that, I saw the crown princess walk out from behind the rockery, so I was certain that woman was the crown princess." "Then how were you certain that man was Yuan Tang?" "It was King Ning who spoke." Consort Rui Wang frowned and said, "I heard the crown princess slap him from behind the rockery. Just now, I saw that Yuan Tang's face was red and swollen. There were streaks that looked like finger marks, so I immediately thought of that man. This didn't sound like anything honorable. The current crown princess actually colluded with a hostage of the state of Chun. If this got out, she would be beheaded." Rui Wang said in disbelief, "This Yuan Tang is too daring. And the crown princess, why would she collude with a hostage of the state of Chun? She doesn't seem like that kind of person." Consort Rui Wang snorted. "What do you mean she doesn't seem like that kind of person? You men are all blind. I already told you that she isn't a decent woman. She dared to hook up with the crown prince when she was engaged to Xiao Hong. Who can say that she won't hook up with other men now that she has the crown prince?" Rui Wang retorted, "What are you saying? Who's blind?" "You." As soon as Consort Rui Wang finished speaking, she remembered that Prince Ning was also here. She smiled embarrassedly. "Eldest brother isn't blind?" Eldest brother is the person with the brightest eyes in the entire palace. Don't think that I don't know that you secretly liked Wen Linlang. So did Old Fourth. Only eldest brother doesn't like her. Rue Wang choked. That was many years ago. He was young and inexperienced and was stunned by Wen Linlang's beauty. However, didn't he not see Wen Linlang after that? His heart and eyes only had her, Du Qianqian, in them. Rue Wang said, speaking of which, if she really did this, then would she be worthy of the crown prince? Would she be worthy of imperial father and the people of the state of Zhao? Eldest brother, should we report this to imperial father as soon as possible? If she had hooked up with other men, they would have made the crown prince's head turn into a grassland. However, it just had to be a hostage of the state of Qin. The severity of this matter was huge. Prince Ning paused and said, "Don't be anxious. Empty words have no proof. We have to find evidence first." As he spoke, he looked sternly at consort Rue Wang. Third sister-in-law, can you take responsibility for your words? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Consort Rue Wang carefully recalled and nodded with certainty. I'm sure. Prince Ning continued, then you didn't act rashly and alert the enemy, right? I mean, you didn't run to the crown princess to confirm, right? Consort Rue Wang shook her head. Of course I didn't. However, she still saw me when she came out from behind the rockery. I said that I had just arrived there. I don't know if she believed me. Prince Ning nodded. Then, at that time, other than you, was there anyone else who heard the commotion behind the rockery? Consort Rue Wang almost blurted out Miss Gu. However, she shook her head. No. Originally, I wouldn't have been discovered. However, my personal maid and Miss Gu came over. The crown princess also saw them. Prince Ning stared at her. Are you sure they didn't hear you? Consort Rue Wang said, they came and called out to me. That's why the crown princess was alerted. These words allowed Gu Jiao to get a free ride with the maid. Actually, her eldest brother was someone she could trust. However, she didn't want to involve Gu Jiao. Once her eldest brother went to ask Gu Jiao for confirmation, then the crown princess and Yuan Tang might notice Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would be in danger. Prince Ning said with a grave expression, I know. Don't make this matter public. I will investigate the truth of the matter. It won't be too late to report to Imperial Father after I get conclusive evidence. Consort Rue Wang deeply agreed. Eldest brother is right. After all, the crown princess wasn't an ordinary woman. She was the most respected Wang Fei in the imperial family of Zhao country. In the future, she would be the mother of the country. It would be fine if there was evidence to accuse her. However, if there wasn't enough evidence and she was bitten, then her eldest brother's years of painstaking effort would be wasted. Thinking of something, Rue Wang said worriedly, then, will Qianqian be in danger? The crown princess saw her. If she tells Yuan Tang that their conversation might have been overheard by Qianqian, will Yuan Tang come to silence her? Yuan Tang's martial arts are so high, and she even tried to assassinate Imperial Father. The more she said, the more frightened Rue Wang became. How did his wife encounter this kind of thing? Ning Wang smiled warmly, replying, I will send someone to Rue Wang Fu to protect Sandaimei. Sandaimei, try not to leave the Fu in the next few days. If you have to leave the Fu, take the shadow guards I sent over. Rue Wang's heart returned to his stomach. He cupped his hands and smiled. That would be great. I thank eldest brother on behalf of Qianqian. Prince Ning patted him on the shoulder and said, We're a family. The medical center. Gu Jiao had just returned from outside. She treated a guest's injury and put his dislocated left arm back in place. The second boss walked over and knocked on her door. He smiled and said, Little Gu, are you free later? Speak. Gu Jiao said concisely. The second boss walked in and said with a smile, Do you still remember what day it is tomorrow? What day? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said with hurt, You really forgot. Gu Jiao pulled out her memory in a second. Isn't it a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce? A genius's brain would never disappoint. The second boss smiled. That's right. It's a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce. It's at the Four Seas Manor in the eastern suburbs of the capital. I will send someone to pick you up at Jadewater Alley tomorrow morning. Gu Jiao said, Oh, how many days will I be gone? The second boss gestured with his fingers. 3 days. It won't be long. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. The second boss looked at her suspiciously. Little Gu. Gu Jiao. Yes? The second boss said, Have you gained weight? Your clothes are too small. Are they? Gu Jiao looked down at her body. She didn't feel it. Gu Jiao took a ruler to measure her waist. She had been exercising a lot recently and had lost half an inch. However, her clothes were too small. They were indeed too small. It was not other parts of her body that were too small. It was the lapel that could not be closed. Gu Jiao had a headache. If she continued to grow like this, it would be difficult for her to dress as a man. The medical center was especially busy today. The second boss was soon called away by shopkeeper Wang. Little Zhongli came over. Sister Gu, there is someone outside the door. She said she is looking for you. Gu Jiao buried her head in sorting out the information of the previous patient. She said, Is it a patient? Line up. Little Zhongli shook her head. It's not a patient. It's a madam. She said she knows you, and that you promised to visit her to treat her madam. I promised to visit her madam to treat her madam? Did I? Gu Jiao searched her mind and made sure there was no such memory. She asked little Zhongli to reply to the madam. After a while, little Zhongli came again. This time, she had a token in her hand. Sister Gu, the madam said you will know after you see her. Let me see. Gu Jiao reached out and took the token. The token had the emblem of the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom and a big Ning character. It was someone from Prince Ning's mansion. Yes, she had promised Prince Ning that she would visit Princess Ning's house to treat her body. However, before she could go to Prince Ning's mansion, Princess Ning went back to visit her parents. Although her parents were also in the capital, it was strange to go to her parents' house to check her pulse. Gu Jiao said to little Zhongli, I have 3 more patients here. Ask the madam to wait for a while. If there are more patients, arrange them to be with Dr. Song and Dr. Liu. Got it, Sister Gu. Little Zhongli left obediently. Little Zhongli was small, but she was very considerate. After Gu Jiao finished checking the 3 patients, little Zhongli led the female official beside Princess Ning in. The female official greeted Gu Jiao politely. Dr. Gu? Gu Jiao asked, Did Princess Ning come back? The female official smiled and said, That's right. Our Princess Ning came back last night. Today, she went to the palace to pay respects to the Empress and imperial concubine. When she came back in the afternoon, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. I heard from the prince that Dr. Gu's medical skills are excellent, so I specially asked Dr. Gu to go to the mansion to check the Princess Ning's pulse. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.